Chapter 804. Fang Chen, who was lying in the grotto, was in pain all over. Luckily, my defense is strong, Fang Chen said to himself. The demonic blood python's attack was too powerful. Just a swipe of its tail was enough to send Fang Chen flying. Fang Chen was a martial artist at the peak of LV9 spiritual vortex realm. He was one step away from the real martial realm. Even with his strength, he was still sent flying by the demonic blood python's tail. If it were any other martial artist, they would have been turned into minced meat. Fang Chen quickly stood up and looked around the grotto. The grotto was not big and could only accommodate the demonic blood python. Fang Chen was about to go out and fight when he found something under his feet. He looked down and saw a pile of weeds on the ground. In the weeds there were 3 fist-sized eggs. This is a snake egg. Fang Chen's face revealed a trace of surprise. As for the blood fiend python eggs, Fang Chen discovered that there were traces of blood-red patterns on the 3 eggs. When Fang Chen saw this, his expression changed drastically. The demonic blood python is not in the metamorphosis stage. It has just laid eggs. Fang Chen thought to himself. Metamorphosis and laying eggs were 2 completely different concepts. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and put the 3 eggs into his spatial ring. Then, he jumped out of the grotto. Be careful! Fang Chen shouted. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, the demonic blood python suddenly roared to the sky. Then, the smell of blood filled the entire grotto. The demonic blood python's aura was increasing. The metamorphosis is complete. Star and Moon's face changed and he kept retreating. Roar! The demonic blood python's aura was at its peak. Its tail kept swinging, and the rocks in the grotto were smashed into powder. Damn it, it's getting stronger! Heitai shouted. Attack it! Heitai also realized the threat of the demonic blood python and shouted. At this time, no one dared to hold back. Lin Lu activated the Sword Prison Curse Seal and used the strongest attack in the Sword King inheritance. Heitai also used his strongest attack. This attack was infinitely close to the power of a LV2 true martial realm. Star and Moon was the main force of the 3. Her figure flashed. Her true intent of Dark Een combined with Dark Een demonic body gave her an outstanding attack. Bang! The demonic blood python went into a frenzy and attacked the 3 people. Attack its weak point, shouted Fang Chen. At the same time, he also launched a fierce attack. The 4 of them besieged the demonic blood python, but the latter seemed to have gone mad and launched a counterattack. Bang! Once again, he was sent flying by the tail of the demonic blood python. Fang Chen was prepared to take the risk. He took out a downgrade talisman and shouted, "Cover me!" As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Heitai and the other 2 attacked with all their might and forced the demonic blood python to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen leaped into the air above the demonic blood python and activated the talisman without hesitation. Violent sword chi filled the air instantly. Roar! The demonic blood python was enraged. It opened its bloody mouth and tried to swallow Fang Chen. At this time, Fang Chen stuffed the activated sword talisman into the demonic blood python's bloody mouth. Bang! Fang Chen's body was sent flying. His body was covered in blood. Even though the sword body's defense was strong, he was still injured this time. Swoosh! A vast amount of sword chi gushed out from the sword talisman and continued to ravage the demonic blood python's bloody mouth. The demonic blood python kept struggling. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Star and Moon and the other 2 used their strongest attack to attack the demonic blood python's weak point. Boom! A deafening sound was heard. The rocks above the cave kept falling. The whole cave seemed to be collapsing. After struggling for a while, the demonic blood python's aura finally weakened. Its huge body wanted to crawl back into the cave, but it died midway. Seeing the dead demonic blood python and the miserable cave, the 4 looked at each other. The demonic blood python was too strong. A LV2 genuine martial realm demonic blood python had such destructive power. After confirming that the demonic blood python was dead, Heitai's eyes flashed. He walked to the demonic blood python and reached his hand into its body. He took out its gallbladder. Looking at the red gallbladder in his hand, Heitai's eyes shone. "The demonic blood python's body belongs to me," Lin Lu suddenly said. "Humph, we agreed that except for the gallbladder, the rest would belong to us. Are you going back on your word?" Fang Chen questioned. Heitai was the one who agreed. "I didn't say anything," Lin Lu said shamelessly. Star and Moon snorted. His aura rippled as he said, "We contributed the most to killing the demonic blood python. The body should belong to us." Star and Moon were the main attackers of the three genuine martial realm experts. Fang Chen had used a talisman at the critical moment. In the end, Lin Lu wanted to steal their fruits of labor. "Heitai, what do you mean?" Fang Chen looked at Heitai and asked. "I've already got the gallbladder. It doesn't matter. This is between you and Lin Lu. I won't interfere. However, Lin Lu is my good friend. If he's in trouble, I won't leave him to die." Heitai put away the gallbladder and grinned. Hearing Heitai's words, Fang Chen knew that a battle was inevitable. "Let me." Xingyu stood in front of Fang Chen and stared at the two of them. She said, "You have to pay the price for snatching my things. Star and Moon, you're only at LV2 of the genuine martial realm. It'll be easy for us to kill you if we work together." Lin Lu sneered. "Besides, you used up most of your spiritual qi in the battle just now. How are you going to fight us?" Lin Lu said coldly, as if he was certain that Star and Moon would be defeated. As for Fang Chen, he was ignored by Lin Lu. After all, he wasn't a genuine martial realm expert. "Then let's try." Star and Moon's cold voice reached Lin Lu's ears. Immediately, Star and Moon tiptoed and appeared in front of Lin Lu in a flash. He threw a punch. Lin Lu had expected Star and Moon to make a move. Before Star and Moon's fist could reach him, he kept retreating. "Star and Moon, Lin Lu is my friend. Don't you think it's too much to attack him?" Heitai said hypocritically. Then, a black aura appeared around him as he threw a punch. Bang! Star and Moon and Heitai punched each other. Star and Moon retreated slightly, while Heitai stood still. "Do it." As soon as Heitai's voice fell, the two genuine martial realm experts joined forces and besieged Star and Moon. Fang Chen naturally wouldn't let Star and Moon face danger alone. He instantly set up a profound level formation. However, for a genuine martial realm expert, a profound level formation was nothing. "Your opponent is me." Fang Chen moved and stopped Lin Lu. He didn't need to defeat Lin Lu. He just needed to stall him for a while. "You're courting death." Sure enough, after being stopped by Fang Chen, Lin Lu's face darkened. He immediately launched a fierce attack. Sacrificing Fist. Lin Lu shouted and performed the Sacrificing Fist. The fist radiance contained the terrifying aura of a genuine martial realm expert. It also contained a vast bloody true intent. Bang! A punch landed on Fang Chen's body, causing the latter to continuously retreat. A genuine martial realm expert? Fang Chen licked his dry lips and grinned. This was the first time he truly fought a genuine martial realm expert. The Golden Light Dragon Sword technique was pushed to the extreme. The sword intent was also fully released. The sword radiance was everywhere, constantly attacking Lin Lu. When Lin Lu was blocked by Fang Chen, Heitai was instantly suppressed by Star and Moon and was forced to retreat. "Lin Lu, you piece of trash. Can't you even deal with a spiritual vortex realm expert?" Heitai cursed. Bang! Heitai's body was sent flying by Star and Moon. At this moment, Lin Lu repelled Fang Chen and came to Heitai's side. "Finish this quickly," Lin Lu said. Fang Chen rushed over again, but Star and Moon stopped him. "You don't have to do anything. Let me do it," Star and Moon said. Star and Moon's tone was calm, but it gave off a strong pressure. "Hiss, hiss, hiss." An extremely cold aura appeared on Star and Moon's body. This was a sign that the mysterious Een body was being activated. At the same time, the true meaning of mysterious Een also spread out. Dazzling sound wave. Xingyu shouted in a low voice. Her palms kept waving, and ripples appeared in the cave. These ripples contained the majestic true meaning of mysterious Een, which directly enveloped He Tai and Lin Lu. Ah! Lin Lu suddenly let out a miserable cry. He was shocked to find that this was a sound wave attack. Damn it! He Tai cursed. Star and Moon's sound wave attack was too strong. It made He Tai's soul tremble. Get out! He Tai roared. Suddenly, the void in front of him was cut open, directly cutting off the source of the sound wave attack. In an instant, the sound wave attack that invaded He Tai and Lin Lu's minds disappeared. Fang Chen's pupils shrank when he saw this. Is this He Tai's true meaning? This was the first time Fang Chen saw He Tai use his true meaning. What true meaning is this? How can it cut open space? After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He shouted, "This is the true meaning of cleavage." The true meaning of cleavage was a legendary true meaning. It was much stronger than the true meaning of mysterious Een. A martial artist with the true meaning of cleavage could cut open space at the beginning. At the peak, they could even cut open stars with a thought. It was terrifying. So it's the true meaning of cleavage. But this alone is not enough to scare me. Star and Moon sneered. Her purple robe fluttered, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her aura was still rising. Star and Moon, who was in the second level of the true martial realm, used the mysterious Een inheritance. Her attack power was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the second level. He Tai's eyes flickered. He glanced at Star and Moon, and then at Star and Moon. Boom! Suddenly, He Tai punched and used the true meaning of cleavage, cutting open the void. Let's go! He Tai pulled Lin Lu and entered the cave, disappearing in an instant. Star and Moon didn't chase. She really couldn't catch up to He Tai, who had the true meaning of cleavage. Are you okay? Fang Chen asked. Chapter 805. At this time, in a dark cave somewhere, the void was cut open, and He Tai and Lin Lu walked out in a sorry state. Didn't you say we could use this opportunity to kill Star and Moon? Lin Lu asked angrily as soon as he stopped. I underestimated Star and Moon's strength. I didn't expect her to be able to resist our joint attack, He Tai said grimly. Now, not only did Star and Moon not die, but they even gave away the demonic blood python's body, Lin Lu said unhappily. We'll take back what belongs to us sooner or later, He Tai said. Originally, they wanted to work together to kill the demonic blood python and exhaust Star and Moon's spiritual energy, then work together to kill Star and Moon. But in the end, the plan fell short. Fortunately, getting the snake gallbladders wasn't a waste of time. In the underground cave in front of the grotto, Fang Chen and Star and Moon were cutting up the demonic blood python's body. The demonic blood python's body was too big to fit in a single space ring, so they had to cut it up. The demonic blood python's body was unusually hard. Fortunately, Star and Moon's true intent of dark Een corroded it, so Fang Chen could cut it up easily. After putting the demonic blood python's body into the space ring, Fang Chen smiled. Do you know why the demonic blood python suddenly became so strong? Fang Chen asked. Didn't it pass its metamorphosis period? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen shook his head and took out 3 snake gallbladders from the space ring. You mean the demonic blood python didn't undergo metamorphosis, but laid eggs? Star and Moon instantly understood. That's right. These 3 gallbladders were laid by the demonic blood python. I was smashed into the grotto by the python's tail, so I took them, Fang Chen said. They're actually the demonic blood python's eggs. Star and Moon was also surprised. 3 demonic blood python's eggs would make people go crazy in the outside world. After all, this represented 3 young demonic blood pythons. Once the eggs hatched, there would be 3 young demonic blood pythons. The value of the blood fiend python was extremely high. After they reached adulthood, they would automatically have the strength of the spiritual vortex realm. With a little bit of training, they would be able to reach the real martial realm. Having 3 baby blood demon pythons meant that there would be 3 blood demon pythons in the true martial realm in the future. After we leave the heavenly void secret land, nurture them well and try to nurture 3 blood fiend pythons, Fang Chen said with a smile. After that, Fang Chen put away the blood fiend python egg. Brother Chen, haven't you always wanted to comprehend the concept of wood? The blood fiend python's bile contains some wood attribute energy. Do you want to try it? Asked Star and Moon suddenly. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment, then patted his head. Why didn't he think of that? Of course, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen had already collected the blood fiend python's organs when he was cutting it. At that moment, with a single thought from Fang Chen, a very large wooden case appeared. This wooden box contained the blood fiend python's organs, which included its bile. Fang Chen took the bile and put the wooden box back. Then, he sat down cross-legged and said, help me guard. Brother Chen, this blood fiend python is a real martial realm demonic beast. Its bile must be very violent. Be careful, Star and Moon reminded him. Fang Chen nodded and dripped a drop of bile into his mouth. Instantly, a scorching hot aura filled the air. So powerful! Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. This was the bile being digested. At this moment, the golden heart started beating rapidly. The pain caused by the bile instantly disappeared. Fang Chen was a little surprised. The blood fiend python's bile had caused a change in the golden heart. At this moment, the golden heart directly absorbed the drop of bile that had spread out. Seeing this, Fang Chen poured the rest of the bile into his mouth. As expected, the golden heart absorbed all of it, not leaving a single drop for Fang Chen. Could it be that the reason the golden heart was beating so fast was because of the blood fiend python? Fang Chen muttered to himself. After the golden heart absorbed the blood fiend python's bile, it emitted a strange aura. At first, Fang Chen didn't notice it. Later, when Fang Chen felt this aura, he was overjoyed. Endless aura. This is the aura of the wood element, Fang Chen exclaimed excitedly. The essence of wood could give life to nature. The aura emitted by the golden heart was actually the aura of endless life. In his ecstasy, Fang Chen started to absorb the wood element aura without hesitation. 15 minutes later, the wood element aura surged around Fang Chen's body. Star and Moon's eyes lit up. Brother Chen's potential is monstrous. I wonder what kind of lightning tribulation he'll trigger when he enters the true martial realm. Will it be the 12th layer tribulation? Star and Moon thought to herself. Of course, she also knew that it was impossible for it to be the 12th layer tribulation. It was most likely the 9-9 lightning tribulation. With the help of the golden heart, Fang Chen continued to absorb the wood element aura. After another 2 hours, the wood element aura around Fang Chen's body had reached its peak. The wood element aura was condensing in his mind. It took a lot of effort to condense into a round ball, but it suddenly exploded. Fang Chen opened his eyes and shook his head. He had failed at the crucial moment. How is it? Star and Moon asked. I'm still 1 step away, Fang Chen said. After absorbing the bile of the blood fiend python, his comprehension of the essence of wood had deepened. Fang Chen was confident that as long as he ate some more wood element treasures, he would definitely be able to comprehend the essence of wood. That's already very good, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't try to force the issue. Forcing it wouldn't work. Fang Chen calmly faced reality. In a certain dark area, Adept Calamity was calmly standing. After arriving here, he felt his heart palpitate. He could faintly sense a terrifying aura in the air. Senior, shouted Adept Calamity. You know I'm here? Suddenly, a deep voice could be heard. Senior, I know you've been trapped here by the Heavenly Void King, so I've come to save you, said Adept Calamity. Save me? The demon beast in the cage sneered. With your little strength, you think you can save me? Senior, with my strength, I naturally can't save you. But I have a method, said Adept Calamity. What method? The demonic beast asked. There's a man with a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. There's a head inside the cauldron. That head is exceptionally powerful. He might be able to open this cage and let you out, said Adept Calamity. 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron. Hearing this, the demon beast in the cage was also shocked. It naturally knew what a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron was. That was a cauldron that belonged to a supreme being from the ancient era. Just as the demon beast was shocked, the ground suddenly shook. Then, it sensed the situation in the underground cave. Someone actually killed the blood demon python. It seems there's a true martial realm expert among the human martial artists that came here, said the demon beast with a sinister smile as it licked its dry lips. Adept Calamity stood on the ground, waiting for the demon beast's reply. After a long time, the demon beast said, Bring all the true martial realm martial artists here and I'll agree to your request. All right, said Adept Calamity. Just now, Adept Calamity had told the demon beast everything about the head. When the demon beast learned that the head in the cauldron was absorbing the power of an ancient era expert, it was also shocked. Adept Calamity said that he could use this to let the head in the cauldron break out of its cage. Once the demon beast regained its freedom, he could destroy the head. And Adept Calamity's only request was to follow the demon beast. The demon beast readily agreed. It wasn't just Adept Calamity who was scheming against it. However, none of this was important. It already couldn't wait to taste the delicious human blood. Adept Calamity left. He had to think of a way to bring the true martial realm martial artists here. At this time, the demon beast in the cage had a king character on its forehead. Its aura was incomparably terrifying. To think that I, the Heavenly Bone King, would fall to such a state, said the demon beast angrily. Fang Chun and Star and Moon left the cave. On the other side of the cave there was a passage. This passage led to a certain place. The two of them passed through the passage and arrived at an underground palace. In the center of the palace there was an extremely tall statue. This statue was of a human with a trace of anger on its face. Its hand was holding the blade of a long saber. Could it be the statue of the Heavenly Void King? Fang Chen asked in a low voice. Star and Moon nodded and said, It should be the statue of the Heavenly Void King. From this statue we can clearly see that the owner of the saber is attacking the Heavenly Void King. Who dares to attack the Heavenly Void King? Could it be that this person is the mastermind behind the Heavenly Void King's death? Fang Chen hurriedly asked. At this time, the two of them discovered that there were two faint words on the blade of the Heavenly Void King's hand. Heavenly Bone? What does that mean? Fang Chen was puzzled. Is that the name of the saber? The underground palace was extremely magnificent. Other than the statue in the center, the surroundings were empty. Every corner had a crystal lamp that illuminated the entire palace. That saber contains an extremely fierce fiendish aura. Even after so long it hasn't completely dissipated, said Star and Moon to himself. An expert who can challenge the Heavenly Void King has to be at least LV9 of the true martial realm. Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes stared at the statue. Chapter 806. The statue in the center of the palace was at least 3 meters tall. From the statue's expression, one could see that the Heavenly Void King's face was also filled with shock. To be able to shock the Heavenly Void King back then, it was enough to show that his enemy was extraordinary. Could it be that the owner of the Warblade is a quasi-king level expert like the Heavenly Void King? Fang Chen's eyes widened as he looked at the Warblade in the statue's hand and cried out. Star and Moon nodded. From the statue, the Heavenly Void King's enemy must have been a quasi-king level expert or a mystic king expert. However, if it was a mystic king expert, killing the Heavenly Void King would be easy. Therefore, from this point, it could be inferred that the Heavenly Void King's enemy was a quasi-king level expert. That should be the case, Star and Moon said. Hearing this, Fang Chun suddenly recalled what Shakyamuni's remnant consciousness had said to him before it completely dissipated. Within the Heavenly Void secret realm, the true danger was not adept calamity, but something else. He had told Fang Chun to be careful. At this moment, Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes were focused on the war blade in the statue's hand. His expression changed greatly and his heart trembled. Could the danger that Shakyamuni mentioned be the Heavenly Void King's enemy back then? Fang Chun thought to himself. The more he thought about it, the more Fang Chun felt that it was inconceivable. He gently held Star and Moon's small white hand and said, be careful. Brother Chun, did you discover something? Star and Moon asked curiously. Star and Moon told Star and Moon everything that Shakyamuni had told them. After hearing this, Star and Moon were also shocked. If what you guessed is true, then the owner of the Warblade is still alive, Star and Moon said in a low voice. Just as Fang Chen was talking to Star and Moon, a stone door suddenly appeared on the wall behind the statue. Fang Chen and Star and Moon watched as the stone door was pushed open and two figures fled in panic. Lin Lu and He Tai. After seeing who it was, Fang Chen was a little surprised. It's you. He Tai and Lin Lu's faces were filled with fear as they quickly fled. When they came out of the stone door and saw Fang Chen and Star and Moon, they hurriedly ran to their side. When he saw Fang Chen and Star and Moon's aura surging, he hurriedly stopped them. Stop! He Tai shouted. Humph! You two betrayed me. Today is the day you die, Fang Chen said coldly. If it weren't for Star and Moon's strength, he would have died at their hands long ago. Hearing this, He Tai hurriedly stopped him. Fang Chen, we need to unite now. That's right. We just entered a palace and met a terrifying expert. He was very strong. Even if the two of us joined forces, we were still no match for him, Lin Lu said. Why should we help you? Star and Moon said coldly. He is the enemy of all humans, He Tai said solemnly. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered and he was about to speak. Suddenly, the stone door opened and a terrifying aura came out. Then, a black shadow broke through the door and entered. When he saw the black shadow, Fang Chen's eyes became serious. It seemed that He Tai was right. It really wasn't a good time for internal strife, because the person in front of him was a remnant of the Yellow Spring sect. Moreover, what shocked Fang Chen the most was that this remnant of the Yellow Spring sect had clearly been sucked into the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in his dantian. Why was he here now? It's you! Fang Chen cried out when he saw the Adept of Calamity. Brother Chen, you know this person? Star and Moon also sensed the powerful aura coming from this person and asked solemnly. He is the Adept of Calamity of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen said. Hearing this, He Tai and Lin Lu smiled helplessly. The Yellow Spring sect had flourished for a period of time, and its influence was enormous in the entire ancient Sword continent. Within the Yellow Spring sect, the sect master's name had shaken the entire ancient Sword continent. The external affairs of the Yellow Spring sect were generally handled by the three sovereigns. Although the Yellow Spring sect had been destroyed a long time ago, He Tai and the others still knew about the Yellow Spring sect. One of the three sovereigns, the Adept of Calamity, He Tai called out, Kiki, 3 true martial realm cultivators. They're enough to be my food. The Adept of Calamity laughed sinisterly. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Fang Chen and also sensed the existence of the three-legged, two-eared cauldron in Fang Chen's dantian. In the next instant, he erupted with battle power, wanting to kill Star and Moon and the other two. Attack together! Star and Moon shouted. Taking the lead, she activated her profound fiendish body and used her profound true intent to attack the Adept of Calamity. At the same time, He Tai and Lin Lu also attacked frantically. Although they had a grudge with Star and Moon before, Their grudges were nothing in the face of the Yellow Spring Sect's sovereigns. The Yellow Spring Sect had a terrible reputation on the ancient Sword Continent back then. Furthermore, they were cruel in their ways. Any human cultivator on the ancient Sword Continent hated them to the core. Rumble. This was the second time the three true martial realm cultivators had joined forces after surrounding the demonic blood python. This time, the three of them clearly didn't hold back. When they attacked together, their attack power was comparable to a peak LV2 true martial realm cultivator. It could even be compared to a LV3 true martial realm cultivator. The wild attacks caused the entire palace to tremble. The power that escaped caused the palace to shake continuously. Stone fragments fell from the sky. However, no matter how many stone fragments fell, the statue in the center was completely fine. Every time a stone fragment approached the statue, it would be blocked by an invisible force. Seeing the three true martial realm cultivators join forces to attack the Adept of Calamity, Fang Chen also attacked. Crash! Fang Chen set up a supreme grade profound grade array formation. Then, he activated his full strength and joined the attack. Bang! 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 Fang Chen's participation turned the situation around. Caught off guard, the Adept of Calamity was hit by Star and Moon's punch. His body kept retreating. He looked at Fang Chen. His eyes flickered with a ferocious glint. Then, he clenched his teeth and counterattacked He Tai. However, the Adept of Calamity clearly couldn't hold on for much longer. He kept retreating. Finally, after 3 minutes, the Adept of Calamity was once again sent flying by Star and Moon. He quickly stood up with a gloomy expression and said coldly, "How dare you interfere with this Venerable's business? Sooner or later, you will die." After saying that, the Adept of Calamity's figure flashed and entered the stone door. Chase! He Tai roared without even thinking about it. If the Adept of Calamity escaped and attacked them one by one, they would all die. Rather than that, they might as well chase after him. He Tai rushed into the stone door. Lin Lu and Star and Moon followed closely behind. He escaped. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He felt that something was wrong, but he still chased after them. The Adept of Calamity's speed was very fast, but He Tai's group wasn't slow either. They kept chasing. Crash! The surface of the palace was a wasteland. A sinister aura enveloped this place. After the Adept of Calamity came out of the palace, he quickly arrived at the end of the wasteland and calmly stood there. Star and Moon's group of 4 quickly caught up. "You're not running anymore," He Tai sneered. "Kill him," said Lin Lu icily. At this moment, the Adept of Calamity turned around. A trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. "You small fries, do you really think that I, the Adept of Calamity, can't beat you?" sneered the Adept of Calamity. Hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed drastically. "If you could beat us, why would you need to run?" Lin Lu didn't believe him. Star and Moon didn't say anything, but she turned to look at Fang Chen. The two of them exchanged a glance. They could both see the unease in each other's eyes. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Lord of Calamity clapped his hands, making a clapping sound. In the next moment, a boundless voice came from underground. The entire sky seemed to be locked down. Star and Moon's group of 4 were completely shocked. At that moment, Fang Chen felt as though his soul was trembling. The aura that was emanating from the ground was way too strong. Could it be that he's the master of that battle saber? At that moment, Fang Chen suddenly thought of this. Ah! A burst of wild laughter came from the ground. Fang Chen's group of 4 were unable to move. At this moment, Fang Chen was shocked to discover that the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron hidden in his dantian had left his body and was floating in the air above the wasteland. Hiss! A ray of light shot out of the cauldron and covered the ground. The cauldron trembled and the lid opened. The head in the cauldron appeared and directly drilled into the ground. In the next moment, a deafening sound came from underground. Then, furious roars could be heard. Fang Chen's group of 4 looked at this scene in shock. The trembling continued for about 15 minutes. The cauldron floating in the air also drilled into the ground. Dong! The moment the cauldron drilled into the ground, the entire ground shook. Wild winds suddenly blew in the heavenly void's secret realm. Dense spiritual energy all rushed here. What's going on? Fang Chen was very shocked. He also didn't understand why the head in the cauldron would go underground. Could it be that the terrifying existence underground was also very interested in the head in the cauldron? An ominous premonition grew in Fang Chen's heart. His expression was very ugly. After an unknown amount of time, a majestic aura suddenly soared into the sky. I, the Heavenly Bone King, have finally regained my freedom. A terrifying voice came from underground. Then, the ground caved in, and a huge cage broke out from the ground. Some of the iron rods on the cage were already broken. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron was floating in the cage. When the cage appeared on the ground, Fang Chen was completely shocked. In the cage, there was a tiger-type demonic beast. Its body was several feet tall, and its body was filled with the aura of a good person. Chapter 807. Foolish humans, you're too weak. The demonic beast the size of a small mountain directly tore apart the iron rod on the cage and walked out of the cage. At this time, the cage had already been reduced to ashes. The 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron left the monster's hand and floated in the air. It spun a few times and then shrank. Finally, it entered Fang Chen's dantian. Brat, I didn't expect the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron to choose you. Then you must die, said the Sky Bone King loudly as he stared at Fang Chen. This sudden turn of events caused Fang Chen to be stunned. Fang Chen, what's going on? Asked He Tai and Lin Lu anxiously. The monster in front of them was too strong. Just by standing there quietly, they didn't even have the courage to attack. And the thing that opened the monster's cage was clearly the mysterious cauldron in Fang Chen's body. So He Tai and Lin Lu were very puzzled. Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He tried to communicate with the cauldron, but found that the lid didn't move at all. He couldn't open it at all. He didn't know what was going on inside. Brat, don't try to open the cauldron. I paid a great price to stabilize the head inside the cauldron. But it's all worth it. I, the Sky Bone King, have regained my freedom, laughed the Sky Bone King. He placed his claws on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. The Sky Bone King. Fang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the tiger-type monster and said, You're the owner of that saber, the Sky Bone King's enemy. That damn Sky Bone King. What qualifications does he have to be called a quasi-king? I'm the true quasi-king, roared the Sky Bone King furiously. The breath coming out of its nostrils made Fang Chen's blood boil. Star and Moon looked at the Sky Bone King gravely. They didn't say anything. Right now, it was useless to say anything. They had to think of a way to escape. Brother Chen, called Star and Moon. Fang Chen knew that Star and Moon wanted Fang Chen to communicate with the cauldron. Since it was the big cauldron that had released Sky Bone King, it would naturally be the big cauldron that would deal with Sky Bone King. This damnable cauldron! If I didn't want to borrow its power to break out of this cage, how could I, the Grand Heavenly Bone King, have lost my most precious heart? Said the Heavenly Bone King. Fang Chen was taken aback. He vaguely understood what was going on. The head in the cauldron seemed to want to absorb the power of the ancient expert. As for Adept Calamity, the reason why he was able to come out seemed to be because he had reached some sort of agreement with the head in the cauldron. Although Adept Calamity seemed to have retreated in defeat, he had actually lured them here. The head in the cauldron took action and shattered the cage, releasing the Heavenly Bone King. The Sky Bone Monarch sacrificed his own heart to pacify the head in the cauldron so that it could not deal with him. Upon thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a chill run down his spine, as a helpless expression appeared on his face. What should we do? Asked He Tai. He did not want to die. If he, He Tai, did not die, He would definitely shine brightly when he went out this time. He would definitely become an expert whose name would shake the ancient sword continent in the future. He was unwilling to accept this. As long as there was a chance, he would definitely not give up. Similarly, Lin Lu did not want to die either. At this moment, the two of them looked at Fang Chen with burning gazes. They vaguely felt that the source of this matter was Fang Chen. "We must think of a way to escape from here," said Lin Lu. The Heavenly Bone King was the owner of the battle saber in the statue's hand. He was at the same level as the Heavenly Void King, a quasi-king level expert. Such an expert was not someone that they, who had just entered the true martial realm, could compare to. "Brother Chen." Star and Moon looked at Fang Chen and asked. Fang Chen shook his head and fell silent. If it was an ordinary true martial realm expert, he could still fight. However, he was powerless against a quasi-king level expert. "You few ants can die now." The Heavenly Bone King laughed sinisterly as he raised his claw. A gust of wind and clouds surged around him, and a chill attacked. Seeing that the Heavenly Bone King wanted to kill the four of them, Adept of Calamity hurriedly stopped him. "Lord Heavenly Bone King, I have a suggestion," said Adept of Calamity. "Okay." The Heavenly Bone King's claw floated in the air as he said in a deep voice. "Lord Heavenly Bone King has regained your freedom. The vast ancient sword continent will also be your territory. When the time comes, you can let them do some trivial things," said Adept of Calamity. When the Heavenly Bone King heard this, he instantly understood. Adept of Calamity's suggestion was to let the four of them be his servants. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten." As a quasi-king level expert, the Heavenly Bone King naturally could not do everything by himself. "Okay. You can live, but you will all be my servants," said the Heavenly Bone King. "Run!" Right at this moment, Hei Tai shouted in a low voice. He pushed his speed to the limit and escaped directly. "How dare you run away in front of me, the Heavenly Bone King!" When the Heavenly Bone King saw this, he stretched out his claw and immediately pierced through the void to grab Hei Tai. In the next moment, Hei Tai's body fell to the ground directly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "I'll give you all a chance. Submit to me," said the Heavenly Bone King. As soon as the Heavenly Bone King's voice fell, he did not give the four of them any chance at all. A strange aura emitted from his head, and then it split into four and drilled into the four's minds. Hiss! The four of them wanted to resist, but it was to no avail. When the four strange auras drilled into the four's minds, they instantly controlled their souls. In an instant, the four of them looked at the Heavenly Bone King with dull eyes. "Master!" The four of them cupped their hands and called out. When the Heavenly Bone King saw this, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Although the four of you are a little weak, you have contributed to me regaining my freedom. From now on, follow me, the Heavenly Bone King." When the four of them heard this, they nodded in a daze. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes flickered for a moment, and then he became dull again. Just now, when the strange aura drilled into Fang Chen's mind and tried to control his soul, the Heavenly Bone King's heart suddenly beat rapidly. Suddenly, the golden heart started beating rapidly. It sucked the strange aura into the golden heart. Fang Chen was not controlled at all. However, the Heavenly Bone King did not seem to notice. Fang Chen pretended to be controlled. Like the other three, his expression was dull, and he did not move at all. "Now, I'll send the four of you to the place where the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King is located. Whoever can receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King will be my #1 general." The Heavenly Bone King shook his wrist, and the four of them disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Sage Calamity asked, "Master Heavenly Bone King, why don't you let me go? You are not human. You can't receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King." The Heavenly Bone King said in a deep voice. When Fang Chen woke up, he realized that he had returned to the underground palace. In front of him, the statue stood quietly. However, the saber in the statue's hand had disappeared. Fang Chen looked around and realized that this place had been sealed. There was no way to get out. Beside him, Star and Moon and the other two stood there in a daze. At this moment, the hand of the statue emitted a gentle light. In the next moment, an ancient voice came out from the statue. When you hear this voice, it means that you are qualified to receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Bone King. My inheritance is in my palm. Everyone, put your palms against mine. Whether you can receive the inheritance or not depends on your luck. These were the last words of the Heavenly Bone King. As for his soul, it had already dissipated. It was impossible for him to be resurrected. The first to try was Heitai. He placed his palm on the palm of the statue. Suddenly, the dazzling light became even more intense. After a while, Heitai was stunned. He turned around and left. Not far away, he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend. Next was Lin Lu. After him, it was Star and Moon's turn. Just as Star and Moon was about to step forward, Fang Chen grabbed Star and Moon's small white hand. Star and Moon's eyes were expressionless. They looked at Fang Chen coldly. At this moment, Fang Chen was heartbroken. I will definitely save you. The reason why Fang Chen was not controlled by the Heavenly Bone King was because of the Golden Heart. Fang Chen wanted to save Star and Moon. Naturally, he would find a way to break through from the Golden Heart. Fang Chen held Star and Moon's hand and urged the Golden Heart. Suddenly, a clear stream flowed out of the Golden Heart. It passed through Fang Chen's palm and entered Star and Moon's body. Fang Chen found that after the clear stream circled Star and Moon's body for a while, it actually approached the mind. Can you get rid of the control? Fang Chen was very nervous. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The clear stream entered Star and Moon's soul and began to absorb the layer of energy covering Star and Moon's soul. As the layer of energy disappeared, Star and Moon's expression began to struggle. Seeing this, Fang Chen was very excited. It seemed that the Golden Heart could restrain that layer of energy. 3 minutes later, the layer of energy covering Star and Moon's soul completely disappeared. At this time, the clear stream spread to Star and Moon's limbs and bones. Star and Moon suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Fang Chen in surprise. Brother Chen. Star and Moon was very surprised. Her memory stopped at the moment when she was controlled by the Heavenly Bone King. Why did she appear here now? I helped you get rid of the control, Star and Moon said simply. However, she hid the most important part, the Golden Heart, and did not say anything. Brother Chen, won't the Heavenly Bone King know about this? Star and Moon asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said, No, he won't. Right now, the Heavenly Bone King is invincible in the Heavenly Void Secret Land. We have nowhere to run, Star and Moon said. Maybe the Heavenly Void King's inheritance is an opportunity for us, Fang Chen said. When the Heavenly Void King died back then, he should have known that the Heavenly Bone King would escape one day. He must have left a backup plan. However, Fang Chen did not know what the backup plan was. Maybe the breakthrough was in the Heavenly Void King's inheritance. Let's accept the Heavenly Void King's inheritance first, Fang Chen said. The palace was sealed. It must have been designed by the Heavenly Void King back then to protect the warriors who accepted the inheritance. They could accept the inheritance without worrying about the Heavenly Bone King coming in. Star and Moon turned to look at Heitai and Lin Lu and asked, After we accept the inheritance, I will remove the control for them, Fang Chen said. In the Heavenly Void Secret Land, the 4 of them were considered the strongest warriors. If they did not unite, they would definitely not be able to escape from the Heavenly Bone King. Star and Moon nodded. Then, she walked to the statue and pressed her small white hand on the statue's palm. Chapter 808. The moment the gentle light enveloped the entire palace, Star and Moon's aura changed greatly. Then, Star and Moon's white palm shook slightly. Then, Star and Moon opened her eyes and left the statue. She nodded at Fang Chen and sat down cross-legged to comprehend. In the end, only Fang Chen was left. I wonder if I can get the inheritance of King Tianqiu, Fang Chen thought to himself. His cultivation had reached the peak of LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm. He was only one step away from LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm. King Tianqiu's inheritance might allow him to enter the real martial arts realm. Fang Chen bowed 3 times to King Tianqiu's statue. Then, he walked forward and placed his palm on the statue's palm. Suddenly, a vicissitude aura was transmitted from the statue into Fang Chen's body. Even after spending my entire life's effort, I wasn't able to step into the profound king realm. I hope that after the successor inherits my legacy, he will be able to step into the profound king realm in his lifetime. The heavenly void king's voice faintly rang out. Then, Fang Chen's heart trembled. A huge amount of information entered his mind. Whether you can get the inheritance will depend on your luck. King Tianqiu's voice was filled with hope. Fang Chen's heart ached. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend the huge amount of information that King Tianqiu had transmitted into his mind. King Tianqiu Mystery Land was an independent small space. When King Tianqiu had died, the Tianqiu Mystery Land had collapsed. Of course, it was only the outer area of the Mystery Land that had collapsed. The inner area was much better. Moreover, the rules of the inner area of the Mystery Land were relatively more complete. At that moment, within the Heavenly Void's secret land, countless warriors were fleeing rapidly. Suddenly, countless martial artists appeared in the empty outer area of the Mystery Land. Among these martial artists, there were martial artists from Tianzhou, Demon State and 5 Element State. The martial artists from the 3 states had put aside their differences and fought side by side. This was because they had encountered the greatest danger in history. Calamity Knight received Sky Bone King's order and began to slaughter all the geniuses in the Tianzu secret realm. There were a total of 150 geniuses who had entered the Heavenly Void secret realm. In the entire ancient Sword continent, these 150 geniuses were the most likely to advance to the real martial realm. They were also the hope of the ancient Sword continent. When they had just entered the Heavenly Void secret realm, they had killed each other and some warriors had died. But those losses couldn't be compared to what they were experiencing now. Reverend Calamity was far too powerful. As long as they encountered him, the martial artists of the 3 great provinces had no chance of surviving. A large number of warriors had died at the hands of Adept Calamity. Of course, there were also a number of warriors who managed to escape. They desperately fled to the periphery of the Heavenly Void's secret realm, trying to leave from the periphery. At this time, on a wasteland in the periphery, with Zhang Jingtao at the lead, there were about 30 cultivators from the 3 prefectures following behind him. Their expressions were incomparably solemn. Song Xiong glanced behind him and said, "Senior Brother Zhang, the enemy is too strong. We can't stop them. Let's leave quickly." Zhang Jingtao nodded and led the group out of the wasteland quickly. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, the Heavenly Void's secret realm was filled with blood. In the huge Heavenly Void's secret realm, countless people had died. Reverend Calamity was still chasing after the geniuses from the 3 great provinces. In this half a month, countless geniuses had died at his hands. Now, only Zhang Jingtao and the 30 or so geniuses were left. After killing all of you, I can complete my mission. Reverend Calamity floated in the sky and said eerily. In the next moment, Reverend Calamity's body flashed and disappeared instantly. When Reverend Calamity appeared again, he had already chased after Zhang Jingtao and the others. "You can't escape," Reverend Calamity said eerily. A vast aura instantly spread out and enveloped the group. "Let's go." With no other choice, Zhang Jingtao and the others took out their life-saving treasures and threw them at Reverend Calamity. Although these life-saving treasures couldn't hurt Reverend Calamity, they still caused a certain amount of damage to Reverend Calamity. Around Reverend Calamity's body, crackling sounds could be heard. When Zhang Jingtao and the others saw this, they quickly ran away. Boom! A deafening sound could be heard. Reverend Calamity cleared the obstacles around him, and his face was extremely gloomy. Puny ants, how dare you try to escape from me? What a joke! Reverend Calamity wasn't going to play with these puny ants anymore. He wanted to kill all of them. However, just as Reverend Calamity's aura was getting closer, suddenly, in the sky above the heavenly void secret realm, a ray of light shot into the cloud. Then, the entire heavenly void secret realm started to tremble. What's going on? When Reverend Calamity saw this, he was confused. Zhang Jingtao and the others were running away. Suddenly, the ground shook and they were shocked. A spatial tunnel. At this moment, Blazing Heaven discovered that a spatial passageway had appeared and shouted loudly, "Run!" When the spatial tunnel appeared, the group didn't have time to think about what was going on. They only had one thought in their mind, and that was to run away. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When Reverend Calamity was confused, Zhang Jingtao and the others rushed into the spatial tunnel. Damn it! When Reverend Calamity saw this, he threw out a punch and fiercely hit the spatial tunnel. The spatial tunnel trembled and quickly closed. When Reverend Calamity arrived, the spatial tunnel had already disappeared. Damn it! Reverend Calamity stood there quietly. His face was gloomy as he cursed. 5 Elements State, Border City. Border City was the most desolate city in the entire 5 Elements State. As this city was in the middle of the 3 states, it was filled with all kinds of people. However, the strongest person was only at the Spirit Vortex realm. However, ever since the Heavenly Void secret realm swept through the entire ancient Sword continent, Border City welcomed many martial artists. There were even true martial realm martial artists. However, as time passed, the true martial realm martial artists in Border City had already left. In a wasteland not far from Border City, at the end of the wasteland was a chaotic space. This chaotic space was the entrance to the Heavenly Void secret realm. There was no one here. Suddenly, a group of people appeared in the chaotic space. Then, these people rushed into the wasteland and hurriedly left the wasteland. What is this place? Someone asked curiously. 5 Elements State. We have arrived at 5 Elements State. Seeing this, Blazing Heaven was overjoyed. Arriving at 5 Elements State meant that they would not be chased by Reverend Calamity. In order to prevent the enemy from chasing us, quickly inform the Dean. Zhang Jingtao said in a deep voice. As he informed the Dean, he rushed to Border City. With Zhang Jingtao, a true martial realm martial artist leading, more than 30 Spirit Vortex realm martial artists aggressively entered Border City. This immediately caused a commotion in Border City. The city lord personally came to welcome them. Under Zhang Jingtao's request, the city lord arranged a spacious courtyard for them to rest in. Senior Zhang, what did the Dean say? Blazing Heaven asked. The Dean is on his way. Zhang Jingtao said. The people from Tianzhou and Demon State felt as if they had survived a disaster. They quickly contacted the higher-ups of the 2 states. 5 Elements Academy, 5 Elements Peak Main Peak. The Dean was playing chess with Elder Han in the garden. The Dean was holding Shirako while Elder Han was holding Black. Dean, it has been more than half a year since the Heavenly Void secret realm opened. I wonder how they are doing inside. Elder Han said with a smile. They should be out soon. The Dean said. A while ago, the true martial realm lightning tribulation shocked the entire ancient Sword continent. It caused all the martial artists on the road to look at the Heavenly Void secret realm. I wonder how many martial artists in our 5 Elements State can step into the true martial realm. Elder Han said. The Heavenly Void secret realm was a fortuitous encounter. Perhaps some martial artists would obtain a great fortuitous encounter and step into the true martial realm. Let's not talk about it. Let's play chess. The Dean shook his head slightly and changed the topic with a smile. Okay, let's play chess. Elder Han picked up a chess piece and thought for a moment before placing it on the chessboard. He looked at the dean and waited for him to play chess. Just as the dean was about to play chess, his expression suddenly changed. "Dean, what happened?" Elder Han asked. "Voila." The dean threw down the flag in his hand and directly floated in the air. He shouted loudly, "All true martial realm martial artists have always come to the main peak." The dean's voice contained a vast amount of spiritual qi. It spread through the entire Five Elements Academy. Saint Master Xianlong and the others immediately rushed over. "What's going on? What happened? Dean, why did you call us over?" In the blink of an eye, the Bloody Spear Man and the other true martial realm martial artists all arrived. They were very confused. The dean had never called them over like this. There must be something important this time. "Dean, could it be that you found the nest of the Yellow Spring Sex remnants?" Saint Master Danqing asked. "Really? Then let's directly charge over and destroy the Yellow Spring Sex remnants," said the Bone Weapon Saint Master. "Dean, what happened?" asked the Bloody Spear Man at this moment. The true martial realm martial artists all gathered. The dean landed in the garden with an extremely gloomy expression. "Follow me to the border city." After saying that, the dean's figure flashed and he went to the teleportation formation. The Venerable of the Yellow Spring Sect revived in the Heavenly Void secret realm and slaughtered the geniuses of the three states. Zhang Jingtao risked his life and took it back through the spatial passage, said the dean as he flew rapidly. "What Venerable of the Yellow Spring Sect?" Immediately, everyone realized the seriousness of the matter, and they all stepped onto the teleportation formation. In a short while, 7 true martial realm martial artists appeared in the border city at the same time, causing a commotion. What a terrifying aura! Are the 7 of them all at the peak of the spirit vortex realm? Are you stupid? Even true martial realm martial artists can't tell. What 7 true martial realm martial artists? They came together? Is something big going to happen in our border city? Heavens, 7 true martial realm martial artists appeared at once. Including the one from before, 8 true martial realm martial artists have gathered. What's going on? The border city instantly became lively. Countless martial artists were shocked. Chapter 809. Zhang Jingtao already knew when the 7 real martial realm cultivators came to the border city. Zhang Jingtao sent a message to the dean. The dean and the others instantly came to the courtyard where Zhang Jingtao was resting. When they saw more than 30 miserable martial artists, their faces were gloomy. "Zhang Jingtao, what happened?" the dean asked as soon as he came in. These 7 people represented the top combat power of the 5 elements state. "Dean, holy masters," Zhang Jingtao cupped his hands and greeted them. The 7 of them realized that Zhang Jingtao had advanced to the real martial realm, but they were not in the mood to ask. "We were looking for opportunities in the Sky Void secret realm, but a Venerable from the Yellow Spring Sect suddenly appeared and slaughtered us." Zhang Jingtao explained the situation in detail to the 7 real martial realm cultivators. After the 7 of them heard this, they fell into silence. After a long while, the dean said, "The Venerable from the Yellow Spring Sect is extremely powerful. You were lucky to be able to escape." "What about the others?" the Bloody Spear Man asked. The other real martial realm cultivators also looked at Zhang Jingtao in confusion. Zhang Jingtao's expression changed slightly. He said in a low voice, "The Venerable from the Yellow Spring Sect kept slaughtering the martial artists from the 3 states. The others are all dead." "What about Fang Qin and Star and Moon?" Elder Han asked hurriedly. "Fang Qin and Star and Moon are nowhere to be found. We don't know if they are alive or dead," Zhang Jingtao said. After hearing Zhang Jingtao's words, the 7 of them looked at each other. "We can't enter the Sky Void secret realm, and the Venerable from the Yellow Spring Sect has been in there. We can't do anything to him," the Bloody Spear Man said. Just as the dean was about to speak, a vast aura suddenly came. "Our distinguished guests are here," the dean said as he looked up. Wu Yun, what happened? Suddenly, a voice spread throughout the border city. In an instant, 9 real martial realm cultivators appeared in the courtyard. They came from Tianzhou and were the top combat power of Tianzhou. The leader was the strongest cultivator in Tianzhou. His status in Tianzhou was equal to the Dean of the Five Elements Academy. Old Mo, you came quickly, Dean Wuyun said with a smile. Old Ghost Mo had also received the news and hurried over. She, what happened? Old Mo asked in a deep voice. She was a genius martial artist from Tianzhou. She was the strongest among the Tianzhou martial artists present. Lord, we are in the Sky Void's secret realm. After she explained what had happened, the 9 real martial realm cultivators, including Old Mo and Old Mo, were all furious. How dare they killed the Venerable from Tianzhou? How dare they dare to the realm's realm? Heavenses! The Venerables from Tianzhou realm were the Venerables, Elders Kudens, said Elders realm, was the realm was realm. Only was left. The losses this time were too heavy. The Lord Mo, I don't think the Venerate of the Yellow Spring sect will be in the Heavenly Void secret dimension forever. We need to discuss a countermeasure, said a person behind Old Ghost Mo. Old Mo nodded and looked at the Dean. The remaining martial artists from the 3 realms all fled to the border city of the 5 Elements state. 150 geniuses from the 3 realms entered the secret realm, and only 30 of them escaped. The loss made the 3 realms furious. Not long after the true martial realm cultivators from Tianzhou arrived, the true martial realm cultivators from Demon State also arrived. This time, only one person from Demon State came. It was Ancestor Mo from Demon State. His aura was very strong. None of the true martial realm cultivators present could defeat him. When Ancestor Mo heard the news, he was furious. However, there was nothing they could do about what happened in the Sky Void secret realm. In the end, the true martial realm cultivators from the 3 realms held an emergency meeting. This time, the 3 realms suffered heavy losses. Moreover, the revival of the Venerables from Tianzhou realm was a big deal. If the Venerables from Tianzhou realm escaped, they would definitely awaken the sect leader and the other Venerables. The consequences would be unimaginable. In the outside world, the leaders of the 3 realms gathered together to discuss countermeasures. In the Sky Void secret realm, on a mountain peak, Tiangu King was quietly fighting with his battle saber in his hand. Although there were cracks on the battle saber, his big claws caressed the battle saber intimately as if he was caressing his own child. Tiangu King, since I, Tiangu King, have regained my freedom, I will make the ancient sword continent that you painstakingly protected in the past my territory. All the martial artists on the ancient sword continent will be my slaves, Tiangu King said angrily. Buzz. The battle saber in Tiangu King's hand seemed to be responding to his master's words. It let out a buzzing sound. Don't worry. I will let your name shock the ancient sword continent again. Tiangu King caressed the battle saber and said to himself. Then, Tiangu King held the battle saber in his claws and looked at the vast void. It has been so many years. I am afraid that no one on the ancient sword continent knows about me, Tiangu King said to himself. It had been so long that Heaven Bone King had even forgotten his original name. Tianmu. My name is Tianmu. I will let my name shock the ancient sword continent, Tiangu King said with a hoarse voice. At this moment, a black figure shot over. Lord Tiangu King, I have completed the task you gave me, Adversity Knight said with his hands cupped together. Very good. We just need to wait, Tiangu King said. Lord Tiangu King, why don't you leave the Sky Void secret realm directly? Adversity Knight was a little confused and asked. When Tiangu King fell, his body scattered in the Sky Void secret realm and filled the entire space. If I am unable to accept his inheritance, I will not be able to leave here, Tiangu King said in a deep voice. Adversity Knight nodded and did not say anything else. At this moment, in the palace, after half a month of comprehension, Hei Tai was the first to wake up. The aura around him was strong and his cultivation had reached the peak of LV1 true martial realm. Obviously, he had gained a lot from comprehending the inheritance this time. Hei Tai's eyes were dull as he stood quietly. Beside him, Lin Lu was also waiting quietly. The two of them were still under Tian Gu King's control. The third to wake up was Star and Moon. Her body was surrounded by the black true intent and her aura was getting stronger. Star and Moon opened her eyes. She was a little disappointed that she did not receive Tian Gu King's inheritance. However, her cultivation had increased a lot and she had reached the middle stage of LV2 true martial realm. The black true intent and black evil body are becoming more compatible, Star and Moon muttered to herself. She stood up and looked at the two dull people. Then, she turned to look at Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen was surrounded by a dense aura. In his mind, countless pieces of information filled the air. At this moment, Fang Chen felt that he had entered a dream. In the dream, he saw an old man standing quietly in front of him. "You are here." The old man smiled at him. Then, his body flashed and he disappeared into the void. Fang Chen tried to sense the old man carefully but could not find him. With a swoosh, the old man appeared in front of Fang Chen without any warning. This, Fang Chen was shocked. He was comprehending Tian Gu King's inheritance. When he saw the old man's action, his mind shook and he instantly understood. The true intent of the void. Was this the true intent of the void? Fang Chen muttered to himself. His face was full of excitement. The most important inheritance of Tian Gu King was the true intent of the void. The true intent of the void was definitely a superior true intent among the many true intents. After comprehending for half a month, Fang Chen still had no clue about the true intent of the void. However, after seeing the old man display the true intent of the void, Fang Chen fell into an epiphany. In an instant, Fang Chen exited the dream. The void around him flickered. His real body gradually disappeared in the eyes of Star and Moon. "Brother Chen." Seeing Fang Chen disappear, Star and Moon called out worriedly. She released the aura of the true martial realm to sense Fang Chen. However, she did not find anything. She was very surprised. The void was in chaos. Fang Chen's body gradually revealed itself. Just like that, it went back and forth countless times. Finally, after revealing his real body, the void around Fang Chen completely stabilized. Crash! In an instant, Fang Chen opened his eyes. At the same time, the statue in the palace shattered and turned into rays of flickering void light that drilled into Fang Chen's body. True intent of the void. Fang Chen could not believe that he had actually comprehended the true intent of the void. With a thought, Fang Chen's body instantly entered the void. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared again. Can you find me?" Fang Chen asked. "Brother Chen, did you break through? Why couldn't I sense you at all when you were hiding?" Star and Moon asked curiously. Fang Chen was very excited when he heard this. He was very sure that he had indeed comprehended the true intent of the void. Of course, this also meant that he had completely accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. The inheritance of the Heavenly Void King is really domineering. Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. After receiving the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King, Fang Chen's strength had increased a lot. His current combat strength was probably comparable to Lin Lu's. However, his cultivation was still stuck at the peak of the 8th level of the Spirit Vortex realm. He had not broken through. "You received the inheritance?" Star and Moon asked in surprise. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I was lucky to receive the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King." "That's great. Brother Chen, did the Heavenly Void King leave any tricks behind?" Star and Moon asked hurriedly. They were facing a great enemy. If they did not have a good plan, they might die here. Fang Chen nodded and then walked in front of He Tai and Lin Lu. He said, "Save them first." After that, Fang Chen used the golden heart to remove the soul control. After He Tai and Lin Lu regained consciousness, their faces were full of excited smiles. "Thank you." Although they were very reluctant, they had to admit that without Fang Chen's help, they would have continued to be the slaves of the Heavenly Bone King. The Heavenly Bone King is waiting for us outside. I suspect that the Heavenly Bone King wants to use the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to leave this place. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then what should we do? He Tai asked. I can use the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to open the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. But in that case, the Heavenly Bone King will definitely leave this place, Fang Chen said. Chapter 8:10. Fang Chen's meaning was obvious. He was worried that Tiangu King would slaughter the martial artists on the ancient sword continent. Fang Chen, I know what you're worried about. We have no other choice, He Tai said. Yes, and it's impossible for Tiangu King to do whatever he wants in the ancient sword continent, Lin Lu said. He Tai nodded in agreement. I heard that there's a supreme elder in the demon state who seems to have reached the quasi-king realm. He has been in seclusion for hundreds of years and no one knows if he's dead or alive. If the ancient sword continent is in danger, he won't just stand by and watch, He Tai said. There's also a quasi-king realm cultivator in the Tianzhou, Lin Lu said. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then, he shook his head slightly. It seemed that his understanding of the ancient sword continent was still limited to the 5 Elements Academy. Yes, the 3 states had existed in the ancient sword continent for so long. How could they not have any foundation? There might not be a mystic king realm cultivator, but there were still quasi-king realm cultivators. However, when Fang Chen was in the 5 Elements state, he had been in the 5 Elements Academy. He did not know anything about the ancient sword continent, so he did not know. After hearing He Tai and Lin Lu's words, Fang Chen made a decision to leave the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. If that's the case, I'll open the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. Be careful, Fang Chen said. Brother Chen, be careful. Fang Chen nodded and walked to the center of the palace. Then, he used the Heavenly Void King's inheritance to open the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. At this moment, on a mountain peak in the Heavenly Void Secret Realm, Tiangu King was holding a saber and discussing something with Adept Disaster. Suddenly, the Heavenly Void Secret Realm shook. What's going on? Adept Disaster asked in surprise. Among the 4 of them, one of them obtained the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, Tiangu King said. Just as Tiangu King was speaking, a beam of light shot through the sky. At this moment, Tiangu King's expression changed slightly. He said angrily, "Damn it, they tried to escape." After saying that, Tiangu King reached out his claw and grabbed the beam of light. Whoosh 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 3 black shadows left the Heavenly Void Secret Realm through the beam of light. Just as Fang Chen entered the light beam, it suddenly trembled. The next moment, Sky Bone King's huge claw crushed the light beam. Courting death. Sky Bone King roared. Puchi Fang Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure instantly disappeared. When the light beam shattered, a gap appeared in the sky. Sky Bone King grabbed Calamity Knight's body and entered the gap. In the outside world, 5 Elements Province, on the wasteland outside the border city. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. The true martial realm cultivators in the border city all looked into the distance. The Heavenly Void Mystery Land has opened. Could it be that the Venerables of the Netherworld sect have come out? The Dean asked in a deep voice. Let's go. Many true martial realm cultivators quickly flew away. Bunga Gap appeared in the sky above the Heavenly Void Secret Realm. Immediately, 3 figures flew out and landed on the desolate plain. They were in a sorry state. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, a real martial realm giant appeared. Yes, Lin Lu. He's not dead. Old Man Mo was ecstatic when he saw Lin Lu. Old ancestor Heimo was also very excited when he saw Hei Tai. Star and Moon is still alive. Dean Wuyan shouted. Many true martial realm giants landed on the plain. Seeing this, the three of them were overjoyed. True martial realm. Everyone instantly realized that the three of them had stepped into the true martial realm. Hei Tai, are you okay? Old ancestor Heimo called Hei Tai to his side and asked. Hei Tai shook his head and said, Old ancestor, there was a quasi-king realm cultivator in the heavenly void secret realm who controlled our souls. Fortunately, Fang Chen saved us. That's right. If it wasn't for Fang Chen, we wouldn't have been able to leave the heavenly void secret realm safely. Lin Lu nodded. Old Man Mo and old ancestor Hei Mo didn't know who Fang Chen was, but the dean knew. Where is Fang Chen? Dean Wuyun asked hurriedly. When Brother Chen sent us out, he was attacked by that quasi-king realm cultivator. We don't know if he's still alive. Star and Moon said with a depressed expression. Quasi-king realm cultivator. Could it be the enemy of the heavenly void king? Rumble, just as everyone was talking, the wind and clouds in the sky changed color. Fang Chen's body flew out. He spat out blood and fell unconscious. Fang Chen. Seeing this, the true martial realm cultivators of the five elements state came to Fang Chen's side to check on Fang Chen's condition. Crack. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as a vast aura instantly filled the place. Then, a tiger-type demonic beast that was dozens of feet tall stepped out. Its big claws held a battle sword and its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty aura. Ancient Sword Continent, I'm here. Tiangu King stood on the wasteland and laughed. Quasi-King Realm Cultivator. Many true martial realm cultivators were shocked when they sensed Tiangu King's aura. Including Zhang Jingtao and Star and Moon, the five elements state had 9 true martial realm cultivators. The Tianzhou state and Lin Lu had 10 true martial realm cultivators. As for the demon state, only old ancestor Hei Mo and Hei Tai had come. As for the other true martial realm cultivators, they did not come. Altogether, 21 true martial realm cultivators were already considered 70% of the high-end combat power of the ancient sword continent. Facing the quasi-king Tiangu King, their hearts trembled. You ants, submit to me. Tiangu King laughed sinisterly. Attack together. Old ancestor Hei Mo roared. At this critical moment of life and death, no one held back. The 21 true martial realm cultivators launched a tyrannical attack to besiege Tiangu King. Tiangu King's claws held the battle sword and swept it across. Suddenly, a vast aura spread out. Bang! Bang! The true martial realm cultivators who were hit by Tiangu King's battle instantly flew out. Too strong. Dean Wuyun's face was gloomy. Boom! Tiangu King's battle sword finally bombarded the ground. Suddenly, the wasteland was directly cut open. A mountain peak in the distance instantly turned into powder. This was the combat power of a quasi-king expert. It was too strong. Old ancestor Hei Mo and the others were no match for it. Ants, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me or die. Tiangu King's eyes flashed fiercely as he said coldly. Old Devil Mo, old ancestor Hei Mo and Dean Wuyun looked at each other and then shook their heads. They would rather die than submit. In that case, all of you can die. Tiangu King said. Boom! Tiangu King's battle sword slashed down fiercely. The void was cut open. The power of heaven and earth instantly dissipated. The martial artists in the border city could feel their hearts palpitating. The combat power of a quasi-king expert was too terrifying. He could destroy a city with a wave of his hand. More than 20 true martial realm cultivators present were no match for Tiangu King. Not good. Seeing this, many true martial realm cultivators retreated and shouted, Not good. Tiangu King's battle sword slashed down and appeared above Fang Chen. Brother Chen. Star and Moon discovered Fang Chen, who was unconscious, and shouted. He stepped forward bravely, ready to save Fang Chen. Fang Chen. The true martial realm cultivators of the five elements state had retreated far away. However, at this moment they all moved out to protect Fangchen. They, Old Ancestor Heimo and Old Devil Mo, were also a little surprised. What ability did Fangchen have to make Wuyan so crazy? All of you can die. Tiangu King's battlesword slashed down. The majestic aura evaporated the surrounding air. Everyone was about to be slashed by the battlesword. Tiangu King's eyes were filled with arrogance. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light came from an extremely distant place. This stream of light tore through the void and appeared above the wilderness. A faint smile appeared on Patriarch Black Demon's face when he saw the streak of light appear. The Supreme Elder of the Demon State had finally arrived. The means of a quasi-king expert were unimaginable. He came from the Demon State and blocked Tiangu King's battlesword with just a stream of light. Tianmu, long time no see. You have turned into a demonic beast. The stream of light blocked Tiangu King's battlesword and then dissipated. A huge head appeared in the void. Old man, you are really lucky, Tiangu King said coldly when he saw the head in the void. What? He is Tianmu? When they heard the name Tianmu, many true martial realm experts turned pale with fright. Star and Moon and the others were puzzled. Who was Tianmu? Why did so many true martial realm cultivators turn pale? Tianmu, you betrayed the human race in a fit of anger. I did not expect you to turn into a demonic beast now. The head in the void continued. Humph, the human race betrayed me first. I, Tianmu, swore that from then on, I would not be part of the human race. Tiangu King said in a deep voice. He would rather be a beast than a human. Chapter 8:11. It was better to be a beast than a human. Back then, Tianmu's name had shaken the ancient sword continent. Now, she had become the executioner of the ancient sword continent. You want to stop me? Sky Bone King stared at the head in the sky and said coldly. The head's eyes flickered and said, although my true body is not here and I can't stop you, it's impossible for you to kill the humans in front of me. The head was a quasi-king level expert from the demon continent. He had been in seclusion for hundreds of years. For the sake of the ancient sword continent's safety, he had come out of seclusion. The means of a quasi-king level expert were unimaginable. It was not something that ordinary people could compare to. For example, it was impossible for ordinary true martial realm experts to project across the continent. Even the top true martial realm experts in the 3 continents might not be able to do it. A quasi-king level expert could easily do it. Sky Bone King looked around and his eyes flickered. At this moment, Calamity Lord, who was behind him, said in a low voice, Lord Sky Bone King, the quasi-king level expert of the ancient sword continent has his eyes on you. It will be difficult for you to make a move. Why don't we leave first? Okay. Sky Bone King glanced at Calamity Lord and said, the humans have a strong foundation. Once the war starts, those old farts of the human race will definitely come out. At that time, I'm afraid even you will not be able to fight against the humans. The only thing we can do now is to leave first. When I find the sect master and he revives, he will join forces with Lord Sky Bone King to destroy the entire ancient sword continent. Calamity Lord said in a low voice. Sky Bone King's eyes flickered. After thinking for a moment, he finally made a decision. However, after making the decision, Sky Bone King looked at Fangchen, who was lying on the ground. This boy had obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. He did not want to see a second Heavenly Void King rise. Therefore, this boy had to die. Boom. Suddenly, Sky Bone King's battle saber slashed at Fangchen. Seeing this, the true martial realm experts of the 5 elements state all made their move. Xiantian formation. Grandmaster Danqing roared and set up a powerful Dao formation. It instantly enveloped Fangchen. At the same time, the bone weapon Saint Master took out his battle companion. It was also a Dao-grade weapon. Light flowed around the weapon, and its aura was terrifying. As for Saint Sovereign Xianlong, he took out a Tao-level talisman and waited. Save Fang Qin at all costs. Elder Han roared. The bloody spearman held a blood spear in his hand and took the lead to charge straight at the Heavenly Bone King's saber. A vast aura surged out from Dean Wuyun's palm. This aura contained an extremely boundless and formless aura. Stop him. The true martial realm experts of the 5 elements state all made their move. Crack the bloody spearman's long spear was the first to come into contact with Sky Bone King's battle saber. With a cracking sound, the bloody spearman's long spear instantly broke apart, and the latter was also sent flying by the battle saber. At the same time, the bone weapon Saint Master's Tao-level weapon also instantly rushed over. It was to no avail. There was simply no way to resist. In the end, the saber was invincible and bombarded the Xiantian formation. Dong! The entire ground trembled. The Xiantian formation was unable to resist the attack of the battle saber and was on the verge of shattering. Tianmu, stop it! In the sky, the void head let out a low roar. A ray of light shot out and instantly destroyed Sky Bone King's battle saber. Then, a terrifying aura instantly spread out. Tianmu, how dare you betray the human race? You shall be killed. At this moment, a furious roar came from the direction of the Tianzhou state. Then, a projection from across the state appeared instantly. A quasi-king realm expert appeared. The 2 void heads in the sky stared at Sky Bone King. 2 old farts, one day, the ancient sword land will become my territory. After saying that, Sky Bone King's body flashed and disappeared from the wasteland with the woeful sage. The 2 quasi-king realm experts did not chase after Sky Bone King because their true bodies had not arrived. It was impossible for them to catch up with Sky Bone King. Many of the true martial realm experts below were also shocked. They did not expect such an incident to happen in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land. Even 2 quasi-king realm experts, who had not appeared for a long time, had appeared. The ancient sword land will face its greatest crisis. All martial artists from the various states, quickly go back and prepare for a battle. Just as everyone was shocked, the void head spoke. Hearing that, old ancestor Heimo led Heitai to bid farewell to the crowd and returned to the demon state. Old man Mo from the Tianzhou state also led a few true martial realm experts and left. In the end, only the true martial realm experts from the Tianzhou state were left in the wasteland. Dean, how is Fang Chen's injury? Elder Han asked hurriedly. The Dean checked Fang Chen's body and felt that his life was not in danger. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "His life is not in danger. Let's go back to the 5 Elements Academy first." Then, the group left the border city and returned to the 5 Elements Academy. This incident engulfed the entire ancient sword land. The true martial realm experts from the 3 states were all deployed to prevent the counterattack of the Tan Stock Network. After returning to the 5 Elements Academy, Fang Chen was arranged to stay at the Moon Peak and was looked after by Star and Moon. The other true martial realm experts went to the main peak of the 5 Elements Peak to discuss how to deal with the Sky Bone King. A few days later, Fang Chen woke up leisurely. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, he saw Star and Moon's beautiful face. Fang Chen wanted to reach out and touch Star and Moon's face, but he realized that his arm was in pain and his body was weak. He could not raise his hand at all. "Brother Chen, you are seriously injured. Don't move." Star and Moon was very emotional when she saw Fang Chen wake up. Fang Chen nodded and then asked, "Where is this?" "This is the 5 Elements Academy. That day, you used the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King to send the 3 of us out. However, you were attacked by the Sky Bone King and almost died." Star and Moon said. "Then how did I come back?" Fang Chen asked doubtfully. Then, Star and Moon told Fang Chen everything about the Sky Bone King killing his way out of the Heavenly Void secret realm, the true martial realm experts from the 3 states gathering in the wilderness outside the border city, and the 2 quasi-king experts' projections crossing the state and scaring away the Sky Bone King. After Fang Chen heard it, he was shocked. He did not expect that there were quasi-king experts hidden in the ancient sword land, and there were 2 of them. I wonder if there are any quasi-king experts in the ancient sword land, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Star and Moon shook her head and said, I heard from the dean that in the ancient sword land there were many schools of thought contending. At that time there were several quasi-king experts. However, as time passed, the overall strength of the ancient sword land has been declining. Moreover, due to the incomplete laws of heaven and earth, it is very difficult for a quasi-king expert to be born. Over time, quasi-king experts are considered the peak combat strength in the ancient sword land now. There were very few quasi-king experts, let alone quasi-king experts. If the Sky Bone King did not appear, perhaps no one would know that quasi-king experts still existed in the ancient sword land. Fortunately, 2 quasi-king experts appeared and scared the Sky Bone King away. For the time being, the Sky Bone King should not appear again. Did any quasi-king experts appear in the 5 elements state? Fang Chen asked. Star and Moon shook her head. That day, only the quasi-king experts from the Sky State and the Demon State had sent their projections over. As for the 5 elements state, there was no movement. It seems that there are no quasi-king experts in the 5 elements state, Fang Chen thought to himself. In the following conversation, Fang Chen learned that the Sky Bone King was originally a human. However, many years ago, he betrayed the human race and would rather stay in his beast form than to be a human. Tian Mu. Fang Chen was puzzled. He was familiar with the history of the ancient sword land, but he did not know the name Tian Mu. I don't know the details, but the 2 quasi-king experts seem to know Tian Mu, Star and Moon said. Fang Chen nodded. He would ask the dean about this matter after he recovered from his injuries. Speaking of which, it was strange. Ever since he received the inheritance of the heavenly oasis king and comprehended the true meaning of the void, Fang Chen felt that the golden heart was different from before. It seemed to have undergone a transformation. Fang Chen could clearly feel that the golden heart had given him a lot of power. For example, his self-healing ability. Although he was seriously injured, Fang Chen's injuries were almost healed not long after he woke up. After another 3 days, Fang Chen finally recovered completely. On this day, all the true martial realm experts of the 5 Elements Academy gathered on the Moon Peak. Fang Chen, are you alright? Grandmaster Danqing asked worriedly when he saw Fang Chen. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands. You brat, you almost died at the hands of the Sky Bone King, the Bone Weapon Grandmaster said with a dark face. It was not easy to find such an outstanding blacksmith disciple. His talent in blacksmithing was much stronger than that of his eldest disciple, Song Xiong. The Bone Weapon Grandmaster did not want to see anything happen to Fang Chen. Fang Chen, it's good that you're fine, the dean said as he looked at Fang Chen. They easily discovered that Fang Chen's cultivation was still at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He had not stepped into the true martial realm. However, it was not strange. Fang Chen's potential was strong, but he started later than Zhang Jingtao and the others. It was normal that he had not stepped into the true martial realm. Fang Chen was very important in the eyes of many true martial realm experts of the 5 Elements Academy, especially the Dean and Elder Han. They regarded Fang Chen as the most outstanding disciple of the 5 Elements Academy in the past 100 years. He was even a martial artist who could enter that place. After chatting for a while, Fang Chen suddenly asked, Dean, what's going on with the Sky Bone King? Is he a human? Hearing this, several true martial realm experts looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with helplessness. Finally, they all looked at the dean. That's right. Tian Mu was once a human, the dean said. What's the secret? Fang Chen asked. This matter was very important. Tianmu had transformed into the Sky Bone King and returned to the ancient Sword Continent. He had set off a storm of blood. They could not ignore it. Tianmu was once a genius of the human clan. However, he thought that the human clan had betrayed him. In a fit of anger, he betrayed the human clan and swore to never be a human again, the dean said slowly. Chapter 8:12. In the ancient era, in a glorious era, there were many mystic kings on the ancient Sword Continent. At that time, the ancient Sword Continent was prosperous to the extreme. It was also at that time that two human elites appeared on the continent. These two people were called the two sovereigns of the human race. To be able to obtain this honor, it was enough to see the potential and talent of these two people. The two of them were best friends and had always worked hard to cultivate together. Finally, after experiencing the baptism of time, they both reached the quasi-king realm. At that time, on the ancient Sword Continent, tens of thousands of people respected them. One was respectfully called the Heavenly Void King, while the other was slightly more low-key and was respectfully called Fast Blade Tianmu. At that time, on the ancient Sword Continent, there was a saying that under the Mystic King realm, no one could see the trajectory of Tianmu's blade technique. Even the Heavenly Void King, who was at the peak of his power, could not. However, Tianmu and the Heavenly Void King's strength were on par, and neither could do anything to the other. Originally, the two of them were the most promising elites of the human race to step into the Mystic King realm. However, because of a certain operation, the two of them completely turned against each other, and even directly caused Tianmu to betray the human race and form a deep hatred with the human race. During this operation, Tianmu and the Heavenly Void King met a woman. Tianmu and this woman fell in love at first sight. However, at the final juncture of the mission, this woman's identity was exposed. She was from an enemy faction. At that time, the Heavenly Void King forcefully suppressed this woman and directly crippled her cultivation, wanting to kill her. However, he was stopped by Tianmu. Tianmu fell in love with this woman and wanted his best friend to let this woman go. Her cultivation had already been crippled, and she could not do anything. The Heavenly Void King agreed verbally, but when Tianmu turned around to clean up the battle, the Heavenly Void King killed this woman with a punch. At that time, Tianmu was furious and fought with the Heavenly Void King. In the end, this battle attracted the attention of the Mystic King realm experts. After the Mystic King realm experts appeared and understood the situation, they wanted the two of them to stop. Not only did this not calm Tianmu down, but it also made Tianmu even more crazy. In the end, the Mystic King realm experts had no choice but to act and suppress Tianmu. However, Tianmu found an opportunity to escape. At that time, Tianmu said that he would never be a human race. Later, Tianmu disappeared without a trace and never appeared again. Who would have known that the Fast Blade Tianmu was the mastermind behind the death of the Heavenly Void King? And now, Tianmu had completely fallen into madness. He wanted to take over the entire ancient Sword Continent as a sacrifice for his beloved woman. After listening to Tianmu's story, Fang Chun could not help but shake his head. Who would have thought that there were so many things that no one knew about? No wonder everyone looked so helpless when they mentioned Tianmu. Now that Tianmu has disappeared, he must be hiding and looking for an opportunity to start a war, Fang Chun said. With the threat of a quasi-king, Tianmu won't appear anytime soon, the dean said. My only worry is that he's in cahoots with the Netherworld sect, the Bloody Spearman said. That's right. Once they awaken Yellow Spring Sect's sect master, the ancient Sword Continent will be in danger, Elder Han said. I've decided to dispatch disciples to surround and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect in the Five Elements province, said the dean. The Heavenly Void's secret land lasted for more than half a year. It ended in such a way, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Tianmu, the genius of the human clan, had become an executioner, constantly slaughtering the human clan's geniuses. The upper echelons of the true martial realm in the three provinces made corresponding arrangements to surround and annihilate the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect. They also sent 2 quasi-king experts to search for Tiangu King's hiding place. Once they found him, they would definitely launch a thunderous attack. The ancient sword continent was once prosperous, but after experiencing the Great Calamity, it became riddled with holes. After such a long period of time, the ancient sword continent slowly began to recover. It could not withstand the torment, so no matter what, they could not allow Tiangu King to find the Yellow Springs sect's sect master and awaken him. The atmosphere in the ancient sword continent was solemn. All the true martial realm experts were monitoring the land of the various provinces. In the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chun had been back for half a month. During this period, Fang Chun had been comprehending. Back then, time was short. He had only accepted the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King and had not completely used it for his own use. In this half a month, Fang Chun had completely mastered the true meaning of the void. Using the true meaning of the void and the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King, he had finally mastered the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. The Heavenly Void King was indeed a quasi-king expert. His inheritance had benefited Fang Chun greatly. Although Fang Chun's cultivation was at the peak of LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm. However, his combat power could no longer be measured by cultivation. In the words of the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chun was the demon of this era. They had never heard of a LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm martial artist who could fight against a LV1 true martial realm martial artist. He was even more demon than the Heavenly Void King. Although Zhang Jingtao and Star and Moon had entered the true martial realm. However, the higher-ups of the Five Elements Academy still thought highly of Fang Chun. Not only had he comprehended the true meaning of sword, but he had also comprehended the second true meaning of the void. With 2 true meanings, there was no barrier to entering the true martial realm. The only thing he lacked was time. In the future, Fang Chun might even surpass the Heavenly Void King and enter the legendary Arcane King realm. Currently, there were no Arcane King realm experts on the ancient sword continent. The 3 provinces had their own masters. They urgently needed a Arcane King realm expert to unify the situation. Of course, Fang Chun had not entered the true martial realm yet. He was still very far from the Arcane King realm. However, the Five Elements Academy had decided to give Fang Chun the best resources and the best sparring partner. After the unanimous decision of the 7 true martial realm experts, Zhang Jingtao, who was at LV1 true martial realm, would be Fang Chun's sparring partner. Although the 3 provinces entered a state of emergency, Fang Chun and the others had nothing to do. The only time they had was to cultivate. One day, Fang Chun and Zhang Jingtao were fighting on the martial arts stage. This is the 3rd time senior brother Fang and senior brother Zhang have fought. Yes, senior brother Fang is really monstrous. He can fight senior brother Zhang with only the spiritual vortex realm cultivation. In the previous 2 battles, senior brother Fang would always amaze people. I wonder how he will do this time. Below the martial arts stage, many martial artists were talking to themselves. Star and Moon, who were dressed in green, stood on the ground like stars surrounding the moon. Beside them was Lin Yenner, who was dressed in a fiery red dress. The 2 women laughed as they watched the battle on the martial arts stage. On the martial arts stage, Fang Chun looked at Zhang Jingtao and said, "Senior brother Zhang, I have comprehended something. I hope senior brother Zhang can teach me." "I dare not teach you," Zhang Jingtao said with a smile. Crash. Entering battle mode, Zhang Jingtao immediately used the true meaning of shadow and disappeared into the void. Seeing this, Fang Chun grinned and used the true meaning of the void. The 2 of them have disappeared. Many martial artists were shocked. At this moment, Fang Chun and Zhang Jingtao were fighting in the void. Void destruction / Fang Chun bellowed as he used a move from the Heavenly Void King's inheritance, the void destruction slash. Suddenly, the hidden star sword slashed down and a vast sword light slashed towards Zhang Jingtao. Bang! Zhang Jingtao raised his fist to block. The sword light dissipated, but his body appeared from the void and landed on the martial arts stage. Then, Fang Chen's body appeared. What's going on? Seeing Fang Chen and Zhang Jingtao standing still, the crowd was puzzled. Only Star and Moon knew that the two of them had already fought in the void. The true meaning of shadow had some similarities with the true meaning of the void. It could allow martial artists to hide in the void. However, if the true meaning of the void was the sky, then the true meaning of shadow was the earth. The difference between the two was huge. The true meaning of void was one of the top true meanings among the many true meanings. The difference between the true meaning of shadow and the true meaning of void was too big. Junior brother Fang, your true meaning of void is very powerful. Even Zhang Jingtao could not help but be impressed. In front of the true meaning of void, his true meaning of shadow was useless. Senior brother Zhang, you don't have to be humble. The true meaning of shadow also has its own uniqueness, Fang Chen said. His face was full of smiles. He had finally mastered the void destruction slash. This move was not originally a sword technique, but Fang Chen used the true meaning of void to improve it and turned it into a sword move. Using the hidden star sword, the power was actually comparable to the unimproved void destruction slash. Fang Chen was very satisfied. If he used his full strength now, he could definitely fight with Zhang Jingtao. Of course, Fang Chen knew his own limit. Being able to fight with a real martial arts realm elite did not mean that he could defeat them. A real martial arts realm elite could merge with the heavens and earth during battle and mobilize the power of the heavens and earth. If he wanted to defeat a real martial arts realm elite, he would have to be extremely powerful and suppress them directly. Otherwise, with his spiritual whirlpool realm cultivation, he had no hope of defeating them. Junior brother Fang, I have a feeling that when you step into the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm, I am afraid that I will not be your opponent, Zhang Jingtao said with a bitter smile. The former number 1 elite of the 5 Elements Academy's power tablet could not do anything against Fang Chen, a rising star. Junior brother Fang, with your strength, why don't you go through the sky gate? Zhang Jingtao asked. He and the Star and Moon had both passed through the Sky Gate and benefited from it. Originally, after returning from the Sky Void Mystery Land, he was prepared to pass the Sky Gate again. However, he realized that real martial arts realm elites could not enter the Sky Gate. In other words, if he wanted to pass the Sky Gate, he had to be in the spiritual whirlpool realm. This made Zhang Jingtao very puzzled. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. That's right, when he had passed the 3rd gate, there were still 2 more gates that he had not passed. I wonder what is at the end of the Sky Gate, Fang Chen said to himself. Then, he jumped down from the martial arts practice platform and came to the side of the Star and Moon. He said, You go back to the Moon Peak first. I will come and find you when I am done. Chapter 8:13. Fang Chen jumped off the cliff when he arrived at the Sky Pass. Then, he saw the Sky Pass peak. The artifact spirit appeared and smiled at Fang Chen. Little guy, you're here again. Senior, I want to pass the Sky Pass, Fang Chen said. You've passed the 3rd pass. I'll send you to the 4th pass. The artifact spirit sent Fang Chen to the 4th pass. At the moment, Fang Chen had appeared on a huge vine leaf. The surface area of this vine leaf was definitely much larger than the 5-element prefecture. This is the 4th pass, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Crash! As expected, the demi-beast man appeared and smiled at Fang Chen. Kid, you're finally here. Senior. Fang Chen cupped his hands at the demi-beast man. If Fang Chen guessed correctly, the test of this pass was to defeat the demi-beast man. As expected, the demi-beast man said, My cultivation will be suppressed to the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. You can only enter the 5th pass if you defeat me. Fang Chen nodded and attacked. With Fang Chen's current cultivation, It was easy to defeat the demi-beast man at the 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Bang! Bang! The sword light from the hidden star sword bombarded the demi-beast man's body. Instantly, the demi-beast man's body was pushed back. Countless sword marks appeared on his body. And the demi-beast man stabilized his body and stared at Fang Chen. After a long time, he sighed. You passed. Then, the demi-beast man disappeared. Fang Chen entered the 5th pass, which was also the last pass of the Sky Pass Peak. I'm finally at the last pass. Fang Chen grinned. The demi-beast man appeared again. He looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Kid, your strength has increased a lot. But the 5th pass is not easy, the demi-beast man said. Senior, how was your strength in the 5th trial? Asked Fang Chen. For the 5th test, my cultivation will be suppressed to the peak of LV1 of the genuine martial realm. Of course, you won't be able to pass the 5th test just by defeating me. The half-beast man laughed. Oh, what other conditions? Fang Chen asked. Other than defeating me, there is a second condition, and that is to comprehend a second true meaning, the half-beast said. Fang Chen was startled hearing this. Seeing this, the beast man shook his head slightly and sighed. Don't be discouraged. You are the most talented martial artist I have ever seen. In time, you will definitely be able to comprehend the second true intent. From the demihuman's point of view, it was impossible for Fang Chen to comprehend a second true intent at such a young age. Unless he was a peerless genius. Of course, as a half-beastman, he had seen too many geniuses. However, there were too few geniuses who could be called a peerless genius. Every peerless monster would be fought over by various major forces. Once the half-orc woke up from his memories and shook his head slightly. Fang Chen looked at the half-beast man and his figure instantly disappeared. Seeing this, the half-beast man carefully sensed. And, what's going on? The half-beast man actually couldn't sense Fang Chen's existence. Could it be that he retreated? The half-beast man muttered to himself. At this moment, Fang Chen appeared once again. You! The half-beast man was shocked. He instantly thought of something and looked at Fang Chen with a dumbfounded expression. This is the true meaning of shadows, the half-beast man asked in shock. The half-beast man didn't dare to imagine that Fang Chen had comprehended the true meaning of void, so he asked this question. Senior, this junior hasn't comprehended the true meaning of shadows, Fang Chen said with a smile. Then, the half-beast man asked with a grave expression. The true meaning of void. What? It really is the true meaning of void? At this moment, the half-beast man's expression was completely grave. He wasn't even 30 years old, but he had comprehended the true meaning of void. Was he a peerless genius? After a long time, the half-beast man's face was filled with excitement. A peerless genius, he was definitely a peerless genius. Even in the outer realms, such a peerless genius would be fought over by large powers. He hadn't expected that after being here for so many years, he would actually encounter such a peerless genius. Ha ha ha, the true meaning of void is too amazing. He actually comprehended the true meaning of void. The half-beast man was very excited and laughed heartily. The half-beast man waved his hand and the item spirit immediately appeared. Why did you summon me? Asked the item spirit. The item spirit was the spirit of the heaven-piercing peak. It could see everything within the heaven-piercing peak, but it couldn't see the situation within the 5 checkpoints. Now that it was summoned by the half-beast man, the item spirit was a bit puzzled. Old fellow, the half-beast man excitedly called out, did you know that this brat in front of you has comprehended a second true meaning? Yes. At such a young age, he can be considered a genius. The item spirit had followed the heaven-piercing peak's master, and had seen many things. To be called a genius by it was already very good. Do you know what his second true meaning is? The half-beast man directly asked. What true meaning has made you so excited? Asked the item spirit. The true meaning of void, said the half-beast man. The item spirit slightly nodded. Not bad. However, when it finished speaking, it suddenly felt that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What? You said he comprehended the true meaning of void and not the true meaning of illusion and reality?" The item spirit had thought that Fang Chen had comprehended the true meaning of illusion and reality, so it didn't have much of a reaction. The true meaning of illusion and reality was only one word different from the true meaning of void, but they were worlds apart. "Yes, it is the true meaning of void," said the half-beast man. At this moment, Fang Chen could feel the item spirit's fiery gaze. "Brat, you comprehended the true meaning of void?" asked the item spirit hurriedly. Fang Chen nodded and then displayed the true meaning of void. "I couldn't sense it. It really is the true meaning of void," said the item spirit excitedly. Fang Chen appeared and looked at the item spirit. "Senior, there's no need to be so excited about just the true meaning of void. Brat, what do you know?" The item spirit glared at Fang Chen. The half-beast man was also a bit speechless. This brat didn't even know what to say. True meanings are divided into high, middle, and low grade. High grade is the strongest, middle grade is the second, and low grade is the weakest, explained the item spirit. The true meaning of sword you comprehended is a middle grade true meaning. True meaning grades. This was the first time Fang Chen had heard that true meanings were divided into grades. Moreover, it was high, middle, and low grades. If the true meaning of sword is middle grade, then could the true meaning of void be high grade? Asked Fang Chen doubtfully. Stupid, said the item spirit. The half-beast man also shook his head slightly. Brat, you're underestimating the true meaning of void. Actually, high, middle, and low grades are just a division of the world. In the eyes of a true Almighty, above high grade, there is a supreme grade. And your true meaning of void is a supreme grade true meaning, said the half-beast man. A supreme grade true meaning was a true meaning above high grade true meanings. At this moment, Fang Chen finally realized how extraordinary the true meaning of void was. The true meaning of void is so strong? Asked Fang Chen doubtfully. Brat, geniuses who can comprehend the true meaning of void are 1 in 10,000. Even in the outer realms, if they were discovered, they would be fought over, said the item spirit. To comprehend the true meaning of void, your future accomplishments will be very high, said the half-beast man. Why hasn't the Heaven Void King stepped into the profound King realm? Muttered Fang Chen. The Heaven Void King had also comprehended the true meaning of void, but he had stopped at the quasi-king realm. Brat, I don't know who this Heaven Void King is, but I can tell you that to comprehend the true meaning of void, if you don't have the guidance of an Almighty, relying on your own strength, you will definitely take a wrong path. The half-beast man continued, once you take a wrong path, the true meaning of void will distort and lose its original power. I think the Heaven Void King you speak of should be such a person. Although the true meaning of void was a transcendent true meaning, it still required the guidance of a master. After learning that Fang Chen possessed the true meaning of void, the item spirit and the half-beast man's attitude toward Fang Chen completely changed. Brat, hurry up and increase your strength. Once you pass the 5th trial, you'll have unexpected gains. The half-beast man grinned. Brat, your current strength isn't enough to pass the 5th trial. I'll give you some advice. Before you pass the 5th trial, give up on cultivating the true meaning of void. Don't try to wash your face, warned the item spirit solemnly. Because the true meaning of void was a transcendent true meaning, its variability was too great. The slightest mistake could destroy the true meaning of void, turning it into an ordinary true meaning. Of course, if used properly, it might even evolve into an even more powerful true meaning of spacetime. This was too profound, and the current Fang Chen was unable to understand it. Even if he said it, it would be useless. In any case, before Fang Chen left the Heavens Pass, the half-beast man and the item spirit repeatedly warned Fang Chen not to cultivate the true meaning of void. In the end, Fang Chun left the Heavens Pass. In the Heavens Pass peak, two people stood on a leaf. One was the item spirit, and the other was the half-beast man. Just thinking about it makes me excited. To actually encounter a martial artist with the true meaning of void in such a remote place, said the half-beast man excitedly. Yes, such a peerless monster is destined to be extraordinary in the future. I hope he can pass the 5th trial as soon as possible, muttered the item spirit as he looked at the distant horizon. In a certain forbidden land of the ancient sword continent. Are you sure your sect master is here? Asked the Sky Bone King coldly with a fierce glint in his eyes. The Adept of Calamity nodded and said, I can sense that our sect master is sleeping here. The Adept of Calamity was one of the 3 great adepts of the Yellow Spring sect. His cultivation was also at the true martial realm. By using the special method of the Yellow Spring sect, he could sense where the sect master was sleeping. The sect master of the Yellow Spring sect had extraordinary means. In the battle back then, everyone thought he had died in battle. However, no one knew that he had only fallen into a deep sleep. As long as he was awakened at the right time, he would come back to life. However, this process was a little difficult. Fortunately, with the help of the Sky Bone King, the Adept of Calamity was very confident. Lord Sky Bone King, I know what you are thinking. When the sect master wakes up, the 2 of you can join forces. Let alone 2 quasi-kings, even if 2 more quasi-kings come, there is nothing to be afraid of. At that time, the entire ancient sword continent will be yours, Lord Sky Bone King, said the Adept of Calamity. The current ancient sword continent is no longer the ancient sword continent of the past. It is extremely weak, and doesn't even have a mystic king expert. What a joke, said the Sky Bone King loudly. The Adept of Calamity and the Sky Bone King entered the Forbidden Land one after another. As for the outside world, the elite martial artists of the 3 major prefectures were all cultivating desperately. Fang Chun returned from the Heaven Pass and was very shocked. The classification of true meanings was something he had never come into contact with before. Especially when he found out that his true meaning of void was a supreme true meaning, he was even more shocked. Could it be that the Heaven Pass peak came from outside the region? Fang Chun guessed. Chapter 8:14. If the item spirit hadn't told the half-beast man, Fang Chun wouldn't have known that the true meaning of void he had comprehended was actually a transcendent true meaning. With a transcendent true meaning, stepping into the profound king realm is only a matter of time. Could it be that the Heaven Void King really did distort the true meaning of void? Muttered Fang Chun. The reason he had been able to comprehend the true meaning of void was because of the Heaven Void King's inheritance. Without the Heaven Void King's inheritance, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the true meaning of void. Fang Chun pondered for a moment but was unable to figure it out. Soon after, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He arrived at the Moon Peak. At this time, Lin Yinner and Star and Moon were chatting. You called Fang Chun. Brother Chun. Seeing Fang Chun, Star and Moon revealed a happy smile. When Elder Han learned that Fang Chun had come out of the Heaven Pass, he hastily summoned Fang Chun to his mountain peak to ask him about the details. Did you pass the Heaven Pass? Asked Elder Han as he looked at Fang Chun. Fang Chun shook his head. Not yet. Then how did you come out? Asked Elder Han. I passed the 4th trial. Fang Chun said simply. Then he changed the topic. Elder Han, how has the 5 Elements province been recently? Elder Han shook his head. Within the 5 Elements province, the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are becoming more and more active. I've already sent some disciples to annihilate them. Seeing that Fang Chun was about to say something, Elder Han directly stopped him. There's no need for you to go out. Cultivate properly and try to enter the true martial realm as soon as possible. Fang Chun didn't say anything else. In the following time, other than cultivating, Fang Chun spent his time with Star and Moon. His cultivation was stuck at a bottleneck, and he was unable to break through. On this day, Fang Chen came to the Saint Sovereign Xian Long. Fang Chen, what are you doing here? Asked the Saint Sovereign Xian Long when he saw Fang Chen. Behind Saint Sovereign Xian Long, the Xianyuan siblings quietly stood. Brother Fang, you're amazing. Xianyuan Feng smiled. He had long heard of Fang Chen's deeds. Saint Master Xianlong, I'm here to give you an opportunity, Fang Chen said with a smile. Give me an opportunity. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Saint Sovereign Xianlong was a little surprised. If an ordinary person had said such words, Saint Sovereign Xianlong would have already chased them away. However, the person who spoke was Fang Chen. He was very curious about what Fang Chen was going to give him. A spiritual vortex realm martial artist actually dared to boast that he would give a true martial realm martial artist an opportunity. Fang Chen glanced at the Xianyuan siblings, and the two of them left the hall, leaving only Saint Sovereign Xianlong behind. Fang Chen, what opportunity are you giving me? Why are you being so mysterious? Asked Saint Sovereign Xianlong Walla. Fang Chen flipped his palm and a yellowed book appeared in Fang Chen's hand. Saint Sovereign Xianlong, this book is for you, said Fang Chen. Saint Sovereign Xianlong took the yellowed book and began to read it. At the start, Saint Sovereign Xuanlong's expression was calm. However, when he saw the words on the yellowed book, he was a little surprised. Nevertheless, after he flipped through it for a while, an excited look appeared on his face. One could only imagine how important this yellowed book was to the sacred master Xianlong since it was able to make him so excited. Fang Chen, where did you get this? Saint Sovereign Xianlong held the yellowed book and excitedly called out. The Heavenly Void Secret Realm. One of the 8 kings under the Heavenly Void King, the Dharmaraja's inheritance. Fang Chen didn't hide anything. Ha ha ha, the Dharmaraja's inheritance. It's actually the Dharmaraja's inheritance. With this Talisman Master's Tao, I'll definitely be able to break through my bottleneck in talismans. Saint Sovereign Xianlong was wild with joy. The Talisman Master's Tao was the lifetime work of the Dharmaraja, one of the 8 kings under the Heavenly Void King. This book was simply the strongest treasure in the eyes of a Talisman Master. Unexpectedly, when Fang Chen said that he would give him a fortuitous encounter, he actually gave him such a great gift. Fang Chen, the gift you've given me is too precious. Saint Sovereign Xianlong was incomparably excited. He did his best to suppress the excitement in his heart as he quickly spoke. The Talisman Master's Tao is useless to me. I might as well give it to you, Saint Sovereign, said Fang Chen. Saint Sovereign Xianlong didn't decline. He put away the Talisman Master's Tao and said, Fang Chen, you've helped me so much. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it for you. Fang Chen shook his head. Saint Sovereign Xianlong had treated him pretty well. It was just a book. Furthermore, this Talisman Master's Tao would only flourish in the hands of Saint Sovereign Xianlong. After Fang Chen gave the Talisman Master's Tao to Saint Sovereign Xianlong, he went to the bone weapon Saint Sovereign's mountain peak. Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands. Brat, why have you come to my place? Laughed the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Master, I want to raise my weapon to the Tao level. Is that possible? Asked Fang Chen. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign's eyes flickered. If you want to raise your sword to the Tao level, you'll need a lot of materials. What kind of materials do you need? Asked Fang Chen. I'll give you a detailed list of materials. These materials can all be bought with spirit stones. Do you have enough spirit stones? Asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Roughly how many spirit stones do you need? 300 million top-grade spirit stones, said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Soon after, he felt a little helpless. He did have spirit stones, but he only had 100 million top-grade spirit stones. He was still lacking 200 million. Master, I'm still lacking a bit. Once I have enough spirit stones, I'll come find you, said Fang Chen. Ha ha ha! Just at this moment, a wild laugh rang out. Then Saint Sovereign Xianlong appeared. "Xianlong, why have you come to my place?" asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. "Of course it's for your disciple." Saint Sovereign Xianlong beamed. "Oh? What are you planning on doing with my disciple?" asked the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. "Fang Chen, I just heard that you're lacking spirit stones." Saint Sovereign Xianlong directly asked Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Saint Sovereign Xianlong took out a spatial ring and handed it to Fang Chen. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it." "This." Fang Chen wanted to decline. "Take it." Saint Sovereign Xianlong tossed the spatial ring over. Fang Chen opened the spatial ring and saw that there were 500 million top-grade spirit stones inside. "Saint Sovereign Xianlong, I only need 200 million top-grade spirit stones," said Fang Chen. "No need to be so courteous with me. Spirit stones are nothing to me," said Saint Sovereign Xianlong. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign looked at the two of them with surprise. "You too," said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. "This disciple of yours has helped me greatly. It's just spirit stones." "Ha!" Saint Sovereign Xianlong laughed heartily. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign looked at Fang Chen and said, "Fang Chen, there's no need to be courteous with this old fellow. He's the wealthiest of us. Since that's the case, Junior will accept." Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked. He then took out 300 million top-grade spirit stones and handed them to the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. He also handed the hidden star sword to his master. "Don't worry. With these spirit stones, we'll be able to gather the materials in half a day. However, I'm not sure if we'll succeed," said the bone weapon Saint Sovereign. One day, while Fang Chen was cultivating, the bloody spear man suddenly came looking for Fang Chen. "Fang Chen, there's something we need you to do," the bloody spear man directly said to Fang Chen. "What is it?" Fang Chen stopped cultivating. "Our 5 Elements Academy wants to recruit a new batch of students. After some discussion, we've decided to have you open the blood battle space and preside over this year's recruitment," said the bloody spear man. Recruitment. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Unknowingly, he had already spent more than a year in the 5 Elements Academy, almost 2 years. Time really passed quickly. It was time to recruit again. However, last time, he was a student who was recruited. This time, he was the person in charge. "Okay, no problem. When do we leave?" asked Fang Chen. "Tomorrow we'll leave for Blood Battle City," said the bloody spearman. Then, he gave Fang Chen a flying treasure. Although Fang Chen's flying speed was very fast, it would take a long time to travel from the 5 Elements Peak to Blood Battle City. Fang Chen took the flying supreme treasure and said with a smile, "All right." After the bloody spearman left, Fang Chen received a notice from his master, the bone weapon Saint Sovereign, that the weapon had been upgraded. Fang Chen was overjoyed and went directly to the Soldier Peak. "Master, how was it?" Fang Chen asked anxiously. Refining a Dao-level weapon was not guaranteed to succeed. Even the best artifact Saint Master had a chance of failure. Fang Chen was a little worried. The hidden star sword had followed him for so many years. What would he do if it failed? "Kid, why are you in such a hurry?" The bone weapon Saint Sovereign grinned and took out a brand new sword, handing it to Fang Chen. Hidden star sword. Fang Chen was surprised when he saw the brand new sword. The hidden star sword had changed greatly. The sword blade had turned silver-white, and the hilt had turned golden. If it wasn't mentioned, one wouldn't be able to sense its aura at all. It was like an ordinary weapon. As expected of a Dao weapon, it can restrain its aura to such an extent. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He held the hidden star sword in his hand and immediately felt a familiar aura enter his palm. Then, Fang Chen felt that the hidden star sword seemed to be communicating with him. "Fang Chen, every Dao weapon can give birth to an artifact spirit," the bone weapon Saint Sovereign explained. "Your hidden star sword has just reached the Dao weapon level. The artifact spirit hasn't been born yet. You have to use your heart and soul to nurture it. I will. Fang Chen looked at the hidden star sword and was very excited. After reaching the Dao weapon level, the power of the hidden star sword had become even stronger. Especially the moonlight attribute, it had improved a lot. Oh right, I almost forgot to tell you. When your hidden star sword was upgraded to a Dao weapon, it underwent a mutation. The moonlight attribute was retained and a new attribute appeared. The bone weapon Saint Sovereign suddenly thought. Yes, 2 attribute. Chapter 8:15. The next day, Fang Chen took a flying treasure and left the 5 Elements Academy. It didn't take long for him to reach Bloody Battle City. At this time, Bloody Battle City was packed with people. Many major forces had brought their outstanding disciples to participate in the Battle of Geniuses. Whoosh! Just as the crowd was discussing, a beam of light suddenly shot out and Fang Chen's figure landed on the square in front of Bloody Battle City. The 5 Elements Academy's Almighty is here. Many disciples cried out in surprise. At this time, some of the leaders of the large sect were shocked when they saw Fang Chen. What? It's him? Oh my God, didn't he enter the 5 Elements Academy less than 2 years ago? Why is he here to preside over the recruitment? He placed 6th in the last genius battle. Many warriors from the large factions were shocked. Among them, there were some experts that Fang Chen recognized. Fang Chen stood on the square and waved his hand to signal for everyone to be quiet. Suddenly, the noisy square quieted down. Everyone, I am the person in charge of the 5 Elements Academy's recruitment this year. Disciples from your respective sect, please stand here, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen was very young and gave people a feeling of disbelief. When many geniuses stood on the square, someone finally spoke. Why would the 5 Elements Academy send a disciple to preside over the genius battle? That's right. How can a mere disciple be qualified to preside over the genius battle? After one disciple spoke, the other disciples chimed in. Fang Chen was too young. They believed that Fang Chen was not qualified to preside over the genius battle. Oh, what do I have to do to be qualified? Fang Chen frowned and said. Defeat me in 3 moves and prove that you are qualified, the burly man said. Hearing this, the other warriors began to discuss. Is the mighty god going to attack this person? The mighty god's power is unparalleled. I wonder if this person can defeat the mighty god in 3 moves. The mighty god was the burly man's title. He was a rising star of the 5 Elements province. His current cultivation had reached the 4th level of the spiritual vortex realm. He was much stronger than when Fang Chen and the others had participated in the Battle of Geniuses. It was said that at such a young age, his physical body had reached the level of a 7-star body of the Great Path. Moreover, it was said that this person cultivated a technique called the Bronze Statue Technique, and his strength was abnormally strong. With one punch, he could easily kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Spirit Vortex realm. Within the same realm, he was invincible. Seeing that the mighty god was about to make a move, everyone cheered. The mighty god's face was filled with an arrogant smile. I'll defeat you in 3 moves. Fang Chen shook his head. This so-called mighty god didn't know what was good for him. However, since there were people who were unconvinced, then he naturally had to show a few moves to intimidate them. If I use my spiritual qi, it's my loss. If I can't defeat you in 1 move, it's also my loss, Fang Chen said softly as he pointed at the mighty god. Boom! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless martialists stared at Fang Chen in shock. If he didn't use his spiritual qi, was he going to compete with the mighty god in terms of physical strength? This person was too stupid to compete with the mighty god in terms of physical strength. He even said that if he couldn't defeat the mighty god in 1 move, it was his loss. The mighty god was furious that he was being looked down upon. He swore that he would let this person, who was younger than him, have a taste of his iron fist. All right. The mighty god growled and stepped forward, looking at Fang Chen. Why aren't you attacking? the mighty god asked when he saw that Fang Chen wasn't moving. If I attack, you won't have a chance to attack, Fang Chen said. Arrogant, too arrogant. You're courting death. The mighty god was furious. He growled and clenched his fists, activating his physical strength. Suddenly, a powerful force spread out. Someone realized that the mighty god's strength had increased again and exclaimed loudly, "Eight-star body of the mighty god. He has reached the eight-star body of the great path. Oh my god, an eight-star body of the great path. Is he going to defy the heavens?" Seeing the mighty god attack, the crowd exclaimed. They were all shocked that the mighty god's physical body had reached the eight-star body level. Even the leaders of the large sect behind Blood Battle City were shocked. Bang! However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Fang Chen just stood there, not understanding. He was smiling. The mighty god's fist viciously smashed into Fang Chen's body, but it didn't injure Fang Chen in the slightest. The mighty god didn't dare believe it. He increased the power of his fist, but he was still unable to push back Fang Chen. Now it's my turn. Fang Chen had just finished speaking when the mighty god's burly body was sent flying and he crashed to the ground. Inside Bloody Battle City, it was completely silent. Everyone looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. In the end, their eyes shined with respect. He was so young, but he was already so powerful. This was a world where strength was respected. When they saw that Fang Chen was young, they thought that Fang Chen wasn't strong enough, so they didn't respect Fang Chen. But when they saw that Fang Chen had easily defeated the mighty god, their hearts were filled with respect. Now, is there anyone else who isn't convinced? Fang Chen smiled. Everyone shook their heads. The mighty god stood up with difficulty, a complicated expression on his face. He cupped his hands at Fang Chen. "Many thanks for showing mercy." Fang Chen nodded. Looking around at the crowd, he said, "Since that's the case, then let's clean up the unrelated people." It didn't take long for them to realize what Fang Chen meant by unrelated people. Fang Chen pointed his finger, and one of the martial artists in the crowd immediately exploded. Only then did they realize that he was a member of the Yellow Spring sect in disguise. 3 minutes later, Fang Chen stopped attacking. On the square, more than 30 martial artists exploded and died. The Yellow Spring sect members were becoming more and more arrogant. "All right, let's wait for time," said Fang Chen. Everyone waited in Bloody Battle City for the time to open. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly stood up. A small jade pendant appeared in his hand, and he injected spiritual qi into it to activate it. The bloody battle space opened. In the blink of an eye, all the martial artists had entered the bloody battle space. "I wonder how many people will stand out this time," muttered Fang Chen. The bloody battle space gradually closed, and the leaders of the various factions also dispersed. Unknowingly, Fang Chen was the only one left in Bloody Battle City. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly sensed a bloody aura. In the next moment, a bloody hand reached out from the void, grabbing at Fang Chen's head. Bang! In a moment of desperation, Fang Chen punched out, and the bloody hand disappeared. "Who is it?" Fang Chen stared at the void and coldly shouted. "TSK, TSK, no wonder Paragon of Calamity specifically instructed me to kill you." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a man covered in black mist appeared in the void. His eyes were filled with a bloody aura. "Yellow Spring sect member," said Fang Chen coldly. "Spirit Pupils King, that idiot." Such a monstrous genius appeared in the Five Elements province, but he didn't kill him, sneered the Blood Shadow King. "You're the Blood Shadow King." Fang Chen discovered that this person was emitting a bloody aura. There was also a bloody aura in his eyes. Thinking of how he had suddenly appeared in the void, Fang Chen could determine that this person was one of the 8 kings of the Yellow Spring sect, the Blood Shadow King. "I didn't think there would still be people who remembered me." The Blood Shadow King sinisterly smiled. The Blood Shadow King's mission in the Five Elements province was to have a chance to kill Fang Chen. "You're very stupid," said Fang Chen. "How laughable. A person who's about to die actually dares to laugh at me. The Blood Shadow King didn't seem to realize his current situation. He was still foolishly thinking of killing Fang Chen and asking Adept Calamity for a reward. "Obediently hand over your head, and I can give you a quick death," said the Blood Shadow King arrogantly. Fang Chen's head was very valuable. "You stole my line," said Fang Chen. "It seems there's no room for discussion." The Blood Shadow King spread his hands, and a bloody aura surged from his body. Whoosh! The Blood Shadow King's figure flashed, and he hid in the void. Blood Shadow True Intent. Fang Chen sneered when he saw this. The Blood Shadow True Intent was similar to the Shadow True Intent. It was also a spatial true intent. It could allow a martial artist to instantly hide in the void. The Blood Shadow King was proud of this, but he didn't know that he was just displaying his slight skill in front of an expert. "You want to play with my spatial true intent?" As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, he clenched his fist and threw a punch at a certain angle behind him. Crack! Fang Chen's fist clearly hit the void. However, blood splattered. "You!" The Blood Shadow King appeared and looked at Fang Chen in shock. "How did you discover me? Seeing that you're about to die, I'll let you experience a true spatial true intent." As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, the true intent of the void appeared and disappeared instantly. "What?" The Blood Shadow King turned pale with fright, and he also quickly entered the void. Poochie! However, just as he entered the void, his head was smashed by Fang Chen's fist. "No!" The Blood Shadow King's heart was filled with overflowing hatred. The Blood Shadow King unwillingly fell to the ground, his soul scattered. Before coming here, he had never imagined that Fang Chen would be so strong. Chapter 8:16. The king of the Netherworld sect, who was once beyond his reach, could now be easily killed. Over the years, he had traveled all the way from the small Divine Wind Nation. He had experienced many things and grown a lot. He remembered that he was only a warrior in the Qi refining realm back then. In the blink of an eye, he had become one of the top fighters in the ancient Sword Continent. A LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm warrior was comparable to a LV1 genuine martial realm warrior. As far as the eye could see, there were probably less than 30 martial artists who were stronger than Fang Chen in the entire ancient Sword Continent. Fang Chen was now considered one of the most outstanding geniuses in the ancient Sword Continent. The stronger he was, the greater his responsibility. The more he improved, the more he came into contact with the secrets of the ancient Sword Continent. He hated the Netherworld sect to the core. Therefore, Fang Chen paid special attention to the recruitment of disciples in the Five Elements Academy to prevent the remnants of the Netherworld sect from sneaking in and killing the geniuses of the Five Elements state like last time. After killing the Blood Shadow King, Fang Chen returned to the Five Elements Academy on a flying treasure. The bloody battle space would be open for half a year. He had nothing to do in this half a year. He only needed to wait. When the half a year was up, he would go and receive the geniuses. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen immersed himself in cultivation. A storm was brewing in the ancient Sword Continent. Although the Sky Bone King was hidden, there was no trace of him. But the genuine martial realm giants in the three states were deployed as a precaution. Once the Sky Bone King appeared again, he would definitely massacre the entire ancient Sword Continent. Only a quasi-king expert could stop him. As a genius of the Five Elements Academy, Fang Chen was working hard to cultivate and strive to step into the genuine martial realm before the half-a-year deadline. However, the path of cultivation was to fight against the heavens. It was extremely difficult. The LV8 to LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm was nothing in the eyes of others. But in the eyes of Fang Chen, it was a hurdle. Fang Chen had been stuck in the LV8 spiritual whirlpool realm for too long and could not break through. Even though Fang Chen's real combat strength had reached the LV1 genuine martial realm, he still could not break through. Fang Chen tried to condense the ninth spiritual spiral several times, but all of them failed. This made Fang Chen very confused, but after thinking about it carefully, Fang Chen could understand. What he needed now was an opportunity to strike after accumulating enough strength. During this period of time, Fang Chen's physical body had reached the peak and was stuck at a bottleneck, unable to reach the late stage of weapon refinement for the time being. However, Fang Chen didn't care about this. After all, the sword body was very difficult to cultivate. At his age, there were very few warriors who could cultivate their physical body to the level of an 8-star Dao body. Even a martial artist who specialized in cultivating the physical body would not be able to compare with him in terms of physical strength. It had not even been 10 years since he started cultivating. What does that mean? Some martial artists with lower aptitudes would have to spend 10 years in the qi refining realm. As for Fang Chen, he had cultivated from the qi refinement realm to the 8th level of the spirit whirlpool realm in less than 10 years. He was definitely the most outstanding genius in the ancient sword continent. However, Fang Chen knew that this was all because of the Golden Heart. From the moment he transmigrated, Fang Chen's fate was destined to be changed. He transmigrated because of the Golden Heart, and he was also glorious because of the Golden Heart. Fang Chen believed that he would eventually reach the peak of martial arts because of the Golden Heart. A month after Fang Chen returned to the Five Elements Academy, Star and Moon and Zhang Jingtao, as real martial arts realm students, were sent out to carry out a mission. As for Fang Chen, because he was not a real martial arts realm expert, he remained as a student to cultivate. Of course, Fang Chen had his own goals. That was to cultivate as soon as possible and strive to reach the 9th level of the Spirit Whirlpool realm. Then, he would be able to pass the 5th level of the Heaven Gate. In a month's time, Fang Chen's minor success sword body reached the complete realm. As Fang Chen's strength increased, minor success sword body was no longer enough to support Fang Chen's cultivation. Fang Chen gave up cultivating his body and continued to condense the 9th spiritual spiral. For a warrior, time was nothing at all. Sometimes, a closed-door training could last for years or even decades. Fang Chen was in closed-door training in the Sword Hidden Peak. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed. One day, on the Sword Hidden Peak, there was suddenly a skyrocketing light, which attracted all the warriors. The movement in the Sword Hidden Peak. Is Fang Chen going to break through to the real martial arts realm? It must be Fang Chen breaking through. It's really incredible. In such a short time, he's going to break through again. The many cultivators muttered to themselves, including Xiao Fang and the others. They entered the Five Elements Academy with Fang Chen. At that time in the Five Elements province, Xiao Fang and others were much stronger than Fang Chen. However, after entering the Five Elements Academy for 2 years, they had been left behind by Fang Chen. Seeing the skyrocketing aura in the direction of the Sword Hidden Peak, Xiao Fang and others smiled helplessly. Fang Chen is really abnormal. Sun Qiwen couldn't help but sigh. Yes, this guy's potential is too incredible. In such a short time, he is already standing at the peak of the Five Elements Academy. Qing Jingtong said. Not only that, but he also has a wife in the real martial arts realm. It's really enviable. He Jingwei said. Xiao Fang squinted and stared at the Sword Hidden Peak. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he shook his head and sighed. Boom! Above the Sword Hidden Peak, the majestic aura was getting stronger and stronger, attracting countless students. Many people thought that Fang Chen was breaking through to the real martial arts realm. At this time, on the Sword Hidden Peak, in Fang Chen's Dantian, the 9th spiritual spiral was condensing. After 5 months of hard work, the 9th spiritual spiral was finally condensed, which made Fang Chen very happy. The condensation of the 9th spiritual spiral lasted for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, the skyrocketing aura in the sky disappeared, and the Sword Hidden Peak became calm again. Everyone looked in the direction of the Sword Hidden Peak curiously. At this time, Xiao Fang and the other 3 people calmly landed on the sword-hidden peak. This scene made countless martialists envious. According to the rules of the 5 Elements Academy, without the permission of the owner, no one could easily set foot on other people's peaks. Xiao Fang and the other 3 people could set foot on the sword-hidden peak without informing Fang Chen, which was enough to show the affection between them. Just as Xiao Fang and the other 3 people landed, Lin Yener, Blazing Heaven, and Song Xiong also arrived. "Fang Chen, you are really good," He Jingwei said as soon as they met. "Sit." Fang Chen pointed to the stone bench in the courtyard and laughed. Xiao Fang and the other 3 people grinned, but Fang Chen didn't change. The 4 people sat down without any hesitation and chatted with Fang Chen. "Junior brother Fang, have you broken through?" Blazing Heaven and Lin Yener came together and asked. "It's just luck," Fang Chen said modestly. "Even the famous Fang Chen broke through by luck. What about us?" Lin Yener laughed. Everyone sat on the stone bench and chatted freely. Fang Chen hadn't been so free for a long time. That night, everyone drank and chatted until late at night. The next day, when Fang Chen woke up, he found that the others had already disappeared. Fang Chen shook his head and stood up. Yesterday, he had broken through to the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm. Now, his strength was even more powerful. After 5 months, he finally broke through. Now, Fang Chen was truly invincible in the spiritual spiral realm. Even if he faced a LV1 genuine martial arts realm warrior, he was fearless. Fang Chen had unknowingly created history by challenging a genuine martial arts realm warrior with the cultivation of the spiritual spiral realm. There's still a month's time. Let's go through the heaven challenge. With a thought, Fang Chen entered the heaven pass. "You're here again." The weapon spirit appeared and smiled. "Senior, I would like to try." Fang Chen cupped his hands and said. The weapon spirit knew what Fang Chen was talking about and directly sent Fang Chen to the 5th challenge. Crash! The half-beast man appeared and stared at Fang Chen with a hint of joy in his eyes. "You broke through?" the half-beast man asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, "I broke through." "Good, I can't wait," the half-beast man said. Rumble! As soon as the half-beast man finished speaking, he threw out a punch. Instantly, the aura of the genuine martial arts realm emerged. Facing the half-beast man's attack, Fang Chen also activated the power of the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm. He then used the sword body and threw out a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Fang Chen's body kept retreating, and the half-beast man also took 2 steps back. "Not bad. You're the first to make me take 2 steps back with just the power of the physical body." The half-beast man grinned. In the next moment, the half-beast man used an even fiercer attack. Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and directly used the void destruction slash. Swoosh! Fang Chen disappeared and hid in the void. The half-beast man frowned. Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void. He could not find any trace of Fang Chen. Just as the half-beast man was thinking, a sword light that contained vast power suddenly slashed out from the void. Bang! The half-beast man did not even think and threw out a punch, hitting the sword light. Crack! The half-beast man's attack was actually repelled by the sword light. The half-beast man's body kept retreating. "Good fellow, the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm can actually force me to this extent." The half-beast man's eyes flickered as he said. Fang Chen's strength was no weaker than the half-beast man's. "However, I can't go easy on you. Let's fight with all our might," the half-beast man said. Then, Fang Chen and the half-beast man instantly engaged in battle. Boom! On the battlefield, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. When he was at the 8th level of the spiritual spiral realm, Fang Chen could already fight against a martial artist at the 1st level of the genuine martial realm. Now that his cultivation was at the 9th level of the spiritual spiral realm, he was not afraid of the half-beast man who was at the peak of the 1st level of the genuine martial realm. However, although the half-beast man suppressed his cultivation, his combat experience was not something that Fang Chen could compare to. Fortunately, Fang Chen used the true meaning of the void to constantly launch sneak attack. Over time, the half-beast man was also injured. Finally, in a sneak attack, when the half-beast man hurriedly blocked Fang Chen's void destruction slash, he suddenly realized that the hidden star sword was already at his neck. The half-beast man spread his hands and said, "You win." As soon as the half-beast man finished speaking, the weapon spirit appeared. Chapter 8:17. Brat, in just 5 months, your strength has increased so much. The item spirit excitedly smiled. Senior, Junior has passed, said Fang Chen. The item spirit nodded. You've passed the 5th trial. You've obtained the Heaven Link Peak's approval. Follow me. Fang Chen's vision turned white. In the next moment, he appeared at the peak of the Heaven Link Peak. Around him were the half-beastman and the item spirit. Senior. You don't need to call me senior. The item spirit stopped Fang Chen from speaking. He pointed at a statue at the center of the peak. That's the statue of my original master. At this time, Fang Chen noticed that there was a statue at the center of the peak. The master of the Heaven Link Peak? Fang Chen was startled. Fang Chen, since you've passed the 5th trial, you have the qualifications to know some secret. My master was a supreme expert from outside this realm. But in his later years, he encountered some mishaps. In the end, he was plotted against by his enemies. Before he died, he tore open space and threw the Heaven Link Peak out. His goal was to find a successor, said the item spirit. Aren't disciples from outside this realm even more outstanding? Asked Fang Chen. Are you stupid? If the Heaven Link Peak was in the outer realm, how could it have existed for so long? It would have long since been destroyed by my master's enemies. The half-beastman glared at Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. He didn't say anything else. It's extremely difficult to find a suitable successor in this tiny place. According to my master's final wishes, every 1,000 years, the difficulty of the Heaven's Link Peak will be lowered until someone passes it, the artifact spirit said. Fang Chen was startled. So what he had passed was a trial that had already been lowered by who knew how many levels. Although your current strength isn't great, your potential is heaven-defying. Furthermore, you've comprehended a supreme true meaning. Even in the outer realm, there will be supreme experts fighting to take you as a disciple, said the item spirit. I didn't expect to meet a peerless genius like you here after such a long time. If my master knew about this in the netherworld, he would definitely be gratified, the artifact spirit said. After listening to the artifact spirit's explanation, Fang Chen understood that the so-called heaven-connecting peak was actually a way for the fallen Almighty to recruit disciples and pass on his legacy. Come and pay your respects to Master, the artifact spirit said. Fang Chen nodded. He walked up to the statue and bowed deeply 3 times. No matter what, he had benefited a lot from the heaven-connecting peak. Fang Chen, Master once said that those who pass the 5 trials of the Heaven's Link Peak can only become Master's disciple in name, said the artifact spirit. Nominal disciple? Fang Chen was startled. Just how powerful was the Master of Tongtian Peak? A martial artist who comprehended 2 kinds of true intents could actually only be his in-name disciple. Master's disciples are divided into nominal disciples, ordinary disciples, and true disciples. Master is an almighty and has formed his own sect. He has many disciples, but he has yet to find a single true disciple, said the artifact spirit. Then I'm considered a nominal disciple right now, said Fang Chen. You're not the same. You've comprehended 2 kinds of true intents, and one of them is a supreme true intent. So according to Master, you can directly become Master's true disciple. Fang Chen was also startled. Directly become a true disciple? You still don't know the true meaning of a supreme true intent. Once you reach the outer realms, you'll understand. The artifact spirit directly walked over to Fangchen. You can refine the heaven-connecting peak now. How do I refine it? Asked Fangchen. This is the refinement method. The artifact spirit handed the refinement method to Fangchen. Fangchen examined it and then sat down cross-legged to refine the heaven-connecting peak. Fangchen's aura surged. A dusky aura filled the air. Seeing Fangchen refine the heaven-connecting peak, the beastman's face was filled with excitement. One day we'll definitely be able to return to the outer realms and regain our freedom, said the beastman. That's right. Ever since Master died, we've never left the heaven-connecting peak, said the artifact spirit. Fangchen had passed the 5th trial and obtained the artifact spirit's approval. Refining the peak wasn't difficult at all. It took him more than half a month to completely refine the Heaven's Link peak. Only then did Fangchen realize that the heaven-connecting peak was much larger than he had imagined. It's so big. Fangchen was incomparably shocked as he looked down at the heaven-connecting peak. Master, the heaven-connecting peak is a priceless treasure. The space inside is much larger than your ancient sword continent, laughed the artifact spirit. After refining the heaven-connecting peak, Fangchen obtained a great deal of information. The master of the heaven-connecting peak was the heaven-connecting peak's patriarch, a supreme expert from the outer realms. Fangchen curled his lips. His master was too powerful. The heaven-connecting peak was its own space. When the heaven-connecting peak had died, he had been afraid that his disciples would be killed by his enemies. So he had placed all of them within the heaven-connecting peak. At this time, Fangchen could see that there was a certain space within the heaven-connecting peak. It was like a continent with countless martial artists living there. Some of these martial artists were the heaven-connecting peak's disciples, while others were ordinary disciples. There were also some children born from the union of these disciples. In short, this space was incomparably bustling. Master, this is the disciple area, introduced the artifact spirit. Fangchen nodded. A disciple area was like a continent, as expected of the heaven-connecting peak. Why is it that even though I've refined the heaven-connecting peak, I'm unable to completely control it? Asked Fangchen. Master, your cultivation base is too low. If you want to completely control the heaven-connecting peak, you need to be a profound king at the very least, replied the artifact spirit. So that's how it is. Fangchen nodded. Wanting to reach the profound king realm was extremely difficult. For now, he wouldn't be able to take the heaven-connecting peak away. Master, the heaven-connecting peak has all kinds of treasures left behind by the old master. Do you need them? Asked the artifact spirit. Are there any wood attribute treasures? Asked Fangchen after thinking for a moment. There are. The Qilin's wrist shook, and countless medicinal pills and heaven-defying spirit grasses appeared in front of Fangchen. Master, these are the wood attribute medicinal pills and spirit grasses I've chosen. There's so many. Help me choose. I want to comprehend the concept of wood, said Fangchen. The artifact spirit didn't understand why Fangchen would want to comprehend the concept of wood when he already had the true meaning of the void. In its opinion, the concept of wood was too weak and couldn't enter its eyes. However, this was its master's request, and it immediately chose over 10 suitable medicinal pills and spirit grasses for its master. Master, these 10 types all meet your requirements, said the artifact spirit. Fangchen looked at the 10 or so types of wood-type spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. Finally, Fangchen's gaze landed on the first item, the green pill. Wood Divine Pill. Fangchen held the Wood Divine Pill in his hand and muttered to himself. Master, the Wood Divine Pill is an extremely precious medicinal pill. After consuming it, you can instantly comprehend the concept of wood, said the artifact spirit. As soon as the artifact spirit finished speaking, the surrounding medicinal pills all disappeared. Master, as the new master of the heaven-connecting peak, all the resources here are yours. But before you completely control the heaven-connecting peak, you can only choose one free resource. If you want more resources in the future, you'll have to work hard. Fang Chen was a bit stunned, but then he shrugged. The original master didn't want you to use medicinal pills to increase your cultivation base and waste your talent, explained the artifact spirit. Fang Chen nodded. Medicinal pills were just external things. Only his own strength would forever belong to him. Fang Chen put away the wood divine pill and said, "I'll be leaving first." The heaven connecting peak was an unexpected surprise. Fang Chen didn't expect that after he passed through the heaven connecting peak, he would actually obtain the inheritance of a powerful extraterritorial figure. But now, Fang Chen didn't think too much about it. He directly returned to the sword hidden peak and swallowed the wood divine pill. Hiss. After swallowing the wood divine pill, the effect was obvious. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen found that there was an aura of the concept of wood around him. It's really powerful. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. From start to finish, Fang Chen used around 15 minutes to completely grasp the concept of wood. At this time, Fang Chen couldn't wait to practice the wood sword technique. The 5 Elements sword technique was the unique skill of the 5 Elements Academy. It was powerful, and Fang Chen was looking forward to it. The wood sword technique. With the combination of the concept of wood, the speed of practicing the wood sword technique was very fast. Moreover, after the transformation of the golden heart, Fang Chen's comprehension of the sword principle was even more incredible. After a week, Fang Chen had practiced the wood sword technique to the imperceptible realm. One day, Fang Chen stopped practicing. After calculating the time, the bloody battle space had been opened for half a year. It was time to go to the bloody battle space to select students. Countless geniuses gathered at the foot of the bloody battle mountain in the bloody battle space. They were all geniuses who had survived on the edge of life and death. They had experienced bloody battles. It was really not easy to reach this step. Boom. Just as everyone was waiting, a gap suddenly appeared in the sky, and Fang Chen entered it. Compared to half a year ago, Fang Chen gave people a more profound aura. When everyone saw Fang Chen, they all cupped their hands. Half a year has passed. This time, the 5 Elements Academy will recruit 20 students. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, 20 bronze pillars suddenly broke out of the ground and stood on the peak of the bloody battle mountain. Let's begin. Fang Chen floated in the sky and said softly. Suddenly, many outstanding disciples at the foot of the mountain began to climb the mountain. The battle was about to break out and was very fierce. In the end, 20 warriors stood out among the hundreds of warriors. These 20 people would join the Supreme 5 Elements Academy in the 5 Elements state. In the blink of an eye, the time was up. Fang Chen glanced at the 20 students on the bronze pillars and nodded with satisfaction. Although you can't join the 5 Elements Academy, don't give up. The path of cultivation is against the heavens. As long as you work hard, it's the same everywhere. Fang Chen's words greatly boosted the morale of the crowd. Then, Fang Chen led the 20 disciples and left the bloody battle space. In the bloody battle city, Fang Chen looked at the 20 warriors and said, "I'll give you 3 days to settle your worldly affairs." Chapter 8:18. 3 days later, all 20 martial artists returned to bloody battle city. Under Fang Chen's lead, they went to the 5 Elements Peak. On the way, Fang Chen introduced the newcomer assessment to them and dropped them off at the foot of the 5 Elements Peak. As for Fang Chen, he returned to the 5 Elements Academy early. A few days later, a shocking piece of news swept through the entire ancient sword continent. Sky Bone King appeared in Tianzhou, and the sect leader of the Acheron sect appeared with him. The sect leader of the Acheron sect was a mystic king at his peak. However, as he had just been resurrected, his strength had only recovered to the quasi-king realm. The two of them joined forces and defeated the quasi-king realm expert of Tianzhou. Fortunately, the quasi-king realm expert of the demon continent arrived in time and did not let Sky Bone King succeed. After that, Sky Bone King and the sect leader of the Acheron sect led the remaining members of the Acheron sect to confront the ancient sword continent. All the martial artists of the Acheron sect, who were hidden in the ancient sword continent, appeared and gathered in a certain area in Tianzhou. Due to the strength of Sky Bone King and the sect leader of the Acheron sect, they occupied half of Tianzhou as their territory and confronted the ancient sword continent. In Tianzhou there was a wasteland called the Demon Plain. In fact, the plain was not called the Demon Plain, but because the battlefield was here, the mountains were filled with corpses. Blood flowed like rivers, so it was called the Demon Plain. Both sides had the same number of quasi-kings, so they did not dare to act rashly. The people below were doing whatever they wanted. On the Demon Plain there was war every day. When the Five Elements continent received the news, they immediately made arrangements. Star and Moon and the others were also summoned back. Under the lead of Dean Wuyun, they went to Tianzhou to confront the Acheron sect. Bloody Spearman stayed in the Five Elements continent to prevent the remaining members of the Acheron sect from causing trouble. The Acheron sect rose from the ashes and the war began. The martial artists of the three continents gathered in Tianzhou to confront the Acheron sect. Behind the Demon Plain, on top of a tall city, a crimson-robed figure stood. Beside him was a demonic beast that was several feet tall. Sky Bone King, I've fought with the human tribe more than once. Don't worry. According to my plan, we'll definitely be able to annihilate the human tribe. The crimson-robed figure laughed sinisterly. Yellow Spring Sect's master, if we work together, we can easily deal with those two quasi-kings. Why don't we just attack them directly? Asked King Tiangu. The human race has a deep foundation. If we act rashly, we might fail, Yellow Spring Sect master said in a low voice. Looking at the distant horizon, he vaguely remembered that the Yellow Spring Sect had been destroyed all those years ago because of his arbitrary actions. This time, he had gone through untold hardships to resurrect himself. He would definitely not let the events of the past repeat themselves. The Demon Province and Five Elements Province's people have arrived. Can the Yellow Spring Sect's cultivators block them? Asked Sky Bone King. Don't worry. Our Yellow Spring Sect isn't a pushover. I have my ways. What we need to do now is stall for time. Once I recover to the profound King Realm, a mere ancient sword continent will be nothing, said the Yellow Spring Sect master with a sinister smile. At this time, on the other side of the Devil Plain, many true martial realm cultivators stood on a tall city. They were all the top figures of the ancient sword continent. I didn't expect King Tiangu to resurrect the Yellow Spring Sect's master. Damn it, said old Devil Mo angrily with a gloomy face. This time, the Yellow Spring Sect's master and King Tiangu had attacked the Tianzhou province, causing half of the Tianzhou province to fall. This made him very angry, but there was nothing he could do. With two quasi-kings, King Tiangu and the Yellow Spring Sect's master shouldn't dare to act rashly for the time being. The most important thing now is the battle on the Devil Plain, said old ancestor Hayamo. There were two battlefields on the Devil Plain. One was the Spiritual Vortex Realm's battlefield, and the other was the True Martial Realm's battlefield. In half a year, King Tiangu and the Yellow Spring Sect's master had awakened a few of the 8 great kings. They had even found the other 2 venerables. The True Martial Realm's battlefield had 3 venerables. Even if old ancestor Hayamo and the others joined forces, they wouldn't be able to break through in a short time. The Spiritual Vortex Realm's battlefield had kings. They were invincible. After the martial artists from the Demon and Five Elements continents arrived, the Spiritual Vortex Realm martial artists joined the battlefield. The True Martial Realm's powerhouses also came to the True Martial Realm's battlefield. The 3 venerables are very strong. We don't need to kill them. We just need to trap them and exhaust them, said old ancestor Hayamo in a low voice. No problem. Many true martial realm martial artists joined the battlefield. Hee, someone is finally here. The three venerables' faces were gloomy as they laughed. Suddenly, the true martial realm's battlefield exploded with deafening noises. Although there were many true martial realm martial artists on the ancient sword continent, the Yellow Spring sect's master wasn't worried at all. The three venerables were not only strong, but they also had a combination array. No matter how many true martial realm martial artists there were, they wouldn't be able to break through. Fang Chen was assigned to the spiritual vortex realm's battlefield. Kill! Countless martial artists roared in anger. They fought with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. The entire battlefield was filled with blood. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. War was too scary. Swoosh! Just as Fang Chen entered the battlefield, a javelin with terrifying power suddenly pierced towards Fang Chen. After Fang Chen sensed the force, he extended his palm and grabbed the javelin. Then, he flung it out. Suddenly, a miserable cry was heard. A spiritual vortex realm martial artist from the Yellow Spring sect died instantly. Fang Chen started fighting. He killed any true martial realm martial artist who came near him with a punch. Wherever his fist passed, the martial artists from the Yellow Spring sect died tragically. Finally, after killing more than 10 Yellow Spring sect's remaining members, he was noticed by the king. Black Demon King, there's a powerful human kid over there. Go and kill him, said the Ice King to the Black Demon King. Okay. The Black Demon King nodded and came to Fang Chen's side. Kid, you can die now. On the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, the king of the Yellow Spring sect dominated everything. You're the one who's going to die. Fang Chen roared. In a flash, he appeared in front of the Black Demon King. Then, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and performed the Mu Sin swordsmanship. Whoosh! An endless stream of energy shot out from the hidden star sword and pierced toward the Black Fiend King. With the Yellow Spring sect leader and Sky Bone King watching, Fang Chen did not want to expose his true meaning of the void. Swoosh! Seeing this, the Black Demon King threw out a punch. When his fist hit the sword light, it was instantly pierced. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? The Black Demon King roared. Immediately, black evil aura surged around him. In the next moment, the Black Demon King unleashed a powerful attack. I'm the Black Demon King, an extreme spiritual vortex realm martial artist. You're dead for sure, the Black Demon King roared. Fang Chen sneered and said disdainfully, with your strength, you dare to call yourself an extreme spiritual vortex realm martial artist? In the next moment, Fang Chen performed the void destruction slash. Suddenly, a sword light slashed across the void and slashed towards the Black Demon King. The Black Demon King sensed the danger of this sword light. His body flashed and he wanted to dodge. However, it was too late. Poochie! The Black Demon King's arm was instantly cut off by the void destruction slash. He let out a miserable cry. The Black Demon King's cry alarmed the Ice King. Black Demon King! Seeing this, the Ice King realized how powerful Fang Chen was. His body flashed and he came in front of the Black Demon King. He wanted to block Fang Chen's attack. You can't block it. Fang Chen's figure disappeared from the Ice Monarch's sight. In the next moment, he appeared behind the Black Fiend Monarch. Scorching flames appeared around the hidden star sword as it pierced into the Black Fiend Monarch's body. Black flames spread throughout the Black Demon King's body. He was instantly incinerated. Not even his bones were left. You killed the Black Demon King. The Ice King was furious. He looked at Fang Chen with scarlet eyes. The Black Fire attribute was the second attribute of the hidden star sword. The black fire was the black flame in Fang Chen's body. It had the characteristics of the undying flame. In the future, it might transform into the undying flame. Fang Chen had once merged the black fire into the hidden star sword to attack. As a result, the black fire remained in the hidden star sword. After being refined by the bone weapon Saint Master, the hidden star sword became a Dao weapon. Moreover, it had a second attribute, the black fire attribute. The power of the black fire attribute was much stronger than the moonlight attribute. "I will kill you to avenge the Black Demon King," the Ice King roared furiously. "You can even kill the Black Demon King. Who do you think you are?" Fang Chen sneered. The situation here was discovered by the human race martial artist. Everyone cheered. This kid had just entered the battlefield and killed a king of the Yellow Spring sect. Finally, a spirit spiral realm martial artist of the human race can restrain a king of the Yellow Spring sect. Brothers, kill all the Yellow Spring sect martial artists. The ancient sword continent is our home. We can't allow the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect to destroy it. Fang Chen's actions gave the martial artists a lot of motivation. Everyone rushed to the front line and started fighting with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. "No matter what, you will die," the Ice King said sinisterly. The Yellow Spring sect had 8 kings. The Spiritual Pupil King and the Blood Shadow King had fallen. Only 6 kings were left. The Yellow Spring sect Master and the Sky Bone King worked together to revive them. Originally, the 6 kings had already dominated the Spirit Spiral Realm battlefield. However, the Black Demon King had been killed by this young martial artist. The Ice King was furious. "You are the one who will die." Fang Chen used the Void Destruction Slash again. The black fire attribute erupted and blasted towards the Ice King. Compared to the Black Demon King, the Ice King was even more aggrieved. Because he mainly cultivated an ice-based cultivation technique, Fang Chen's black fire attribute countered him. Damn it! How can his black fire be so powerful? The Ice King roared furiously, trying to break free. Whoosh! Enveloped by the black fire, the Ice King had nowhere to hide. Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced through his head. Killing 2 kings in a row finally attracted the attention of the Yellow Spring sect. The eyes of the other 4 martial emperors flickered as they gathered together to discuss how to deal with Fang Chen. As for the human race, the martial artists' morale was greatly boosted. They did their best to kill the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Chapter 8:19. On the ancient sword continent's side, the 2 quasi-king ancestors in the clouds also noticed Fang Chen. Their gazes shifted from the true martial battlefield to the spirit vortex battlefield. The true martial battlefield won't be able to determine the victor in a short period of time. "The main thing will depend on the spirit vortex battlefield," said the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianzhou province. This time, the Yellow Spring sect came with great momentum. Once the Yellow Spring sect master breaks through to the profound king realm, the ancient sword continent will fall, said the quasi-king ancestor of the demon continent. The 2 ancestors were talking when they suddenly noticed the commotion on the spirit vortex battlefield. Which province is this kid from?" asked the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianzhou province. "I think he's from the 5 Elements province," said the ancestor of the demon continent. Of the 3 provinces, only the 5 Elements province didn't have a quasi-king ancestor. Hearing this, the quasi-king ancestor of the Tianzhou province was even more astonished. "This kid is pretty good. He killed 2 kings of the Yellow Spring sect in the blink of an eye," said the Tianzhou ancestor with a smile. The quasi-king ancestor of the demon continent also noticed Fang Chen's extraordinariness and laughed heartily. At that moment, due to Fang Chen's participation in the spirit whirlpool battlefield, the entire battle situation had undergone a huge change. After killing 2 kings in a row, Fang Chen's fame spread throughout the battlefield. Kill! Fang Chen's actions undoubtedly raised the morale of the spirit vortex realm cultivators, causing them to fight with all their might. The ancient sword continent side, which had been at a disadvantage at the start, instantly exploded with fighting spirit and suppressed the Yellow Spring sect's side. At this moment the other 4 kings also noticed Fang Chen. "Broken Sword King, Jade King, the 2 of you, kill him!" shouted one of the kings. Instantly, the 2 kings came together and surrounded Fang Chen. "2 more people coming to die?" Fang Chen sneered. "Kid, you're too arrogant," roared the Broken Sword King sinisterly with his sword in hand. Beside him, King Shiyu's pretty face was covered with frost as murderous intent filled her eyes. "Let's attack together and kill him," King Shiyu said. The two kings attacked at the same time, and the broken sword king swung his sword. Countless shocking sword lights appeared in the sky, and under the broken sword king's control, those sword lights shot towards Fangchen. At the same time, Jade King cast a spell of enchantment. Her illusionary aura enveloped Fangchen, trapping Fangchen in an illusion. Illusion. Fangchen, who was in the illusion, laughed coldly and said, "You dare to use illusions and sword techniques before me?" Fangchen was an illusory sword path martial artist. Illusions and swordsmanship were his forte. Yet, these two kings were actually using illusions and sword techniques in front of him. As soon as Fangchen said this, a hallucinatory aura erupted and the illusion created by the Jade King shattered. "How is this possible?" King Shiyu cried out in fright. At the same time, the broken sword king's countless sword lights appeared in front of Fangchen. "Let me show you the true illusory sword path," Fangchen said in a low voice. Then, a terrifying hallucinatory aura emanated from his body. It instantly filled the air and enveloped the broken sword king and King Shiyu. In the next moment, Fangchen used the Musen sword technique. Majestic sword lights pierced towards the broken sword king and Jade King. No! At this moment, the broken sword king and Jade King finally realized how powerful Fangchen was. The two of them roared unwillingly before they were trapped in the illusion. However, when the hallucinatory aura enveloped them, the wild sword chi wreaked havoc everywhere. Whoosh! The Musen sword technique turned into a monstrous sword light that pierced towards the two kings. The other two kings who were on the other side of the battlefield heard King Shiyu's miserable cry and were stunned. Then, their expressions changed drastically. "Stop!" the Dream Demon King roared. Suddenly, an illusory aura was released from his body and enveloped Fangchen. At the same time, the other king also attacked with all his strength. "It's too late," Fangchen sneered. The hidden star sword's black fire attribute instantly erupted. Hiss! The broken sword king who was trapped in the illusion was pierced by the hidden star sword. Black flames spread everywhere. By the time he reacted, he was already on the verge of death. "I can't accept this." The broken sword king cried out miserably and fell to the ground unwillingly. At this moment, the Jade King, who was trapped in the illusion, was using all her strength to resist the black flames. Her clothes had been completely burned away. Her pure white body was instantly exposed. However, she couldn't care less at this moment. Saving her life was more important. "Hold on," the Jade King said to herself. As long as she could hold on for one more minute, the Dream Demon King would arrive and she wouldn't die. However, just as she was trying her best to resist, the ice-cold star-hidden sword pierced into her delicate body with a poochie sound. Puff! The Jade King spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground softly. The illusion dissipated instantly. The two corpses were completely burned away. At this moment, the Dream Demon King's illusory aura quietly arrived. "Scram!" Fangchen shouted. Suddenly, the true meaning of sword burst out from his body, directly swallowing up the dreamlike aura. "Let's go!" After killing 4 kings in a row, the Dream Demon King was also terrified. At this moment, King Hiyu roared and grabbed the Dream Demon King. In a flash, they retreated from the battlefield. Out of the 6 kings, 4 had died in an instant. The remaining 2 had escaped. In an instant, the situation on the battlefield took a huge turn. Under the leadership of Fangchen, the spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists of the Yellow Spring sect suffered heavy casualties. They couldn't resist at all. Retreat! At the sight of this, the Yellow Spring sect master's face revealed a sinister expression as he spoke in a sinister tone. Following the order of the Yellow Spring sect master, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield all retreated. "Ha ha ha, I didn't expect the crisis on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield to be resolved so easily by this little guy. The ancestor of the demon continent laughed heartily in the clouds. The ancestor of the Tianzhou continent was also very happy. On the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield, the ancient sword continent returned victorious while the Yellow Spring sect suffered heavy losses. Out of the 6 kings, 4 had died. Retreat. The 3 honorables on the true martial realm battlefield were also called back by the Yellow Spring sect master. Suddenly, the 2 battlefields on the demon plane quieted down. Just you wait. The Yellow Spring sect will take over the entire ancient sword continent. The Yellow Spring sect master stood in the air and looked at the clouds in the sky. After speaking, the Yellow Spring sect master and Sky Bone King entered the city that the Yellow Spring sect had taken over. Many true martial realm martial artists looked at each other. They didn't know why the Yellow Spring sect had suddenly retreated. After the true martial realm martial artists returned, they were all called back to the city's main hall. This city was the frontline city. It was also the headquarters of the resistance against the Yellow Spring sect. At this moment, in the city's main hall, 2 quasi-kings were sitting on the highest thrones. Below them were many true martial realm martial artists. Call the little guy from the 5 elements stayed here too, the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent suddenly said. Everyone was puzzled. Who was the little guy that the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent was talking about? At this moment, the ancestor of the demon continent spoke. The little guy who comprehended the sword intent. Hearing this, Dean Wuyan instantly understood that the 2 quasi-kings were talking about Fang Chen. After a while, Fang Chen was brought to the main hall. Junior Fang Chen greets the 2 ancestors. Fang Chen cupped his hands and said, "You are Fang Chen?" The ancestor of the Tianzhou continent looked at Fang Chen curiously and asked. Fang Chen nodded. The ancestor of the demon continent smiled and said, "Little guy, you are a little strange." The true martial realm martial artists below were all surprised. The 2 ancestors had called everyone here to discuss a strategy against the Yellow Spring sect. Why would they praise Fang Chen? The ancestor of the Black Demon continent looked at Fang Chen thoughtfully. Behind him, He Tai's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. As for the old Mo of the Tianzhou continent, he chuckled. Lin Lu's pitch-black eyes were filled with fighting spirit. 2 ancestors, we have been called here to discuss a strategy against the Yellow Spring sect. Fang Chen is a spiritual vortex realm martial artist. I'm afraid he is not qualified to participate, said He Tai. He Tai was the top martial artist of the ancient sword continent's younger generation. Even he couldn't receive praise from the 2 quasi-king ancestors. On the contrary, Fang Chen, a spiritual vortex realm martial artist, was praised by the 2 ancestors. He Tai couldn't accept this. Therefore, he said this. Hearing this, everyone looked at the 2 ancestors in unison. Shut up, scolded the ancestor of the demon continent. The ancestor of the Tianzhou continent smiled and said, "If I said that I killed 4 kings of the Yellow Spring sect by myself and caused them to panic and retreat, would you believe me?" Hearing the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent, the Tianzhou and demon continent were in an uproar. They looked at Fang Chen in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Of course, the true martial realm martial artists of the 5 elements continent were the calmest. They already knew that Fang Chen had the combat strength to fight against a LV1 true martial realm martial artist. What was a mere king of the Yellow Spring sect? To be honest, when Fang Chen entered the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, it was a massacre. No one could defeat him. Who dared to doubt the words of the ancestor of the Tianzhou continent? That's right. Although Fang Chen's cultivation is at LV9 spiritual vortex realm, his combat strength is comparable to a LV1 true martial realm martial artist, said the ancestor of the demon continent. The 2 of them had been paying attention to Fang Chen. They could see Fang Chen's strength at a glance. The true martial realm martial artists of the Tianzhou and Demon Continent discussed among themselves. A martial artist at LV9 spiritual vortex realm with combat strength comparable to a LV1 true martial realm martial artist was too heaven-defying. Once he stepped into the true martial realm, how powerful would he be? It was no wonder that the true martial realm martial artists of the Five Elements Academy had risked everything to save Fang Chen in the wilderness outside the border city. Thinking of this, everyone shook their heads. It seemed that they had all underestimated this guy. This boy's potential is unmatched among the younger generation of the ancient Sword Continent, said the ancestor of the Demon Continent. The words of a quasi-king expert carried a lot of weight. When he said this, it also meant that Fang Chen had officially been recognized by the ancient Sword Continent as the person with the most potential among the younger generation of the continent. He is the hope of the ancient Sword Continent, said the ancestor of the Tianzhou Continent. Everyone was shocked. The meaning of the ancestor of the Tianzhou Continent's words was obvious. Chapter 820. While the ancient Sword Continent was discussing how to deal with the Yellow Spring Sect, the Yellow Spring Sect was also having an emergency meeting. In the headquarters of the Yellow Spring Sect, the Yellow Spring Sect Master and Sky Bone King sat side by side. Below them were 3 honorables and 2 kings. Because of him alone, the spiritual vortex realm battlefield was defeated, the Yellow Spring Sect Master said coldly with a gloomy face. Sect Master, this person has obtained the inheritance of the Heavenly Void King. We must kill him as soon as possible, Sky Bone King reminded. He naturally recognized Fang Chen. Back then, he had controlled the souls of the 4. Until now, he still did not know how the 4 of them managed to escape. This person's strength is obviously comparable to the real martial realm. In the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, he is simply invincible, the Yellow Spring Sect Master said. We can cancel the spiritual vortex realm battlefield and focus on the real martial realm battlefield, Sky Bone King said. Below them, the 3 honorables were also making suggestions from time to time. The entire ancient Sword Continent had entered the most tense period. The Yellow Spring Sect had risen from the ashes and was planning to annex the ancient Sword Continent. The ancient Sword Continent was also fighting back. There were only 2 quasi-kings on the ancient Sword Continent and 2 quasi-kings on the Yellow Spring Sect's side. The current Yellow Spring Sect was almost on par with the ancient Sword Continent. However, the ancient Sword Continent had to be wary of the Yellow Spring Sect Master. He was once a mysterious king realm elite. Although he had fallen back then, his cultivation had fallen to the quasi-king realm after his resurrection. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. Once he stepped into the mysterious king realm again, the ancient Sword Continent would fall completely. Just as the 2 sides were fighting, in the southernmost part of the ancient Sword Continent, there was a vast ocean. The ancient Sword Continent called this ocean a forbidden zone. This was because no one had ever been able to cross the ocean. According to legend, there were many monsters in the ocean. These monsters were abnormally strong. Of course, the monsters in the ocean had signed an agreement with the ancient Sword Continent in ancient times. They would not invade the ancient Sword Continent. The martial artists of the ancient Sword Continent were also unable to cross the ocean and go to the wider world. At some point in time, the sky above the Forbidden Zone's ocean suddenly surged with waves. Then, a pillar of light descended from the sky. Ha ha ha, we've finally passed through the space-time barrier and arrived at the mortal continent. Within the light pillar, there was a monstrous aura as such a voice rang out. This pillar of light startled the entire Forbidden Ocean zone. Countless sea beast kings emerged from the seabed. Who dares trespass on my forbidden sea? Roared one of the blood-shark beast kings. It's been many years since a human dared to stir up trouble in my forbidden area of the ocean. They're really courting death, the octopus beast king said coldly. There were about 10 beast kings on the surface of the forbidden ocean. They were all glaring angrily at the light pillar that was descending from the sky. Boom! When the light pillar dissipated, a ripple instantly appeared in the forbidden area of the ocean, causing the entire forbidden area of the ocean to shake. Then, a huge ship appeared in the ocean. Damned humans! More than 10 beast kings were enraged and attacked the ship at the same time. At this moment there were 3 warriors on the ship. Their attire was completely different from the folk customs of the ancient sword continent. Foolish fellows! One of the warriors with a long sword on his back had a cold expression on his face. He suddenly punched out, and more than 10 beast kings were sent flying and fell into the forbidden area of the ocean, casually taking care of more than 10 beast kings. If this scene were to spread, it would definitely shock the entire ancient sword continent. The demonic beasts here are too weak. Another warrior with a folding fan in his hand grinned. Wuku, don't be so picky. Our goal is to occupy the mortal continent and become the overlords. The weaker they are, the better. The third warrior said. In the forbidden area of the ocean, more than 10 beast kings were filled with fear. Who are they? Why are they so powerful? Could they be mystic king experts? Hurry up and find the Lord Beast King. Immediately, some beast kings went to find the Lord Beast King. As for the other beast kings, they stared at the ship warily in the water. I'll give you 2 hours. Get your strongest expert to come and see us. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The man with a long sword on his back said coldly. Instantly, his voice spread throughout the entire forbidden area of the ocean. A moment later, rumbling sounds came from the depths of the forbidden area of the ocean. Following that, the entire ocean began to roar in anger. A whale that was several feet tall slowly floated to the surface of the water. Which expert has come to my forbidden area of the ocean? The devil whale race was the overlord of the forbidden area of the ocean. And this huge devil whale was the patriarch of the devil whale race, as well as the only lord beast in the entire forbidden area of the ocean. You're the strongest expert here? The fan-wielding warrior called Wu Ku asked with a smile. That's right. I am, said the Lord Beast King. You're just an early mystic king. The man with a long sword on his back shook his head disdainfully. Who are you? Asked the Lord Beast King. As a mystic king, the Lord Beast King was naturally able to sense their auras. Why would 3 mystic kings suddenly appear in the forbidden area of the ocean? The 3 of us are outsiders. We came to the mortal continent to temper ourselves. Submit or die. Make your choice, said the man with a long sword. You want me to submit? The Lord Beast King was a bit displeased. Whoosh! It had only just finished speaking when an illusory sword light slashed its body, forcing it back. Next time, it won't be like this, said the man with a long sword. The devil whale Beast King was shocked. It had a natural advantage in the forbidden area of the ocean, and it was also a mystic king. He was actually unable to block a casual sword strike from the other party. These 3 foreign martial artists were too formidable, weren't they? Submit or die, said Wuku. I'm willing to submit. In the world of demon beasts, the strong were revered. These 3 people were too strong, and the Lord Beast King was unable to resist them. So it could only submit. Good. Starting today, this will be our headquarters, said Wuku. Tell us about this mortal continent situation, said the one who had been silent this entire time. In the extreme north of the forbidden area of the ocean, there's a continent called the Ancient Sword Continent. It's the only continent here. The Lord Beast King told the 3 of them in detail. I didn't expect that we would travel through the spacetime barrier on the Devil Cloud continent to arrive in the Qinyun domain. Wuku waved his fan and smiled. The Qinyun domain has a total of 3 continents. The Ancient Sword Continent is only one of them, said Ling Jing. The 3 of us will refine a continent each, said the man with a long sword. Send your subordinates to investigate the Ancient Sword Continent situation and report back to us, said Ling Jing. Yes, sirs, said the Lord Beast King respectfully. The three of them were too strong. They weren't people he could provoke. At this time, the people on the ancient sword continent had no idea that an even greater danger was quietly approaching. Fang Chen's sudden appearance had caused the battle between the Yellow Spring sect and the ancient sword continent to temporarily stop. The ancient sword continent's cultivators were all doing their best to raise their cultivation. One day, Lin Lu found Fang Chen and challenged Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen directly refused. "Fang Chen, do you want to be a coward for the rest of your life?" Lin Lu said sinisterly. Although Fang Chen had saved him in the Heavenly Void Mystery Land, he wasn't grateful at all. He had always hated Star and Moon for killing his brother, Linda. "Boring," Fang Chen said and turned to leave. Lin Lu's eyes flashed with killing intent. He looked at Fang Chen's back and then turned around. The current Fang Chen really didn't take Lin Lu seriously. Although Fang Chen's cultivation hadn't reached the true martial realm, his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of LV1 true martial realm. One day, the Yellow Spring sect, which had stopped fighting for a long time, suddenly started to clamor. "Today, the Yellow Spring sect will trample the ancient sword continent," said the Yellow Spring sect leader with a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, the three honorables all entered the true martial realm battlefield. On the ancient sword continent's side, many true martial realm cultivators also entered the battlefield. A fierce battle broke out on the true martial realm battlefield. Then, the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield was also overcrowded. "This time, we must kill him," said the Yellow Spring sect leader eerily when he saw Fang Chen enter the battlefield. On the demon plane, the two major battlefields continued to fight. In the clouds in the sky, the Tianzhou Patriarch asked doubtfully, "Is the Yellow Spring sect plotting something? They know that with Fang Chen here, they can't win at the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield." The Demon Continent Patriarch thought for a moment and said, "Since they are plotting something, with Fang Chen's strength, there is nothing to fear." As expected, just as the two quasi-kings finished speaking, a voice rang out. Suddenly, a bright light exploded on the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield. With the two quasi-kings of the Yellow Spring sect in the lead and 30 spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists as support, they instantly set up a formation to trap Fang Chen. Seeing this, the faces of the two quasi-kings in the clouds in the sky instantly darkened. The Yellow Spring sect is targeting Fang Chen. "They want to kill Fang Chen," said the Tianzhou Patriarch. Chapter 8:21. In the clouds in the void, the faces of the two patriarchs darkened. The potential that Fang Chen displayed shocked them. Although Fang Chen's cultivation hadn't reached the true martial realm, they believed that Fang Chen could reach the legendary Profound King realm in the future. Fang Chen was the future hope of the ancient sword continent. But now, the Yellow Spring sect had set up the long-lost hexagonal astral formation. This infuriated the two patriarchs in the clouds. They wanted to save Fang Chen, but there was nothing they could do. On the other side, the two quasi-king level experts were eyeing him covetously. Once they made a move, it would definitely lead to an all-out battle. That wasn't something they wanted to see. "I hope he can survive," the Tianzhou Patriarch said in a low voice. The Demon Continent Patriarch didn't say anything, but his eyes flickered. At this moment, in the Spirit Vortex realm battlefield, Fang Chen was trapped in the hexagonal astral formation. Of course, Fang Chen didn't know that this formation was the legendary hexagonal astral formation. What kind of formation is this? When Fang Chen entered the spirit formation, he realized that it was no ordinary spirit formation. Could it be a Dao-level formation? Fang Chen's face changed as he looked around. Gray mist filled the air, and an evil aura mixed within. It was as if he was isolated. "Kiki, this hexagonal astral formation is specially made to deal with you. You're dead." At a certain moment, the Dream Demon King entered the hexagonal astral formation and said eerily, "Hexagonal astral formation." Fang Chen's heart sank when he heard those words. As a top formation grandmaster, Fang Chen naturally knew what the hexagonal astral formation meant. How is this possible? Wasn't the hexagonal astral formation lost a long time ago? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. The hexagonal astral formation was a top Dao-level formation that had been lost in the ancient Sword Continent for a long time. Back then, when the hexagonal astral formation was set up, it shook the continent. The hexagonal astral formation was the most outstanding work of the six-horned old man. After he created the hexagonal astral formation, he disappeared. Back then, there was a rumor that once the hexagon astral formation was activated, even a true force cultivator wouldn't be able to break it. Only a quasi-king level cultivator would be able to break it. The hexagonal astral formation was popular throughout the continent and became the supreme formation in the hearts of all formation masters. However, due to certain reasons, the hexagonal astral formation was lost. Over time, the hexagonal astral formation no longer existed on the ancient Sword Continent. And now, the Yellow Spring sect had actually found the long-lost hexagonal astral formation. Moreover, it was used on Fang Chen. From this, it could be seen how much they desired to kill that child. On the other side of the Devil Plain, the Sky Bone King and the Acheron sect master stood quietly on the tall city with smiles on their faces. Enveloped by the hexagonal starlight array, Fang Chen would not be able to escape even if he had wings. He would undoubtedly die. A spiritual whirlpool realm cultivator actually forced me to use the hexagonal astral formation, the Acheron sect master said in a low voice. I didn't expect the sect master to have the long-lost hexagonal astral formation, the Sky Bone King couldn't help but exclaim. The Sky Bone King was an ancient expert. Although he had never seen the six-horned old man, he had heard of his name. At that time, the six-horned old man's name was known throughout the world. However, who would have thought that after nearly 10,000 years, there would still be someone who had the incantation for the hexagonal astral formation? In the battlefield of the spiritual whirlpool realm, Fang Chen, who was in the hexagonal astral formation, stared at the Dream Demon King. Whoosh! The Dream Demon King's mind moved, and a strong aura of the dream realm emerged from his body and shrouded Fang Chen. You're courting death. Fang Chen growled, and an illusory aura instantly erupted. A wild sword light instantly shot out. In the vast sword light, there was a trace of black flame that shot rapidly toward the Dream Demon King. The Dream Demon King's dreamland was instantly broken by Fang Chen's illusory aura. At the same time, the sword light from the hidden star sword pierced the Dream Demon King's arm. The Dream Demon King screamed, and his body flashed, disappearing into the void. Kid, you're dead meat now that you've fallen into the hexagonal astral formation. Outside the formation, the Dream Demon King's angry roar could be heard. Fang Chen looked around the hexagonal astral formation. He could sense that there was a strange aura within the formation. This strange aura was actually consuming Fang Chen's life force. Is this the terror of the hexagonal astral formation? Fang Chen muttered to himself. His eyes flickered, and he was thinking of a way to break out of it. The hexagonal astral formation wouldn't actively attack, but it would consume the life force of the martial artist. Once the life force was exhausted, the martial artist would definitely die. This was the most terrifying part of the hexagonal astral formation. At the extreme south of the ancient Sword Continent, the Forbidden Ocean region. Today, the Forbidden Ocean region was especially lively. All the Beast Kings were led by the Devil Whale Beast Emperor to the deepest part of the Forbidden Ocean region. Here, a brand new Crystal Palace had just been completed. Seeing the majestic Crystal Palace, the Devil Whale Beast Emperor couldn't help sighing. These three foreign experts were too strong. This Crystal Palace was as luxurious as a tenth of the Forbidden Ocean region's resources. It was extremely extravagant. Let's go in. The Devil Whale Beast Emperor led the Beast Kings into the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace was the residence of the three foreign guests. Within the residence, there were countless demonic beasts that were busy with their task. The devil whale beast emperor entered the palace. The 3 foreign experts had been waiting for a long time. "Congratulations to the 3 of you for successfully constructing your residence," said the devil whale beast emperor. The sword-bearing man didn't say anything. Instead, Wu Ku directly asked, "How's the investigation going?" The devil whale beast emperor said, "In order not to alert them, I sent my subordinates to investigate. On the ancient sword continent, 2 major powers are currently fighting. It involves the entire ancient sword continent." "What's the strongest power?" asked Ling Jing. "Through the observation of my subordinates, there are 2 quasi-king-level experts on each side. For now, there are no Xian king-level experts," said the devil whale emperor. "The ancient sword continent's power couldn't even compare to their forbidden ocean region. As for the other 2 continents, I've never heard of them. I wasn't able to find any information." The devil whale beast emperor had always lived in the forbidden ocean region. It didn't know about the green cloud continent, nor did it know that there were other continents in this space besides the ancient sword continent. "All right, you can leave," said Wu Ku. The devil whale beast emperor nodded and left with the other beast kings. Only 3 Xenorace guests remained within the hall. "What do you think of Devil Cloud Lianzhou?" asked Wu Ku. The sword-bearing man was called Devil Cloud Lianzhou. The ink cloud boat they used to pass through the spacetime barrier was Devil Cloud Lianzhou's boat. Devil Cloud Lianzhou thought for a moment and then said, "According to the information we've gathered, this so-called ancient sword continent doesn't even have a single profound king. It's not worth mentioning. Let's just take it over. Then the question is, which of the 3 of us will refine it?" asked Wu Ku. This was a question worth investigating. All 3 of them wanted to refine the mortal continents, but who would do it first? Ling Jing directly said, "The ancient sword continent is only one of them. It doesn't matter who refines it. In any case, the green cloud continent has 3 continents. All 3 of us will have a share." The 3 of them exchanged glances and then nodded. Ancient sword continent Tianzhou, Devil Plains. The battle continued. The true martial battlefield was still the same. Both sides were evenly matched. As for the spirit vortex battlefield, Fang Chen was trapped while the other human cultivators were constantly being killed. The 2 patriarchs in the clouds were very anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Fang Chen had already been trapped in the hexagonal astral formation for some time. "It's already been an hour. That kid doesn't have much life left," said the Dream Demon King sinisterly. "Wait a little longer. Let's just exhaust him to death. Don't cause any more trouble." Many Yellow Spring Sect cultivators maintained the formation. Within the formation, Fang Chen's life force was still somewhat weak at the beginning. But later, when the Golden Heart began to operate, the hexagonal astral formation was actually unable to absorb Fang Chen's life force. Therefore, Fang Chen was still as lively as ever. "Although the Golden Heart is helping me block the hexagonal astral formation, this can't go on," muttered Fang Chen to himself. At this moment, a thought flashed through Fang Chen's mind. Then his eyes lit up. "I wonder if the true meaning of the void has any effect. The true meaning of the void could allow one to hide in the void and even become one with the void." Thinking of this, Fang Chen couldn't care less and directly used the true meaning of the void. Crash! Fang Chen's figure flashed and instantly disappeared from the formation. In the next moment, Fang Chen entered the void. Then, Fang Chen discovered that he could actually isolate himself from the hexagonal astral formation after entering the void. "Why didn't I think of using this method before?" Fang Chen was ecstatic. He hadn't expected the true meaning of the void to have such an effect. Fang Chen hid in the void and walked slowly. He wasn't affected by the hexagonal astral formation at all. In the blink of an eye, he walked out of the formation. At this moment, many Yellow Spring Sect cultivators were still desperately maintaining the formation. Fang Chen strolled in the void and came behind a king. Suddenly, he attacked. Pucci. This king was talking to the Dream Demon King. Suddenly, a long sword appeared in the void and directly pierced the king's body. Crash! Black flames spread and instantly burned the king to ashes. How is this possible? The Dream Demon Monarch cried out in alarm at this sudden turn of events. In the next moment, Fang Chen appeared in the void and coldly looked at the Dream Demon King. "How did you come out?" cried the Dream Demon King when he saw Fang Chen. Swish! The hidden star sword flashed with a cold sword light, and the Dream Demon King died. Without the support of the two kings, the hexagonal astral formation shattered and dissipated in the void. Chapter 822. Run! Immediately, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, who were in the midst of fighting, shouted and retreated. The martial artists of the ancient sword continent, who had been at a disadvantage, had their morale boosted when they saw Fang Chen. They suppressed the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. In the sky above the base camp of the Yellow Spring sect, the Sky Bone King was chatting with the Yellow Spring sect master. Suddenly, he saw Fang Chen appear out of nowhere and kill two kings. He was shocked. How can he come out of the hexagonal astral formation? The Yellow Spring sect master cried out. Only a quasi-king level expert can break the hexagonal astral formation. Could it be that those two old farts secretly made a move? The Sky Bone King's face changed. The Yellow Spring sect master shook his head. Impossible. I have been watching them. If they made a move, they wouldn't be able to hide it from me. Speaking of this, the Yellow Spring sect master's heart was in turmoil. Not only did a spiritual vortex realm martial artist not die in the hexagonal astral formation, but he also came out unscathed. How heaven-defying was that? Within the clouds above the ancient sword continent's camp, the two patriarchs who were originally very anxious laughed wildly when they saw this scene. Monstrous, too monstrous. Yeah, even the hexagonal astral formation can trap him. On the spiritual vortex realm battlefield, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword and unleashed a bloody killing intent. Pucci. Wherever the sword light passed, countless Yellow Spring sect members died tragically. In the blink of an eye, the battle on the spiritual vortex realm battlefield ended. This was because the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were all killed. It's impossible for a spiritual vortex realm martial artist to come out of the hexagonal astral formation, the Yellow Spring sect master said, puzzled. The Sky Bone King thought for a moment and his face turned gloomy. He shook his head and said, "You forgot one possibility." "You mean he comprehended the spatial true meaning?" The Yellow Spring sect master took a deep breath and asked. "If he comprehended the void true meaning, then the current situation will naturally be explained," the Sky Bone King said. At this moment, the Yellow Spring sect master also realized that something was wrong. The void true meaning, that was a supreme true meaning. This kid actually comprehended a supreme true meaning. This kid must die. As soon as the Acheron sect master finished speaking, his figure disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in the spirit vortex realm battlefield, ready to attack Fang Chen. Boom! However, before he could attack Fang Chen, he was forced back by another powerful attack. Immediately, the ancestor of Tianzhou appeared. "Yellow Spring sect master, do you want to start an all-out war?" asked Tianzhou's ancestor sinisterly. When they discovered that Fang Chen had come out of the hexagonal astral formation, the two patriarchs had been paying attention to Fang Chen's every move. They were afraid that the Netherworld sect leader and Heaven Bone King would kill Fang Chen in a fit of anger. Sure enough, the Yellow Spring sect master flew into a rage out of humiliation and prepared to kill Fang Chen. "Old fart, if you want to stand, then let's fight," shouted the leader of the Yellow Spring sect. Instantly, a vast amount of chi filled the air as the quasi-kings started fighting. In the next moment, the Sky Bone King and the Demon Continent's patriarch started fighting. "Retreat!" Seeing this, Fang Chen shouted and led the spiritual whirlpool realm martial artists out of the spiritual whirlpool realm battlefield. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the demon plane shook. The battle between the quasi-king level powerhouses shocked countless martialists. Even the battles in the true martial realm battlefield stopped abruptly. The true martial realm powerhouses of the three continents returned to the ancient Sword Continent's base camp. What's going on? Why did the quasi-kings suddenly attack? Asked old Devil Mo, puzzled. Has an all-out war started? Asked Patriarch Mo in a deep voice. Many true martial realm martial artists looked at the battle on the demon plane solemnly. The battle between the quasi-kings was too terrifying. The energy waves that were emitted from the battle overturned the entire demon plane. Their figures had already entered the sky above the clouds. However, the energy waves from the battle were still terrifying. At a certain moment, a mountain peak in the distance suddenly rose from the ground and flew into the sky. Everyone saw the demon continent's patriarch dragging the huge mountain peak with his hand and smashing it towards the Sky Bone King. The Sky Bone King roared and his battle saber transformed into a terrifying saber light that blasted towards the mountain peak. Dong! The mountain peak was split in half by the battle saber and fell on the demon plane, causing the entire demon plane to sink completely. It's too terrifying. Many spiritual vortex realm martial artists were shocked. The true martial realm powerhouses also looked extremely gloomy. At this moment, Fang Chen was holding Star and Moon's fair hands tightly. His face was extremely solemn. Brother Chen, do you think the ancient Sword Continent will win? Star and Moon asked in a low voice. Fang Chen shook his head. He did not know either. The battle between the quasi-kings was unimaginable. He could not tell who was stronger and who was weaker. Just as many martialists were staring intently at the battle in the sky, three majestic auras suddenly spread out in an instant. The appearance of these three auras suppressed the entire ancient Sword Continent. The weaker martial artists immediately vomited blood. Even the four quasi-emperors fighting in the air felt their hearts palpitate, and they all stopped fighting. Crash! The void tore apart and three figures appeared. The three of them exuded a terrifying aura. When the four quasi-kings saw the three of them, they were extremely shocked. Other than the Mystic King realm powerhouses, who else could make the four quasi-kings fearful? Three Mystic King realm powerhouses. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the Acheron sect master. Who are they? How can there be three Mystic King realm powerhouses on the ancient Sword Continent? The Sky Bone King squinted his eyes and stood in the air. The Tianzhou Patriarch and the Demon Continent Patriarch were even more shocked. The battle between them and the Acheron sect had engulfed the entire ancient Sword Continent. At the most crucial moment, three Mystic King realm powerhouses had appeared. Are those Mystic King realm powerhouses? Sensing the aura from the three of them, Fang Chen's soul trembled. They were too powerful. A Mystic King realm powerhouse could kill him with just a glance. Fang Chen held Star and Moon's fair hands tightly and was ready to escape. Weak humans, from today onwards, the ancient Sword Continent is under our control. Wu Ku waved the folding fan in his hand and said loudly. The three of you. The Acheron sect master spoke. I know what you guys are puzzled about. I can tell you clearly that the three of us are from the outer realm. We are here to refine the mortal world. You guys should know our strength. If you want to resist, go ahead and try. Ling Jing said coldly. Instantly, the atmosphere became incomparably solemn. Who would dare resist three Mystic Kings? Unless they didn't want to live. Clearly, they didn't want to die. Even if they resisted, it would be useless. The Acheron sect is willing to submit to the three seniors. The Acheron sect master was the first to speak. The Sky Bone King was unwilling, but he had no choice. I, the Sky Bone King, am willing to follow the three of you. The Tianzhou Patriarch and the Demon Continent Patriarch lowered their heads and sighed. They shook their heads and said, the ancient Sword Continent is willing to submit. In order to survive, they could only submit. The four quasi-kings lowered their heads. Ling Jing looked at the sword-bearing man and grinned. The Demon Cloud Continent and the Ancient Sword Continent are yours. After the three of them came out of the Forbidden Ocean, they discussed for a while. In the end, they decided to let the sword-bearing man refine the Ancient Sword Continent first. As for the other two, they would go to the other two continents to refine. The man with a sword on his back, Demon Cloud Lianzhou, nodded and smiled. "Let's see who can refine it first," said the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch. "Then let's compete." "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" laughed Wu Ku. "All right, then let's not waste any more time. Let's hurry to the other continents," said Ling Jing. Immediately, Ling Jing and Wu Ku tore through the void and disappeared into it. Countless true martial realm experts lowered their heads. The Ancient Sword Continent was their home, but they had no choice but to lower their heads. The enemy was too strong. A mystic king could exterminate them with a wave of his hand. A casual attack could even destroy a prefecture. They simply couldn't compare. "All of you leave. Don't disturb me," said the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch. The numerous cultivators all left. The two ancestors also quietly left. At this moment the Yellow Spring sect master suddenly stepped forward and said to the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch, "Senior, there's a cultivator here that I think you'll be interested in." The Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch frowned. That brat has the true meaning of the void. The Yellow Spring sect master pointed at Fang Chen. The two ancestors' expressions immediately changed. Their hearts were burning with anxiety. Fang Chen's eyes were also filled with fury. Hearing this, the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch's lazy eyes finally shot out a terrifying golden light. "True meaning of the void," the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch softly said. With a thought, a biting cold wind attacked Fang Chen. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Fang Chen brought Star and Moon with him, and directly pushed the true meaning of the void to the extreme, rushing towards the Five Elements province. As long as he could return to the Five Elements Academy, he would be able to bring Star and Moon into the sky connecting peak. At that time, even if this person was a Mystic King realm expert, he would have nothing to fear. It really is the true meaning of the void. I didn't expect a cultivator to have the true meaning of the void in such a remote place. After confirming Fang Chen's true meaning of the void, the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch's face completely darkened. His Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch had such an outstanding genius, yet he couldn't comprehend the true meaning of the void. A piece of trash from a remote place actually comprehended the true meaning of the void. "Die!" the Demon Cloud Continent Patriarch softly said. Suddenly, a vast soul power turned into a majestic sword and shot towards Fang Chen. "Brother Chen, leave quickly." The attack of a Mystic King realm expert wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. At the most crucial moment, Star and Moon directly pushed Fang Chen away and blocked in front of him. With a puchi, the sword pierced Star and Moon's body. Bang! Star and Moon's body softly fell to the ground. "No!" Fang Chen cried out miserably. He wanted to grab Star and Moon's hand, but he realized that Star and Moon had already died in the hands of a Mystic King realm expert. "I want to avenge you." Chapter 8:23. Seeing Star and Moon die to save him, Fang Chen's heart was filled with rage. Even if the other party was a Mystic King realm expert, he was not afraid. At most, he would die. "You want to avenge her?" Demon Cloud Lianzhou narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Chen. He sneered. "I can kill you with a single thought." "You actually said that you want to avenge her? What a joke." As a Mystic King realm expert, don't you find it shameful to kill ordinary martial artists so unscrupulously? Fang Chen roared angrily. At this moment, he had long been blinded by hatred. The consequences were no longer within his scope of thinking. "Foolish martial artist," Demon Cloud Lianzhou said coldly and pointed his finger. Fang Chen put away Star and Moon's corpse on the ground and looked at Demon Cloud Lianzhou. If I don't die today, I, Fang Chen, will definitely chop off your head in the future. Fang Chen's voice spread throughout the land. You won't have that chance. A mystic king realm expert was too strong. With just a casual point of his finger, heaven and earth changed color. In the eyes of a mystic king realm expert, Fang Chen was just an ant. Without entering the mystic king realm, everything was an ant. These words were not spoken without thinking. Puchi Fang Chen pushed the true meaning of void to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword and wanted to approach Demon Cloud Lianzhou. However, it was useless. Although the true meaning of void was strong, Fang Chen had not fully comprehended it and could not display the strongest state of the true meaning of void. Puchi Demon Cloud Lianzhou's finger light instantly pierced through the void and pierced Fang Chen's body, causing Fang Chen's body to fall to the ground. Fang Chen died in a single exchange. The Netherworld Sect Master and Sky Bone King saw this and laughed sinisterly. The true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy roared and could not help but want to attack. However, in the end, they were restrained by Dean Wuyun. They couldn't do anything. Once they did, the Five Elements Academy would be completely finished. "Little ant, you dare to provoke me?" said Moyun Lianzhou. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. Fang Chen was dead. Even his soul had been shattered. "Let's disperse," Demon Cloud Lianzhou said. The hearts of the experts of the 3 continents were filled with fear as they quickly retreated. As for the demonic Cloud Lianzhou, he stood in the air. With a casual wave of his hand, the mountain range in the distance instantly rose from the ground and arrived beneath his feet. Rumble! The entire Tianzhou was shaking. The devil Cloud Lianzhou piled up countless mountain peaks together, forming a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. With a tap of his foot, he leaped onto the towering mountain peak. He sat down cross-legged and began to refine the ancient sword continent. Fang Chen's body lay quietly at the foot of the mountain. No one dared to take care of it. Fang Chen had angered the Devil Cloud Lian State. Who would dare to provoke the Devil Cloud Lian State? Yellow Spring Sect Master, where are you going? Heavenly Bone King asked. His words were filled with regret. Originally, he had a high chance of obtaining the ancient sword continent. Who would have thought that an outsider would suddenly appear and ruin his plans? Now that a profound king had entered the ancient sword continent, he had no chance at all. Cultivate. The Yellow Spring Sect Master's eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had painstakingly planned this for so long, but it had been ruined by a profound king. He was unwilling. In the past, he had also been a profound king. This time, he wanted to go into seclusion until he became a mystic king expert before coming out. "What about you?" asked the Yellow Spring Sect Master. "Like you, I'll enter seclusion and cultivate. Once I reach the profound king realm, I'll have more authority to speak." After saying that, Heavenly Bone King's figure flashed and he left. After the battle, the huge Tianzhou had shrunk by a third. From today onwards, Tianzhou had become a forbidden area for cultivators. No cultivator dared to casually enter Tianzhou. That was because there was a profound king on a towering mountain peak in Tianzhou's Devil Plain. The ancient sword continent's calamity had come and gone quickly. Fortunately, after the profound king had occupied the ancient sword continent, he hadn't started a massacre. That made everyone feel very gratified. At this moment, in the Five Elements Academy of the Five Elements Province, we could only watch as Fang Chen died. There was nothing we could do. Elder Han was extremely furious. He was the first to discover Fang Chen's potential, and he was also the one who had the most confidence in Fang Chen. He even believed that Fang Chen was the last cultivator to enter that place. But now, Fang Chen had been killed by a profound king. Not only that, but even the star and moon had been killed. The Five Elements Academy had suffered disastrous losses. It's all because of that damned Yellow Spring Sect Master. If it wasn't for him, why would a profound king attack Fang Chen? Said the Bloody Spear Man gloomily. That's right. "It's all because of the Yellow Spring Sect Master," said the Bone Weapon Saint Master and the others. Immediately, everyone's spearhead was pointed at the Yellow Spring Sect Master. "Starting today, I'm going into seclusion to increase my strength and avenge Fong Qin," said Elder Han. Then he turned and left. The other true martial realm cultivators all went into seclusion. That day would be called the Doomsday Calamity by later generations. Although the ancient Sword Continent was still the original ancient Sword Continent, all the indigenous cultivators had been reduced to slaves. All the cultivators on the ancient Sword Continent had made up their minds to cultivate diligently. The Five Elements Academy, the overlord of the Five Elements Province, was completely under Zhang Jingtao's control after the Doomsday Calamity. The other true martial realm cultivators all went into seclusion. The entire ancient Sword Continent fell into a deathly silence. At the peak of the Tianzhou continent, the Demon Cloud Continent was communicating with the ancient Sword Continent's world core, preparing to refine it. There were countless mortal continents in the vast universe, and every mortal continent had a world core. Refining the world core would allow one to become an overlord. Even in the extraterritorial space, one would be a very powerful existence. Of course, it was the easiest for indigenous cultivators to refine the world core. Visitors from the extraterritorial space would be rejected by the world core. However, several hundred years ago, someone had successfully refined the realm core of a certain mortal continent. This news caused countless waves of commotion. Many cultivators were eager to enter the mortal continents and refine the world core. However, the node between the mortal continents and the vast universe had a powerful seal. This was the universe's law that was specially designed to protect the mortal continents. Only the indigenous cultivators of the continent could ignore the seal and enter the mortal continents. No matter how strong the others were, they couldn't enter. Moreover, the stronger one was, the greater the backlash. However, there were still people who took advantage of the loopholes and came up with various methods. The three from the Demon Cloud Continent used the Demon Cloud Continent to travel through the spacetime barrier and enter the Qinyan domain. His countless laws revolved around the Demon Cloud Continent. He suddenly opened his eyes and grinned. It's indeed difficult for non-indigenous cultivators to refine the world core. The Demon Cloud Continent felt the world core's rejection. However, the more it was like this, the more excited he was. He could almost see himself refining the world core and returning to the extraterritorial space. The Demon Cloud Continent, will definitely refine the world core," said the Demon Cloud Continent. In the next moment, the Demon Cloud Continent tried to communicate with the world core again and refine it. Refining the world core was a long process that couldn't be completed in a short period of time. It might take a few hundred years or even a few thousand years. However, for mystic kings their lifespans were very long. A few thousand years was nothing. 3 months after the apocalypse, the towering mountain peak of the Tianzhou was covered in a gray aura. Even the quasi-king ancestors of the Tianzhou couldn't see what was happening inside. No one knew what the Demon Cloud Continent was doing. As for a secret like the world core, how could a quasi-king know? After 3 months under the towering mountain peak, Fong Chen's corpse had already dried up. The golden heart in his body had also completely dimmed. Fong Chen was killed by a mystic king. Everyone saw it clearly. Such an outstanding genius died, but no one dared to collect his corpse. It was sad. Fong Chen's body lay quietly, covered in dust. In his dantian, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron suddenly shook. Dong! The three-legged, two-eared cauldron had been completely silent ever since it absorbed the Sky Bone Monarch's heart. And at this moment it finally shook again. Buzz! The three-legged, two-eared cauldron seemed to have sensed that Fong Chen was no longer alive. The cauldron lid suddenly opened, and the head inside the cauldron rushed out. It floated in the air and stared at Fong Chen. After a long time, the head inside the cauldron sucked Fong Chen's corpse into the cauldron. Crash! The lid of the cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears was stabilized. Then, it disappeared from its original position. The situation here was very strange, but no one knew. The demon cloud Lian Zhou on the mountain peak had already entered the state of refining the heart of the realm. He had no time to care about this. Otherwise, everything about the ancient sword continent would be imprinted in his mind with just a thought. Half a month after Fang Chen's body disappeared, a terrifying stream of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. On this day, in the Forbidden Ocean, the Beast Emperor was discussing important matters with many Beast Kings under his command. Lord Beast Emperor, the 3 foreign guests have gone to the ancient sword continent, the Octopus Beast Emperor said. Lord Beast Emperor, our Sea Demon clan is a great clan. Are we going to be slaves to those 3 people for the rest of our lives? The Blood Shark Beast Emperor said in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Beast Emperor, we have to think of a way. The Demon Whale Beast Emperor shook its head slightly. Those 3 people are not as terrifying as you think. Don't mention this matter again. The Demon Whale Beast Emperor interrupted them. But the other Beast Kings still wanted to say something. At this moment, the Beast Kings suddenly felt a tremor in the Forbidden Ocean zone. What's going on? In the blink of an eye, many Beast Kings and the Demon Whale Beast Emperor floated to the surface. Immediately they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. A frightening stream of light instantly streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean zone with the speed of a clap of thunder. Wherever it passed, a biting cold wind blew and set off stormy waves in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. What is that? Many Beast Kings cried out in alarm. The Beast Emperor's eyes flickered as he stared at the stream of light that had already disappeared. His heart could not calm down for a long time. That aura is suffocating, the Beast Emperor thought to himself. Chapter 8:24. In the sky, a stream of light was flying rapidly. No one could see clearly what this stream of light was. No one knew where this stream of light was flying to. As if carrying 1,000 years of sorrow, the stream of light disappeared into the horizon. It had taken it 3 months to travel from the ancient sword continent to the Forbidden Ocean realm. This end of the Forbidden Ocean was the Endless Wilderness. The Endless Wilderness was a legend in the ancient sword continent. In ancient times, there were still people who knew about the existence of the Endless Wilderness. However, as time passed, no one knew about the Endless Wilderness. Only the overlord of the Forbidden Ocean, the Demon Whale Beast Emperor, vaguely knew that there was an endless wilderness in the south of the Forbidden Ocean. However, even as a Beast Emperor, it did not dare to go to the Endless Wilderness. This was because the Endless Wilderness gave it an unforgettable memory. One year, the Beast Emperor had just become a Beast King. Its strength was considered a top existence among the many Beast Kings in the Forbidden Ocean. It accidentally learned from the old Beast Emperor that the Forbidden Ocean bordered the Endless Wilderness. Moreover, when the old Beast Emperor talked about the Endless Wilderness, its heart palpitated. The old Beast Emperor warned many Beast Kings not to go to the Endless Wilderness. At that time, the Beast Emperor was curious and wanted to go take a look. However, before it could get close to the Endless Wilderness, it was sent flying by a wave of air. The Beast Emperor's heart was filled with fear. A wave of air actually injured it and made it unable to fight anymore. This made the Beast Emperor's heart palpitate. The thought of the Endless Wilderness in its mind was immediately cut off. The Endless Wilderness had always been a legend. Some said that the Endless Wilderness was established by a powerhouse from another region. There were also some who said that the Endless Wilderness was naturally born from heaven and earth. In short, there were many legends about the Endless Wilderness. The Endless Wilderness had always been peaceful. On a certain day, at the end of the Forbidden Ocean, a stream of light suddenly shot over. This beam of light contained a vast aura. It directly broke through the seal of the Endless Desolate Border and rushed into the Endless Desolate Border. Dong! In a certain wasteland of the Endless Wilderness, a trembling sound suddenly rang out. Following that, a huge cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears quietly stood on the ground, as if it had existed since ancient times. In a certain city in the endless borderlands, there were countless martialists. The martialists here were filled with vigorous auras as they chatted and laughed. Golden Sword City, a city in the endless wilderness. It was very prosperous and filled with boundless sword energy. The Golden Sword Restaurant was the most famous restaurant in Golden Sword City. The reason why it was famous was because the genius martial artists of Golden Sword City would gather at the Golden Sword Restaurant from time to discuss their experiences. Over time, the Golden Sword Restaurant became famous. Today was a routine conversation between geniuses. Many geniuses were sitting on the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, talking and laughing. He Xuelin, how is your cultivation of the immemorial heaven-exterminating sword art? A fat man grinned at He Xuelin. I've reached the perfect stage. The genius on He Xuelin's back said with a smile. Fatty Li, what about you? Asked the cultivator beside He Xuelin. On the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, there were many geniuses. They were all discussing their experiences in cultivation. Ha, looks like I'm late. At a certain moment, a boorish martialist appeared on the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant, wildly laughing. You really think you're something. Every time you're the finale, you make so many people wait for you. As soon as the boorish martialist arrived, a discordant voice rang out. Wu Li, do you want to fight? Luo Byron's eyes widened as he icily asked Wu Li. Fatty Li laughed mischievously and stood up to smooth things over. We're all good friends. There's no need to be like this, right? Who's good friends with him? Demanded Wu Li icily. I disdain being friends with you, said Luo Byron fiercely. Everyone helplessly shook their heads. The two of them were mortal enemies. Every time they met, they would come to blows. Everyone was already used to this, and had long since become numb to it. Only a good person like Fatty Li would try to persuade the two of them every time. However, what puzzled everyone was that Luo Byron didn't attack this time. It should be known that every time Wu Li ridiculed Luo Byron, the latter would come to blows. Every time the geniuses gathered, the highest floor of the Golden Sword Restaurant would be battered and exhausted. This was also the reason why they didn't use their spiritual qi. Once they used their spiritual qi, the entire Golden Sword Restaurant would instantly shatter. Even the Golden Sword City would be battered and exhausted. If there were any martialists from the ancient sword continent present, they would definitely be extremely shocked. That was because everyone present was a true martial realm expert, and their auras were not weak. More than 20 true martial realm experts. This kind of lineup was comparable to the fighting strength of the entire ancient sword continent. Luo Byron, why aren't you attacking? Fatty Li had just finished speaking when Luo Byron coldly snorted and walked to a nearby stool and sat down. This made everyone very puzzled. A busybody grinned and asked. At this moment, qi surged from Luo Byron's body. Immediately after, everyone discovered that Luo Byron's cultivation had unexpectedly broken through. No wonder, Luo Byron, you're good. Your cultivation has actually broken through to the 6th true martial realm, said He Xuelin with a slight smile. Of everyone present, Luo Byron and Wu Li's cultivation were the highest. They were both at the 5th true martial realm. The two of them were unable to do anything to each other. Neither of them was willing to submit to the other. And now, Luo Byron wasn't attacking, but the qi he was releasing made everything clear. His cultivation had reached the 6th true martial realm. Wu Li simply couldn't be his match. Humph, what's there to be proud of? Upon seeing this, Wu Li let out a hollow laugh, before his aura burst out from his body. Everyone cried out in alarm. Luo Byron's cultivation had reached the 6th true martial realm. They hadn't expected Wu Li's cultivation to also reach the 6th true martial realm. So what if I've broken through? True battle strength depends on the fist. Originally, he had had a slight advantage. but now it seemed that he didn't have any advantage in terms of cultivation. Luo Byron sneered. Luo Byron, if you want to fight then let's fight. Do you think I, Wu Li, am afraid of you? Wu Li suddenly stood up angrily. Immediately, the atmosphere on the highest floor of the Golden Sword restaurant became incomparably heavy. Luo Byron and Wu Li were confronting each other. Terrifying qi spread everywhere. At this time, Fatty Li stood up, ready to persuade the two of them. Just as Fatty Li was about to speak, a stream of light suddenly appeared in the sky outside the Golden Sword City. Following this, a magnificent aura spread across the place. What's that, qi? The people on the highest floor of the Golden Sword restaurant were all true martial realm geniuses. Their spiritual senses were incomparably sharp. They instantly sensed that something was wrong. Then they looked into the distance. The scene that entered their eyes made them incomparably shocked. Dong! The entire ground trembled for a moment, then calmed down. Let's go take a look. The geniuses all soared into the air and directly flew away. At this time, within Golden Sword City, many ordinary cultivators saw the geniuses hastily flying away. They were all puzzled as to what had happened. Whoosh! The speed of a true martial realm warrior was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the wasteland outside Golden Sword City. At this time, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron appeared in front of them. What is this? The first one to arrive here was Wu Li. His soul had enveloped the cauldron. He wanted to probe, but found that his soul could not approach the cauldron at all. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Luo Byron followed closely behind. When he saw the cauldron, he was also shocked. The other geniuses quickly arrived. Many geniuses stood in the wasteland, looking at the cauldron with puzzled eyes. Luo Byron, you're the most knowledgeable. Do you know the origin of this cauldron? Asked Fatty Li. Luo Byron shook his head and said, The qi emitted by this cauldron is extremely terrifying. If I'm not wrong, it's at least a treasure of a profound king expert. Where did this cauldron come from? Asked Wu Li softly. Everyone present was a true martial realm expert. No matter how they probed, they could not find out the origin of the cauldron. Could it have descended from an extraterritorial space? Whispered a cultivator softly. Crack! While the crowd was discussing, the lid of the cauldron was suddenly lifted open. An ancient aura instantly filled the air. What a powerful aura! Even an ordinary profound king wouldn't have such an aura. Wu Li's expression changed slightly. Just what is the origin of this cauldron? Asked Luo Byron. Everyone looked at the cauldron with shining eyes. They wanted to see just what was inside the cauldron. When the lid of the cauldron was lifted, a corpse appeared from within. There's someone here. A dead person? Everyone was shocked to see Fang Chen's corpse. The moment Fang Chen lifted the lid of the cauldron, the golden heart, which had already dimmed completely, suddenly started to spin. A powerful suction force instantly spread out, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth frantically fused into Fang Chen's body. Could it be that an almighty expert is reviving? Muttered He Xuelin to himself. Most of the people present were very knowledgeable, but they didn't know what was happening. It was too strange. A cauldron had appeared out of nowhere and landed in the wasteland outside Golden Sword City. And now, the lid had opened and a corpse had appeared. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth crazily poured into the corpse. He really is reviving, cried Fatty Li as he stared at Fang Chen's corpse. The dim golden heart began to become more lively after absorbing a large amount of energy. At this time, Fang Chen's body still didn't have the slightest bit of life force. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth was still pouring into Fang Chen's corpse. This scene alarmed all the profound king realm experts in Gold Sword City. At a certain moment, a profound king who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of golden light shot out from his eyes, and then his figure flashed and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the air above the wasteland. An almighty expert has revived. Seeing Fang Chen's corpse and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, a trace of joy flashed through the eyes of this Mystic King Realm expert. Perfect for my test subject, the Mystic King Realm expert muttered to himself. Chapter 825. The geniuses looked up and shook their heads when they saw this person. It's the blood-refining king. Let's go. The geniuses whispered. Although these geniuses were arrogant, they did not dare to be arrogant in front of the blood-refining king. Everyone returned to the Golden Sword City, and returned to the Golden Sword Restaurant. Fatty Lee sighed, I wonder which almighty revived him. It's a pity that he met the blood-refining king. Yeah, he's unlucky to meet the blood-refining king. Not only can he not revive, but he might even be refined into a puppet by the blood-refining king. He Xuelin said. The blood-refining king loves the corpses of almighties the most. He won't let them go. The geniuses were all talking about the blood-refinement king. The blood-refining king was a famous profound king realm expert within 100 miles of the Golden Sword City. He specialized in puppetry. Although he had a bad reputation, very few profound kings were willing to deal with him. This was because the moment they faced the blood-refinement monarch, his endless supply of powerful puppets would cause other profound kings to crumble. At this moment, the blood-refining king's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at Fang Chen's corpse and the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Crash! At this moment, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron entered Fang Chen's dantian. Interesting. It's best to be my blood puppet. The blood-refining king flicked his wrist and kept Fang Chen's corpse. After returning to the Golden Sword City, the blood-refining king entered his mansion. My lord. The servants greeted him. Prepare all the materials for me. I want to refine a new blood puppet. The blood-refining king said hurriedly. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. These servants had served the blood-refining king for a long time. They knew what the blood-refining king needed. In a short while, the materials for refining the blood puppet were all prepared. In a blood-red hall, there was a strong seal around it. This was the hall where the blood-refining king was refining the blood puppet. There was a complicated array in the hall with all kinds of materials. The blood-refining king waved his hand and placed Fang Chen's corpse into the array. The array stabilized Fang Chen's corpse. Then, the hall closed and the blood-refining king began to refine the blood puppet. What a perfect bloodling! The blood-refining king's face was full of smiles. In the past, he had obtained the body of an almighty. After refining it into a blood puppet, his strength was abnormally strong. He still remembered that 100 years ago, he had obtained the corpse of an almighty and refined it into a blood puppet. The blood puppet's strength had reached the Mystic King realm. The blood puppet was the blood-refining king's favorite creation. The blood-refining monarch checked Fang Chen's body and found that Fang Chen's body was very strong. Let's begin, Lord Blood-Refining grinned and said. The blood-refining monarch was a mysterious king realm expert, so he was very familiar with puppetry. His palms were forming different seals as he refined Fang Chen. As time passed, Fang Chen's body began to change. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes, but they were incomparably dull. Ha ha ha, blood puppet is about to be completed. The blood-refining king was very happy and laughed heartily. The blood-refinement monarch continued refining the blood puppet. However, he did not notice that Fang Chen's golden heart was spinning silently during this process. After 3 days and 3 nights, the blood-refining king finally completed the refinement. Crash! The blood-refining king waved his hand and the array was removed. A perfect blood puppet appeared in front of him. At this moment, Fang Chen's eyes were open, but he was dull and soulless. He was just a walking corpse. This was the blood-refining king's blood puppet. It was much more advanced than the puppets in the ancient sword continent. What's going on? The blood-refining king carefully looked at the blood puppet and was surprised to find that the blood puppet's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm. Suddenly, the blood-refining king's face turned gloomy. It was not easy to find the corpse of an almighty. Why was the blood puppet's cultivation only at the 9th level of the spiritual whirlpool realm? One should know that the blood-refining king could easily refine a true martial realm blood puppet. It was the first time that he had refined a spiritual whirlpool realm blood puppet. How unlucky! The blood-refining king shook his head slightly and was a little unhappy. Then, the blood-refining king opened the main hall and a servant came in. "Throw this blood puppet to the blood puppet building and put it on the shelves," the blood-refining king said. "Yes, Lord Blood-Refining King." Just like that, Fang Chen was sent to the blood puppet building and put on the shelves. The blood puppet building was considered a very famous place in Golden Sword City. The blood puppet building's backer was the blood-refining king. No one dared to cause trouble in the blood puppet building. Many people who wanted to buy blood puppets had to pay the price and come here to buy. Of course, the blood puppets sold by the blood puppet building were basically spiritual whirlpool realm blood puppet. As for true martial realm blood puppets, they were basically not for sale. Even if they were for sale, they would not sell it casually. One day, two people came to the blood puppet building. It was a man and a woman. The man had a faint smile on his face, while the woman wore a purple dress. Both of them were in the true martial realm. "Brother Wolf, why did you suddenly want to come to the blood puppet building?" the woman in purple asked with a smile. "Just looking around." The man smiled. The man called Brother Wolf was at LV3 true martial realm. As for the woman in purple, she was slightly weaker at LV2 true martial realm. Given their strength, they were considered geniuses in Golden Sword City. However, compared to He Xuelin and the others, they were not worth mentioning. After strolling around the blood puppet building for a while, Brother Wolf's figure suddenly stopped on a blood puppet. "Brother Wolf, have you taken a fancy to this blood puppet?" Brother Wolf frowned. When he saw the blood puppet, a trace of hallucination appeared in his mind. He had a vague intuition that he had seen this blood puppet somewhere before. "From the looks of it, I have never seen it before. Why do I have this feeling?" Brother Wolf was very puzzled. Hearing the woman in purple's question, Brother Wolf shook his head slightly and said, "This puppet is pretty good. Its cultivation is at LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm. It is enough to guard the mansion." Every time Brother Wolf saw this blood puppet, he felt a sense of déjà vu. In the end, he decided to buy this blood puppet. "Hey, isn't this Tang Tianlang? Why are you interested in strolling around the blood puppet building today?" Suddenly, a voice sounded. Tang Tianlang and the purple-clothed lady turned to look, and suddenly realized that a group of martial artists were slowly walking over from afar. The person in the lead was a plump fatty. "Li Bing," Tang Tianlang said in a deep voice. "Tang Tianlang, what do you think of my suggestion? How about letting your sister follow me?" Li Bing grinned. His eyes widened as he sized up the woman in purple. "In your dreams," Tang Tianlang said coldly. He then turned around and ignored Li Bing. "I want to buy this blood puppet," Tang Tianlang said to the staff member. "Sir, this blood puppet is at LV9 spiritual whirlpool realm. It is worth 1,000 purple crystals," the staff member said respectfully. "Here is 1,000 purple crystals." Tang Tianlang took out 1,000 purple crystals and handed it to the staff member. "Sir, this blood puppet is now yours," the staff member said. Just as Tang Tianlang was about to take the blood puppet away, Li Bing suddenly spoke up to stop him. "I'll pay 2,000 purple crystals. Pack this blood puppet up for me." "I'm sorry, sir. This blood puppet has already been purchased by this sir. If you need other blood puppets, I can introduce them to you," the staff member said awkwardly. "I want this blood puppet," Li Bing said coldly with an unfriendly gaze. "I'm sorry, sir. Our blood puppet building is unable to fulfill your request," the staff member said. Do you know who I am? A warrior behind Li Bing asked coldly. The staff member shook his head. The warrior continued to berate. Our boss, Li Bing, is the younger brother of the genius Li Yuntian. It is your fortune that our boss has taken a fancy to this blood puppet. When the staff member heard the name Li Yuntian, his expression changed slightly. His gaze changed. Finally, he clenched his teeth and looked at Tang Tianlang. Sir, you see, Tang Tianlang waved his hand. Everything has a first-come, first-served basis. I bought this blood puppet first, so it should belong to me. With that, Tang Tianlang brought the purple-clothed lady and left. Trash. Looking at Tang Tianlang's departing figure, Li Bing kicked the staff member and said angrily. Li Yuntian, also known as Fatty Li, was a top genius in Gold Sword City. Many Mystic King Realm experts wanted to take him as a disciple, but they were all rejected by him. Although the blood puppet building's backer was the blood-refining monarch, he wouldn't care about such a small matter. The staff member didn't want to make a big deal out of it, nor did he want to offend Li Bing. Hence, he wanted Tang Tianlang to back down. When Tang Tianlang kept the blood puppet, the illusion in his mind became even more realistic. Chapter 8:26. If not for his fear of Li Yuntian's strength, Tang Tianlang would have attacked Li Bing long ago. After leaving the blood puppet building, Li Yuntian hurriedly brought his sister, Tang Chenxi, back to his residence. Golden Sword City was very spacious and prosperous. There were many rules in Golden Sword City. One of them was that no one was allowed to walk on the streets at night. Therefore, every martialist who entered Golden Sword City, unless they had a house in Golden Sword City, could only leave Golden Sword City before nightfall. And the wilderness was the most dangerous place. Powerful demonic beasts roamed about, as well as some unknown dangers. In short, most of the martialists were accumulating purple gems in order to buy a house in Golden Sword City. Tang Tianlang's days in Golden Sword City were pretty good. He had his own residence. Actually, it was more like an independent courtyard than a residence. After returning to the courtyard, Tang Tianlang took out the blood puppet from his interspatial ring. Brother Lang, there are so many burly 9th-level spirit vortex realm martial artists. Why did you choose this one? Tang Chenxi asked doubtfully. Tang Tianlang carefully stared at the blood puppet and did not speak for a long time. Every time he stared at the blood puppet, an illusion would appear in his mind. His intuition told him that he had seen the blood puppet before. He had mixed feelings. What's going on? After a long time, Tang Tianlang did not know what was going on. In the end, he could only conclude that it was an illusion. Go guard the gate. Tang Tianlang took out some purple gems from his interspatial ring and placed them in the blood puppet's body. Immediately, the blood puppet's internal organs started working. The blood puppet quickly walked to the gate and stood there quietly. The blood puppet was like a puppet. However, the energy required by the blood puppet was of a higher grade. On the ancient sword continent, puppets only needed spiritual stones. Here, however, the blood puppet needed purple gems. Time passed bit by bit. Xueho, who was standing at the gate, did not move. The energy of the purple gems in his body was spreading everywhere. At a certain moment, the golden heart suddenly began to beat rapidly. Afterwards, the violet crystal energy that had spread throughout his body was instantly absorbed by the golden heart. After absorbing the energy of the purple gems, the golden heart became abnormally active. Hiss hiss hiss. After the golden heart had finished absorbing the energy of the purple crystal, a faint aura was emitted. It then flowed through the meridians and entered the blood main's head. If there were almighties here, they would definitely be extremely shocked. The weak aura released from the golden heart was actually a wisp of soul. This wisp of soul released by the golden heart gradually entered the blood main's head, trying to occupy it again. However, since it had already been refined into a blood puppet, its brain had already been occupied by the blood refinement monarch's runes. After a fruitless invasion, the wisp of soul returned to the golden heart. The golden heart calmed down once again. Fang Chen probably didn't expect that after being killed by the demon Cloud Lian province, he would be inexplicably refined into a blood puppet by a profound king realm expert. Just like that, Tang Tianlang would place some purple crystals into Fang Chen's body every day. What he didn't know was that these purple crystals would be absorbed by the golden heart. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. One day, Tang Tianlang assigned a task to Fang Chen. Go to a canyon 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Kill some devil monkeys and collect 100 of their brains, Tang Tianlang said to the blood-maned Fang Chen. Then, Tang Tianlang placed a large amount of purple crystals into Fang Chen's body at once. It was enough to support him to complete this task. After receiving the order, the blood-maned left Golden Sword City. Not long after, he arrived at the entrance of the canyon 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. This canyon was between two mountain peaks, and there was only one entrance. Standing outside the canyon, one could feel that there was a ferocious aura within the canyon. However, as a blood-maned, Fang Chen didn't think about this at all. He entered directly. As soon as he entered the canyon, a devil monkey attacked him. Bang! Fang Chen clenched his fist and punched at the devil monkey. Immediately, the devil monkey was sent flying. Next, it was time to harvest the devil monkey's brains. The devil monkey's cultivation was mostly between the 7th and 8th level of the spiritual vortex realm. Although they were weak, they were very agile. It was slightly difficult for Fang Chen to deal with them. Fortunately, his defense was very strong. He didn't need to defend. He only needed to focus on attacking. After about 2 hours, Fang Chen completed his task. He collected 100 devil monkeys' brains and prepared to leave. At this moment, the entrance of the canyon was suddenly surrounded by some ancient martial art practitioners. Boss Li Bing has ordered us to destroy this blood-maned, one of the ancient martial art practitioners said with a sinister smile. It's just a blood-maned devil monkey at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm. The few of us can easily destroy it. Then what's the point of talking? Let's go. Suddenly, 4 or 5 ancient martial art practitioners came into the canyon and attacked Fang Chen. Bang bang bang! These ancient martial art practitioners were very strong. Fang Chen couldn't withstand them at all. After a while, Fang Chen was sent flying by the ancient martial art practitioners. Crack! At Fang Chen's heart, the energy hub that maintained the operation of the blood-maned was shattered by a punch from one of the ancient martial art practitioners. Bang! Fang Chen's body fell to the ground and remained motionless. The energy hub has been destroyed. Mission accomplished. Let's go back quickly, the ancient martial art practitioner said softly. The most important part of a blood-maned was the energy hub at the heart. Once the energy hub was destroyed, the blood-maned would be completely useless. After these ancient martial art practitioners left, Fang Chen's body, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly moved. At his chest, the energy hub was destroyed and a bowl-sized hole appeared. However, at this moment, a golden heart suddenly appeared and occupied the hole. Then, it merged with Fang Chen's body completely. When the golden heart occupied the position of the energy hub, Fang Chen's entire body underwent many changes. Hiss 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 hiss, the golden heart was connected to the entire body. It released a strange aura that spread throughout Fang Chen's body. Wherever this aura passed, the body that had been refined into a blood-maned devil monkey gradually disappeared. It was replaced by a body of flesh and blood. The golden heart was replacing the energy hub and transforming Fang Chen's body. At that time, Fang Chen was killed by the demon Cloud Lian's state and died instantly. Only the golden heart quietly protected Fang Chen's soul. It created an illusion that his soul had been destroyed. Even the demon Cloud Lian's state was deceived. Now, the golden heart found an opportunity and began to revive Fang Chen. The soul preserved by the golden heart began to appear little by little, and then entered his mind. Because the energy hub had been destroyed, the soul instantly occupied the entire mind. Boom! In an instant, Fang Chen's body had a great reaction. Countless gray auras filled his mind. At the same time, the power of heaven and earth in the canyon crazily poured into Fang Chen's body. After half an hour, Fang Chen's body was completely restored to a body of flesh and blood. At this time, Fang Chen's soul was awakening with the help of the Golden Heart. Once the Golden Heart awakened, Fang Chen would really be revived. The Golden Heart was extremely magical. It could protect Fang Chen's soul under the eyes of a mysterious King Realm expert and prevent it from being damaged. Now Fang Chen's soul was unharmed. It was only a matter of time before it woke up. The Golden Heart emitted traces of golden light. This golden light formed a strange array around Fang Chen's body to protect Fang Chen. After another half a month, Fang Chen's body finally reacted. However, his soul had not completely awakened. The Golden Heart absorbed a large amount of purple crystal energy and maintained Fang Chen's body functions. In the second month, Fang Chen's body functions had been fully restored and his soul was about to awaken. It took a total of 3 months for Fang Chen's soul to completely awaken. Crash! Suddenly, Fang Chen opened his eyes. A terrifying aura surged out from his body. "I'm still alive." Having just woken up, Fang Chen wasn't used to it. He used his hand to block the sunlight. Fang Chen's memories were still stuck at the moment when he was killed by the devil cloud Lianzhou. Fang Chen pinched his face. It hurt a lot. At this time, an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. "I'm actually still alive." Fang Chen's heart shook. He had been killed by the devil cloud Lianzhou and had his soul scattered. Why was he still alive? How did he revive? Where was this place? A series of questions filled Fang Chen's heart. Fang Chen slowly stood up. Fang Chen's body hadn't changed at all. However, when he looked at his chest, he was shocked to find that the Golden Heart had become even brighter. Could it be because of the Golden Heart? Fang Chen's heart shook. He could feel that his body was filled with the aura of the Golden Heart. "Perhaps it really is because of the Golden Heart," said Fang Chen. After experiencing life and death, Fang Chen's state of mind had calmed down a lot. He hastily opened his spatial ring and found that Star and Moon's corpse was still quietly lying there. At this moment, his heart was filled with incomparable grief. Since the heavens have revived me, then I will work hard to cultivate and take revenge for you." Fang Chen believed that the heavens had revived him to take revenge for Star and Moon. Then, Fang Chen put away the spatial ring and closed it. He was in a daze. Right at this moment, a golden figure suddenly attacked Fang Chen. Yes. Only now did Fang Chen realize that he was in a canyon. There were many monkey-type demon beasts in this canyon. The one that had attacked him was one of them. As for the golden light formation around him, it had already collapsed the moment he woke up. Bang! Chapter 8:27. After killing the devil monkey, Fang Chen was ready to leave the valley. However, at this moment, Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Could it be? The next moment, Fang Chen's face lit up with joy. Perhaps this was the saying that one who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. Now, Fang Chen actually felt the existence of the Thunder Tribulation. In other words, he was about to break through to the real martial realm. The Thunder Tribulation of the real martial realm? Fang Chen had already seen the Thunder Tribulation of the real martial realm. However, it was someone else's Thunder Tribulation. Now it was finally his. Fang Chen quickly set up a profound level array at the entrance of the valley to seal the entrance. Then, he looked into the distance and found an excellent place to undergo the Thunder Tribulation. There was a lake in the middle of the valley. There were 2 reasons why Fang Chen chose to undergo the Thunder Tribulation above the lake. First, Fang Chen could use the essence of water to resist the Thunder Tribulation above the lake. Second, when he was hit by the Thunder Tribulation, he would be blasted into the water, which was much better than being blasted into the ground. Combining the 2 reasons, Fang Chen chose to undergo the thunder tribulation above the lake. Rumble. Just as Fang Chen arrived above the lake, the sky above the valley was suddenly covered with dark clouds and a sea of thunder appeared. Dong. The whole ground was shaking. The terrifying sea of thunder contained a thunder aura that even the real martial realm warriors were a little afraid of. The thunder tribulation of the real martial realm had finally arrived. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the extreme. In the next moment, his sword intent was also activated instantly and wrapped around his body. In the sky, the sea of thunder was rolling. The sea of thunder was filled with a terrifying aura. What a powerful thunder tribulation! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Dong! Finally, after some preparation, the first thunder tribulation descended. In the sea of thunder, a thick thunder snake opened its bloody mouth and swooped down, wanting to swallow Fang Chen in one bite. Void destruction slash! Fang Chen shouted and brandished his star-hidden sword. He used the void-breaking slash and chopped down on the thunder snake. The attack of the thunder snake was immediately stopped. A thunderous roar came out of the thunder snake's mouth. However, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the razor snake's neck, making it unable to move. The black fire attribute was activated, and the black flames instantly covered the entire body of the thunder snake, burning it immediately. The first lightning tribulation isn't that strong, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Following this, the second tribulation began to brew. In the entire sky, the surging sea of lightning contained countless lightning snakes. These lightning snakes were extremely terrifying. Fang Chen's face was solemn. He had just been resurrected, and he was about to cross the thunder tribulation of the true martial realm. He also attached great importance to this. The slightest carelessness in the lightning tribulation of the true martial realm could lead to one's demise. Although the first lightning tribulation was weak, Fang Chen wouldn't be careless. At this moment, the people in Golden Sword City also sensed the appearance of the true martial realm lightning tribulation. However, for the people in Golden Sword City, the true martial realm lightning tribulation was too normal. They didn't care at all. Therefore, even if someone discovered that someone was crossing the tribulation outside Golden Sword City, they wouldn't run over to watch. In the canyon, a large number of devil monkeys climbed on the cliff, carefully sizing up Fang Chen. When the true martial realm lightning tribulation appeared, they didn't dare to approach the person crossing the tribulation. Once they were enveloped by the lightning tribulation, they would definitely die. At this moment, Fang Chen activated his sword body to the extreme. He held the hidden star sword tightly in his hand and welcomed the second lightning tribulation. Rumble! The second lightning tribulation approached and bombarded Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen waved his hidden star sword and pierced the neck of the thunder snake again. In this way, the first two lightning tribulations were easily passed. The third lightning tribulation was considered a small hurdle. Fang Chen even used the iron armor to protect himself, and only then did he pass the third lightning tribulation. The most powerful of the 3-9 lightning tribulations was the third lightning tribulation. Fang Chen's lightning tribulation was obviously not the 3-9 lightning tribulation. As soon as the third lightning tribulation ended, the fourth lightning tribulation descended. Fang Chen used the same method to withstand the fourth and fifth lightning tribulations in succession. When the sixth lightning tribulation descended, Fang Chen's face was incomparably dignified. At this moment, Fang Chen didn't hesitate to activate the true meaning of the void and display the void destruction slash. Swoosh! The hidden star sword's moonlight and black fire attributes were all activated. With a powerful posture, it blasted towards the thick thunder snake. The metal intertwined for 10 years, and Fang Chen's body was instantly pressed down by a lot. The tip of his feet had already landed on the water. Open! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. The star-hidden sword controlled the thunder serpent while his other fist clenched tightly. He directly smashed the thunder serpent's body with his fist, instantly scattering the thunder serpent. The 6-9 lightning tribulation had been passed. 9-9 lightning tribulation. Shattering the lightning tribulation with a punch, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Sure enough, it was the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Back then, when Star and Moon went through the tribulation, it was the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Fang Chen's talent was much stronger than Star and Moon's. Attracting the 9-9 lightning tribulation was nothing. When he saw the 9-9 lightning tribulation appear, Fang Chen's eyes revealed a trace of scorching heat. With his current strength, he had a great chance of passing the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Come on! Fang Chen shouted and began to pass the 9-9 lightning tribulation. The 7th lightning tribulation contained a flame attack. However, Fang Chen's body had black flames. The black flames contained the characteristics of the undying flame, so he wasn't afraid of the flame attack at all. Under the strong suppression of the black flames, the 7th lightning tribulation was successfully passed. When the 8th lightning tribulation descended, it directly blasted Fang Chen into the water. Rather than being blasted into the water, it was better to say that Fang Chen entered the water of his own accord. This was because Fang Chen sensed that the 8th lightning tribulation contained a water attack. He wanted to use the water in the lake to resist this attack. Rumble! Fang Chen instantly unleashed his intent of water and integrated it into the water of the lake, causing the water in the lake to instantly turn into a huge whirlpool. Fang Chen stood in the middle of the whirlpool, constantly absorbing the power from the water of the lake. Boom! Hundreds of lightning snakes danced in the sky with an astonishing aura. In an instant, hundreds of lightning snakes, carrying vast power, blasted towards Fang Chen. Dong! Fang Chen's body was instantly blasted into the water of the lake, and hundreds of lightning snakes drilled into the center of the whirlpool. Crash! Fang Chen was already prepared. When his body was blasted into the water of the lake, he continued to control the whirlpool, constantly absorbing the power of the hundreds of lightning snakes. Crack! In the end, the hundreds of lightning snakes were unable to resist the suction of the whirlpool. Their power was sucked dry, and they instantly dissipated. Bang! The lightning snakes dissipated, creating a wild spray that blasted Fang Chen's body into the sky. At this moment, Fang Chen was in a slightly sorry state. However, it was much better than when Star and Moon underwent the 9-9 lightning tribulation. After all, Fang Chen's true strength had already surpassed the spiritual vortex realm and was comparable to a LV1 genuine martial realm. He had also laid a solid foundation. As the saying goes, good preparation leads to good result. Shaking his head and shaking off the water on his body, Fang Chen once again stood in the air above the lake and stared at the sky. The last lightning tribulation. Fang Chen's eyes flickered, and he felt a little excited. As long as he could withstand the last lightning tribulation of the 9-9 lightning tribulation, he could successfully enter the genuine martial realm. Dong! The 9th lightning tribulation was not as terrifying as imagined, and it did not take long to brew. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, the lightning tribulation struck. Fang Chen's body was directly smashed into the bottom of the lake. The metal armor on his arm was instantly shattered. So powerful! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The last lightning tribulation was too powerful. Just a simple lightning snake attack was enough to shatter Fang Chen's armor and injure his body. Fang Chen climbed out of the lake with great difficulty, but he was immediately blasted back into the lake by the lightning snake. F***CK. Fang Chen could not help but curse. The attack of this lightning snake was extremely special. It could actually last for such a long time without dissipating, and it could attack continuously. Fang Chen stood at the bottom of the lake, carefully thinking of a solution. Finally, Fang Chen thought of a solution. In fact, this solution was not Fang Chen's idea. The three-legged, two-eared cauldron took the initiative to appear in front of him. The cauldron lid opened, and Fang Chen entered the cauldron without hesitation. Then, the cauldron floated out. Boom! The lightning snake bombarded the cauldron, but the cauldron did not move at all. As expected of the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. Fang Chen laughed in the cauldron. The lightning snake launched its final attack, which was extremely violent. It wanted to smash the cauldron, but it was unable to do so. In the end, it dissipated. Fang Chen could not wait to open the cauldron lid and climb out. His face was filled with an excited smile. He had finally passed the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Now, he could be considered a real expert of the real martial realm. 9-9 sets of heavenly tribulation, that's all there is to it. Fang Chen grinned smugly. However, before Fang Chen finished laughing, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky. In the next moment, Fang Chen's body trembled. He felt that the aura around him was a little terrifying. Within the canyon, the devil monkeys that were climbing up the cliffs were all running away. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. What's going on? Fang Chen's heart palpitated. What was going on? Why did he feel such a terrifying aura? Fang Chen looked around, but found nothing. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the sky. Fang Chen was stunned by what he saw. At this time, the sky, which should have been clear, was still covered with dark clouds. The rolling sea of lightning was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. The sea of lightning during the 9-9 lightning tribulation was strong enough. Even a LV1 genuine martial realm martial artist would not be able to resist that kind of power. Fang Chen relied on the three-legged, two-eared cauldron to barely pass the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Now, the sea of lightning was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. Could it be the 12th grade tribulation? Fang Chen's mouth was wide open in shock. Didn't the 12th grade tribulation only exist in legends? Fang Chen actually encountered it. Dong, the rolling sea of lightning in the sky brewed a terrifying aura. Fang Chen's body was trembling, and his legs were a little weak. Chapter 828. At this moment, the entire desolate border was shaken. The appearance of the 12th heaven tribulation had caused a huge commotion. All the Almighties had noticed the heaven and earth anomaly outside Golden Sword City. This scene had even alarmed a few old farts. The first to notice the anomaly were the true martial realm experts of Golden Sword City. Heavens! What kind of lightning tribulation is that? Is someone undergoing the 9-9 lightning tribulation? Let's go and see. Someone is undergoing the 9-9 lightning tribulation. 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Many true martial realm experts, including Luo Byron and Wu Li, rushed out of Golden Sword City and headed towards the place where Fang Chen was undergoing the tribulation. Of course, these true martial realm experts didn't notice that the terrifying lightning tribulation in the sky wasn't the 9-9 lightning tribulation, but the 12th heaven tribulation. In King Shuoyan's residence, he had just finished refining a blood puppet. He was very satisfied and grinned. This blood puppet has reached the true martial realm. Not bad. King Shuoyan smiled. For King Shuoyan, he was very happy to be able to refine a perfect product. It was also his pleasure. Although King Shuoyan didn't have a good reputation, he was very good at refining blood puppets. Just as King Shuoyan was about to rest, he suddenly heard a trembling sound. King Shuoyan's face changed slightly. He raised his head and saw a terrifying sea of lightning 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Someone is undergoing a tribulation in the sea of lightning. King Shuoyan's eyes flickered. He instantly guessed that someone was undergoing a tribulation. Dong. However, before the blood refinement monarch could finish his sentence, his heart was already in turmoil. A trembling sound came from the rolling sea of thunder in the sky. It was so loud that even blood-refining King's soul was shaken. King Shuoyan had seen the 9-9 lightning tribulation before. Although it was powerful, it wasn't enough to shake his soul. He couldn't think of any lightning tribulation that could shake the soul of a profound King Realm expert other than the 12th Heaven tribulation. King Shuelyan was extremely excited. His figure flashed and he tore through the void, arriving above the canyon. King Shuelyan, you're here too. When King Shuelyan arrived, there were already many true martial realm experts below him. There were also several profound kings in the sky. These profound kings were all from Golden Sword City. They greeted the blood-refining monarch when they saw him. "What's going on?" asked Blood Refinement Monarch. "I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, it should be the 12th tribulation." "Yeah, I really didn't expect that the 12th grade tribulation, which hasn't appeared for nearly 10,000 years, would actually appear here." The appearance of the 12th Heaven tribulation directly cut off the void, making it impossible for the crowd to see who was going through the tribulation. This could also be considered as the 12th layered tribulation protecting the person undergoing the tribulation. After all, a martial artist who could trigger a 12th level tribulation was already a freak in itself. If there were no accidents, stepping into the Mystic King realm would be like playing a game. The potential of such a martial artist was too heaven-defying. Those who were on good terms with him would definitely do their best to protect him. However, those who were on bad terms with him would definitely think of ways to get rid of such a monstrous genius. Rumble at this moment, a vast sea of lightning was rolling in the sky above the canyon. Every time it rolled, it would shake the souls of mystic kings. As for the true martial realm experts below, they did not dare to get too close for fear of injuring themselves. Whoosh, whoosh. It didn't take long for Mystic King Realm experts to arrive from afar. These Mystic King Realm experts were scattered in every corner of the endless desolate border. They had heard the news and rushed over, wanting to see the 12th level tribulation. Ha ha ha, I can actually see the 12th level tribulation in my lifetime. I can die without regret. A Mystic King Realm expert who was nearing the end of his lifespan laughed wildly when he saw the sea of lightning in the sky. The other Mystic King Realm experts also nodded. The 12th level tribulation was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Not a single one had appeared in the past 10,000 years. In the endless desolate border, the most monstrous genius would only undergo a 9-9 lightning tribulation. Under normal circumstances, most martial artists would undergo a 6-9 lightning tribulation. However, a 12th level tribulation had actually appeared this time. How could they not be shocked? When Fang Chen was undergoing the tribulation, he was at the center of the endless desolate border. There was a towering mountain here. Legend had it that there was a celestial palace on the mountain peak. The owner of this celestial palace was an unparalleled expert in the endless desolate border. Of course, no one knew whether it was true or not. In short, over the years, many experts did not believe it and tried to climb the mountain. However, they were all stopped by an invisible aura midway. As time passed, this celestial palace became a legend. Today, at the top of the mountain peak, a vivid celestial palace stood quietly. The celestial palace was surrounded by celestial chi. Inside the celestial palace, there was an elder. Celestial chi surrounded his body, making it impossible to see his face clearly. This elder was sensing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The 12th level tribulation has appeared, the elder muttered to himself. His words were filled with a hint of ecstasy. Then, the elder waved his hand and two old men appeared in front of him. The 12th level tribulation has appeared. The person undergoing the tribulation is 100 miles away from Golden Sword City. Find him and bring him back, the elder said. At the same time, in the vast endless desolate border, every force was doing everything they could to obtain information about the person undergoing the tribulation. The 12th level tribulation, the true martial realm's lightning tribulation that only existed in legends, had actually appeared today. In the canyon, Fang Chen's body lay at the bottom of the lake. At this time, the water in the lake had already disappeared. Fang Chen's body lay on the ground at the bottom of the lake, battered and exhausted. The lightning tribulation that had just descended was too terrifying. Fang Chen activated all of his strength and even used all of his supreme treasures before he could barely withstand it. That lightning tribulation was still fresh in Fang Chen's memory. When the lightning tribulation struck, it emitted a scorching aura. In the blink of an eye, it had evaporated all the water in the lake. Then, it had shattered all of Fang Chen's treasures and blasted Fang Chen into the ground. Lying on the ground with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Fang Chen's aura was a little weak. He glanced at the three-legged, two-eared cauldron beside him. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The powerful three-legged, two-eared cauldron had actually been cracked by the lightning tribulation. As for the cauldron lid, it had been directly shattered. The head in the cauldron had also been hit by the lightning tribulation. It was motionless. Fang Chen had no strength left. He didn't even know how to resist the next two lightning tribulations. Am I going to die in the lightning tribulation of the genuine martial realm? Fang Chen's heart was filled with unwillingness. He had just revived with the help of the Golden Heart. Was he going to die in the lightning tribulation of the genuine martial realm? He was unwilling. He was not convinced. As long as he could pass the tribulation successfully, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. After all, he was going through the 12th grade tribulation. It was fundamentally different from the 9-9 lightning tribulation. The cauldron should be able to help me resist one more time. But how can I resist the last lightning tribulation? At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. The last lightning tribulation of the 12th grade tribulation was the most terrifying. Boom! Fang Chen had no idea that his tribulation had alarmed the entire borderland. Moreover, even if he knew, he wouldn't be in the mood to pay attention. Now, he couldn't even control his own life. Why would he care about anything else? Fang Chen struggled to get up and entered the three-legged, two-eared cauldron. The moment Fang Chen entered the cauldron, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron instantly flipped over. The bottom of the cauldron was facing up, and the gap in the lid was facing down. At that instant, the 11th tribulation descended upon the place. Dong! The earth trembled. The devil monkey in the canyon had already disappeared without a trace. The energy that escaped from the lightning tribulation caused the cliffs and cliffs to collapse. When the 11th lightning tribulation struck the three-legged, two-eared cauldron, the three-legged, two-eared cauldron was immediately smashed into pieces and scattered in the air. At this moment, all the power of the lightning tribulation struck the cauldron. Crack! The cracks on the cauldron continued to expand. In the end, the cauldron resisted the power of the lightning tribulation and shattered with a loud bang. Fang Chen's body was once again seriously injured. Fortunately, the cauldron resisted most of the power of the lightning tribulation. The remaining power bombarded Fang Chen's body. Ah! Fang Chen couldn't help but cry out in pain. The cauldron shattered, and the head in the cauldron also shattered with a loud bang. Then, it turned into specks of light and floated in front of Fang Chen. Even the cauldron shattered. Fang Chen's heart was shaken. Fang Chen was very clear about the origin of the cauldron. Now, even the cauldron had shattered. One could imagine how strong the power of the 12th grade tribulation was. The 11th lightning tribulation finally dissipated with the destruction of the cauldron and the head. However, the last lightning tribulation would be the most dangerous one. Fang Chen's heart was filled with fear. He didn't know how to resist it. In front of him, the specks of light that the head had turned into finally gathered together under Fang Chen's gaze and emitted a bright light. Finally, the bright light disappeared, and a palm-sized token appeared in an instant. On the back of the token, there was a drawing of a long sword. On the front, there was a large word, sword. The token fell into Fang Chen's hand and then its luster dimmed. Fang Chen didn't even think about it and put the token into his interspatial ring. The head in the cauldron completely dissipated, leaving only a token. As for Fang Chen, he still had to withstand the last terrifying lightning tribulation. The 12th grade tribulation is so powerful. Has anyone in history succeeded in overcoming it? Fang Chen muttered to himself. If someone succeeded in overcoming the tribulation, how did they succeed? Since they could succeed, why couldn't he succeed? Fang Chen didn't want to die. He hadn't avenged his wife, Star and Moon. The strong will to live made Fang Chen start to think about how to resist the last lightning tribulation. Life and death were on the line. If he resisted the lightning tribulation, Fang Chen would become the most heaven-defying monster in the endless wilderness in the past 10,000 years. His future was limitless. If he failed, Fang Chen would turn into nothingness and his soul would scatter. Chapter 830. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil, and his face was solemn. That was the 12th layer tribulation, which was many times stronger than the 9-9 lightning tribulation. In the past 10,000 years, no one had drawn out the 12th layer tribulation. Every time the 12th layer tribulation appeared, it represented the beginning of a new era. If the person undergoing the tribulation didn't die, they could lead a new era in the future. However, Fang Chen wasn't thinking about that at this moment. As Fang Chen looked at the churning sea of lightning in the sky, where the final horrifying lightning tribulation was brewing, he could not help cursing. This damn tribulation, how am I going to pass it? Fang Chen cursed. In the outside world, drawing out the 12th layer tribulation was a great opportunity. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, saving his life was more important. If he lost his life, what was the use of the 12th layer tribulation? The 11th tribulation already destroyed the three-legged, two-eared cauldron and severely injured me. Is the last tribulation destined to kill me? Fang Chen's heart was filled with an unyielding fighting spirit. At this moment, his blood began to boil and his fighting spirit soared. No matter what, I'll have a chance to survive if I fight. If I don't, I won't have any chance. Fang Chen thought to himself. At the same time, his eyes were filled with a terrifying aura. Fang Chen decided to give it a try. Perhaps he might be able to withstand the 12th lightning tribulation. Crash! Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the limit. After the 12th layer tribulation, his sword body, which was at the peak of the middle stage of the body refinement realm, suddenly exploded with a terrifying sound. Vast sword chi emerged from the sword body, and this sword chi revolved around Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen lowered his head to look at his body. He found that his body was like a transparent sword, incomparably sharp. At this crucial moment, his sword body broke through. Late stage of the body refinement realm. His sword body had reached the peak of the middle stage of the body refinement realm. This step was a substantial one. Late stage of the body refinement realm was equivalent to a 9-star Dao body, which was the limit of the Dao body. So strong. Fang Chen discovered that after the sword body reached the late stage of body refinement, its strength was rapidly increasing, and so was its defense. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's strength had increased by several levels. Fang Chen clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. The surrounding air began to disperse. Fang Chen could clearly feel that with his current strength, even a martial artist at LV2 of the true martial realm would be blown apart with a single punch, let alone a martial artist at LV1 of the true martial realm. The sword body had broken through at the critical moment. Although it was still unable to withstand the 12th tribulation, it was still a good thing. Fang Chen immediately activated the sword body to the extreme. Then, the peak first-grade sword true meaning instantly spread out and enveloped his body. Fang Chen held the star-hidden sword in his hand and activated the two attributes of the star-hidden sword, the black fire attribute and the moonlight attribute. Although the moonlight attribute could only display its strongest power on a full moon night, he couldn't care less about that now. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen adjusted himself to the best state to welcome the last terrifying thunder tribulation. Looking up at the sky, Fang Chen's heart was no longer disturbed. In his eyes, there was only the rolling sea of thunder. There was nothing else. Come on! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and prepared to welcome the last thunder tribulation. At this moment, in the wilderness outside the canyon, many true martial realm experts stood far away and stared at the canyon. Who is going through the tribulation in the canyon? He Xuelin said solemnly. Could it be the little sword saint? Li Yuntian and Fatty Li whispered. Usually, Fatty Li was all smiles, but at this moment, he couldn't help but be serious. As for the little sword saint that Li Yuntian mentioned, everyone knew him. The little sword saint was recognized as a spirit whirlpool realm genius in the endless wilderness. There was once an almighty who predicted that if the little sword saint advanced to the true martial realm, the thunder tribulation of the true martial realm would definitely be the 99 thunder tribulation, or even higher. At this moment, when everyone saw such a powerful thunder tribulation, they naturally thought of the little sword saint. It shouldn't be the little sword saint, said Luo Byron. At the same time, Luo Byron glanced at the sky. Among the many profound kings standing in the sky, one of them was the little sword saint's master. If the little sword saint was going through the tribulation here, the profound kings should know. But at this moment the profound kings didn't know. No matter who it is, we'll know once the tribulation is over, said Wu Li. The people in front of them were all young geniuses of Golden Sword City. However, most of them were 6-9 thunder tribulations. Only a few of them were 9-9 thunder tribulations. The numerous profound king realm experts standing in midair were even more shocked. The 12th heaven tribulation was too shocking. They couldn't wait to know who was going through the tribulation, but the 12th heaven tribulation still hadn't dispersed, making them extremely anxious. Old man, is the person going through the tribulation inside your disciple, the little sword saint? The blood-refining monarch suddenly asked. The old man called Old Man shook his head and smiled bitterly. It would be great if it was my disciple. Only Old Man knew that even his disciple, the little sword saint, wouldn't be able to attract such a powerful tribulation lightning. No one in the younger generation could compare to someone who could attract the 12th heaven tribulation in the boundless wilderness. The commotion caused by the 12th heaven tribulation was still fermenting in the outside world. Inside the canyon, Fang Chen was trying his best to get through the tribulation. If he couldn't get through the last tribulation lightning, Fang Chen would turn into ashes and his soul would scatter. When he thought of the corpses of Star and Moon in his interspatial ring, Fang Chen was filled with motivation. I have to survive. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice as the hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. Suddenly, 2 sword lights shot out from the hidden star sword. One of the sword lights was wrapped in black flames, while the other was wrapped in moonlight. The might of the Tao tool was completely unleashed. The 2 great attributes caused the surrounding air to scatter. Dong! In the rolling sea of lightning in the sky, after a while, a thunder snake finally poked its head out. No, to be exact, it should be a thunder dragon. A huge number of thunder snakes gathered together and condensed into a huge thunder dragon. This thunder dragon was 3 feet thick and 9 feet long. Roar! The thunder dragon carried a terrifying power as it poked its head out of the sea of lightning. With a low roar, it swooped down. The power contained within the lightning dragon was simply too great, causing Fang Chen to be extremely shocked. Whoosh! The thunder dragon spewed out a trace of dragon's breath, which instantly turned into a sharp sword and slashed at Fang Chen. Crack! The sharp sword formed by the dragon's breath directly shattered the black flame and moonlight swordlight, and then slashed at Fang Chen. Void Destruction Slash. Fang Chen activated the true intent of the void and combined it with the Void Destruction Slash. The hidden star sword directly slashed at the sharp sword. Dong! When the hidden star sword slashed at the sharp sword, it immediately caused countless waves. Then, a crack appeared on the sharp sword and finally, it collapsed. At the same time, the terrifying Thunder Dragon swooped down and arrived above Fang Chen's head. Fang Chen activated the true intent of the void and hid in the void. Bang! However, it was useless. The terrifying Thunder Dragon spewed out a mouthful of dragon's breath again, and directly forced Fang Chen out of the void. Then, the Thunder Dragon's big claws clawed at Fang Chen. Crash! Fang Chen's arm was instantly scratched open, and blood flowed out continuously. When the Thunder Dragon came closer, Fang Chen was shocked to find that he could not resist the Thunder Dragon's attack. No! Fang Chen roared loudly, and the Thunder Dragon directly bombarded Fang Chen's body. Boom! The whole canyon exploded with a deafening sound, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The surrounding cliffs and precipitous cliffs were constantly falling down, and some of the weaker devil monkeys were directly shaken to death. At this time, the Thunder Dragon was coiling around Fang Chen's body, corroding Fang Chen's body. The last lightning tribulation was too powerful. Fang Chen's eyes showed a trace of despair. Fang Chen's body began to weaken. He used all his strength, waving the hidden star sword, and slashing at the Thunder Dragon's body, but found that the Thunder Dragon was not afraid at all. Finally, after resisting for a while, Fang Chen's body softly fell to the ground. The Thunder Dragon coiling around his body suddenly opened its bloody mouth, ready to swallow Fang Chen. Am I going to die? Chapter 831. Fang Chen had once fantasized about the power of the 12th grade tribulation. However, he had never imagined that the true 12th grade tribulation would be so powerful. It was too unimaginable. Without any resistance, he fell under the 12th grade tribulation. At this moment, Fang Chen's body fell to the ground. His eyes were blurred and he was about to die. Seeing the lightning dragon rushing towards him, he sighed and closed his eyes. In the end, he couldn't resist the last lightning dragon. He was only one step away, but it was all in vain. Fang Chen was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Roar! The lightning dragon opened its bloody mouth, ready to bite Fang Chen's head and end this calamity. At this moment, the blood in Fang Chen's body suddenly started burning. Inside his blood there were specks of light. The moment these specks of light appeared, the lightning dragon paused for a moment. However, after the lightning dragon paused for a moment, it continued to dive down. At this moment, Fang Chen didn't know what was happening to his body at all. He closed his eyes and was in extreme pain. The blood flowing out of the wounds on his body instantly started burning. At the same time, traces of strange aura emerged from Fang Chen's body. These strange aura directly wrapped around Fang Chen, forming a protective circle. Dong! The lightning dragon's bloody mouth instantly hit the strange aura, causing the whole ground to tremble. What was surprising was that even with the terrifying power of the lightning dragon, it actually did not shatter this layer of strange aura. Roar! Seeing this, the lightning dragon roared loudly. It opened its bloody mouth again, and continued to bite the strange aura. However, the more it bit, the weaker it became. In the end, the lightning dragon found that its body was becoming more and more transparent, and it would collapse at any time. At this moment, the lightning dragon finally stopped biting Fang Chen's body. Instead, it merged itself into a ball of lightning energy and directly exploded. This was the lightning dragon's most terrifying attack. The power of the explosion was too strong. Rumble! Fang Chen, who was wrapped in the strange aura, fell into a coma. In the end, the lightning dragon's explosive power didn't break through the strange aura's defense. While the lightning dragon dispersed, and the majestic power of lightning instantly returned to the rolling sea of lightning in the sky. The lightning sea also gradually stopped churning, before slowly dissipating. In the blink of an eye, the sky became clear again. The 12th heaven tribulation was over. As for Fang Chen, he was still unconscious. The blood all over Fang Chen's body was burning continuously. Amidst the flames, there were many complicated characters. These characters seemed to be ancient characters. These characters emerged from the flames and drilled into Fang Chen's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After the thunder calamity dissipated, the burning blood gradually calmed down. In the end, Fang Chen's blood began to emit a faint black light. The ancient characters had all disappeared into his blood. Voila! Finally, the strange aura dissipated, and the aura of blood emerged in an instant, enveloping Fang Chen and disappearing into the canyon. Crack! The 12th heaven tribulation dissipated, and the seal within the canyon also disappeared completely. The few mystic king realm experts in the sky arrived at the canyon at the first moment. When they saw the sorry state of the canyon, they couldn't help but be moved. Where's the person who went through the tribulation? Blood-refining monarch looked around and asked. Did he die in the 12th heaven tribulation? The 12th heaven tribulation is too powerful. Maybe the person who went through it has already turned into ashes. Several profound king realm experts couldn't find the person who went through the tribulation, so they thought that the person had died in the 12th heaven tribulation. Immediately, everyone shook their heads, and their faces were a bit ugly. The 12th heaven tribulation, which hadn't appeared in nearly 10,000 years, had appeared once, and the person who went through it had turned into ashes. Let's go. Many profound king realm experts left one after another. The news of the person who went through the tribulation had died instantly spread. The boundless wilderness was in an uproar. When the news reached the Immortal Palace, the elder of the Immortal Palace shook his head slightly and said, "Maybe there's still a chance." It had been a month since the 12th heaven tribulation appeared. The boundless wilderness was still discussing the 12th heaven tribulation. Many people felt that it was a pity that the person who went through the tribulation had died when the tribulation appeared. If the person who went through the tribulation didn't die, they would definitely become invincible in the future. However, Fang Chen, who they thought was dead, was currently in a pitch-black cave. There was a strange seal around the cave. Even a mystic king realm expert wouldn't be able to detect it. And this cave was actually within the canyon's cliff. Within the cave, Fang Chen had been unconscious for a month. During this 1 month, the blood in his body had undergone a great change. Within the red blood there were traces of black, and now there were traces of gold. If there was a profound king realm expert here, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. This phenomenon was clearly the awakening of his bloodline power. At a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly moved his finger, and then his entire body moved. In the end, Fang Chen opened his eyes with difficulty. "Am I dead?" The first thing Fang Chen asked when he woke up was whether he was dead or not. However, after he confirmed, he found that he wasn't dead. "That means I've passed the 12th heaven tribulation." Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. He really didn't expect that he could actually survive the 12th heaven tribulation. But soon, Fang Chen was puzzled. How did he withstand the last tribulation lightning? When the last lightning tribulation circled around his body, he was already exhausted and unable to resist the lightning tribulation. This is, just as Fang Chen was deep in thought, he suddenly cried out in shock, because he discovered the change in his blood. "My blood!" Fang Chen opened his eyes wide and looked inwardly at his body. He discovered that his blood had undergone such a great change. Furthermore, Fang Chen could clearly sense that his blood was no longer the same as it had been in the past. "Has my bloodline awakened?" Fang Chen muttered to himself, feeling rather shocked. Fang Chen sensed for a moment and realized that his bloodline power was extremely strong. Moreover, Fang Chen faintly felt that his bloodline power seemed to be sealed. "What's going on? Why do I have such a powerful bloodline power?" Fang Chen was puzzled. Bloodline power was usually passed down in the family. But no matter how he thought about it, no one in the Fang family had a bloodline power. "Father, sister doesn't have one," said Fang Chen. But at this time, Fang Chen's mind flashed and he thought of his mother. Could it be that my bloodline power comes from my mother? Thinking of this, Fang Chen finally understood. His bloodline power must have come from his mother. His mother's family was a large race outside the realm. It wasn't strange for her to have such a powerful bloodline power. Fang Chen felt the aura of his bloodline. He felt a very warm feeling, as if it was a mother's love. At the crucial moment, my bloodline awakened, allowing me to withstand the last tribulation lightning, muttered Fang Chen. In this world, there were many powerful bloodlines. Some martial artists were born with a bloodline power, but they needed an opportunity to awaken it. And Fang Chen had awakened his bloodline under the pressure of the 12th layer tribulation, allowing him to successfully overcome that tribulation. Even if my bloodline awakened, I still wouldn't be able to withstand the 12th layer tribulation. Fang Chen muttered to himself, feeling that something was amiss. Could it be that my mother helped me? Fang Chen thought to himself. Perhaps his mother really had done something to his body that caused his bloodline power to explosively increase. After thinking about it for a moment, Fang Chen gradually calmed down. The news of him overcoming the 12th layer tribulation absolutely couldn't be leaked. Otherwise, it would bring him a fatal disaster. But right now, the most important thing was to examine his body. Fang Chen cast aside his thoughts and began to examine his body. The first thing Fang Chen discovered was his golden heart. It was shining even more brightly, and its aura was even more tyrannical. It seems that the golden heart has also undergone a transformation, said Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen discovered that the 9 spiritual spirals in his dantian had merged into one, becoming a single spiritual spiral. Chapter 832. A martial artist at the 9th level of the spiritual vortex realm had 9 spiritual vortices in his chi-si. The 9 spiritual vortices complemented each other and circled around each other. Endless spiritual chi flowed out from the 9 spiritual vortices. Once one broke through to the real martial realm, the first step was to change the spiritual vortices. The 9 spiritual vortices would merge together to form a single spiritual vortex. This single spiritual vortex contained all the characteristics of the 9 spiritual vortices. It was very powerful, and the spiritual chi it contained was even more majestic. Fang Chen glanced at the center of his chi-si. The spiritual vortex that looked like an eye was spinning rapidly. Wisps of spiritual chi were spewing out. His face was full of smiles. Now, he had finally stepped into the real martial realm. Moreover, he had passed the 12th tribulation, which was like a dream. My physical body reached the late stage of the body refining realm at the critical moment of the 12th tribulation. Speaking of his physical body, Fang Chen was very excited. The late stage of the body refining realm's sword body was already the limit. His defense had increased in all aspects. Of course, this was only one of the benefits. In short, when the sword body reached the limit, Fang Chen's understanding of the way of the sword became more profound. When he used his swordsmanship, there was an additional boost in power. Then, he did a simple check of his body. Then, with a thought, the aura of the real martial realm spread out. When he sensed the aura of the real martial realm around him, Fang Chen's face was full of astonishment. Then, a stormy sea rose in his heart. Yes, it was a stormy sea. Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly. Instantly, he could feel a powerful force, as though it could shatter the void. LV4 True Martial Realm. Fang Chen's face was filled with ecstasy. After passing the tribulation, his cultivation had increased to LV4 True Martial Realm. This made Fang Chen feel incredulous. Could this be the benefit of the 12th tribulation? Fang Chen muttered to himself. At this moment, he was already shocked. It was much more difficult for a true martial realm expert to increase his cultivation compared to a spiritual vortex realm expert. Some true martial realm experts would spend years or even decades cultivating, but Fang Chen had just crossed the true martial realm thunder tribulation, and his cultivation had already reached the 4th level of the true martial realm. It's too dreamy. Fang Chen shook his head and said softly. After a long time, Fang Chen tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart and calm down. As expected of the 12th heaven tribulation, it's so powerful. It actually raised my cultivation to LV4 of the true martial realm. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh at the power of the 12th level tribulation. When he was in the heavenly void secret realm, Star and Moon did not have such an exaggerated increase in strength even when they underwent the 9-9 heavenly tribulation. However, after Star and Moon reached the genuine martial arts realm, their strength was also abnormally strong. After pondering for a while, Fang Chen finally looked away. He was the first martial artist to cross the 12th heaven tribulation in nearly 10,000 years. Just the fact that he had crossed the 12th heaven tribulation alone would cause a stir. After carefully inspecting his body, Fang Chen found that after his cultivation reached the 4th level of the true martial realm, his sword will had also silently broken through to the 2nd grade. Maybe I broke through when I was crossing the tribulation, Fang Chen muttered to himself. In short, Fang Chen's cultivation had increased in all aspects. Let's try the Mu Sen swordsmanship. Fang Chen suddenly stood up, held the hidden star sword in his hand, and displayed the Mu Sen swordsmanship. In an instant, countless wood elemental sword radiance appeared in the cave. These sword radiance merged together at a speed invisible to the naked eye, forming a peerless sword. In the end, this terrifying sword radiance dissipated in the void. So powerful! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The Mu Sen swordsmanship had also reached the perfection of martial art. This meant that Fang Chen's 5 sword techniques had all reached the perfection of martial art. He could finally start practicing the 5 elements sword technique. Fang Chen could feel the change in his strength. With Fang Chen's current strength, he could easily defeat a martial artist at the 4th level of the true martial realm. He could even challenge a martial artist at the 5th level of the true martial realm. This was the strength of the 12th heaven tribulation. However, Fang Chen was not in a hurry to practice the 5 elements sword technique. Instead, he wanted to confirm where he was. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand, surrounded by an aura, and carefully came out of the cave. He looked around and found that he was still in the canyon where he had crossed the tribulation. Well, it's here. Seeing the familiar canyon, Fang Chen grinned. Then, he came to the center of the canyon. Seeing the sorry state of the canyon, Fang Chen shook his head slightly and finally walked out of the canyon. After a while, Fang Chen appeared in the wilderness. Suddenly, Fang Chen felt that the air around him was filled with majestic sword qi. This feeling is so familiar, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Immediately, sword intent spread out from his body and blended with the sword qi in the air. In an instant, Fang Chen's face changed and he cried out, "Is this the sword cultivator's heaven?" Fang Chen had been taken to the sword cultivator's heaven by the head in the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron and had fought with the geniuses there. Fang Chen's memory of that time was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, the familiar sword cultivator's aura hit him in the face again. Fang Chen was sure that this was the sword cultivator's heaven. Why am I in the sword cultivator's heaven? What's going on? Fang Chen's heart was filled with countless questions. Where was the sword cultivator's heaven? Why was he there? After racking his brains, Fang Chen still couldn't figure out the reason. In the end, he gave up. Could it be that the 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron brought me here? Fang Chen said softly. Just as Fang Chen was thinking, several voices came from afar. Shortly after, a few true martial realm martial artists flew over from afar. They saw Fang Chen and instantly landed on the ground. "There's a warrior here," one of the men said in a low voice. "Let's go and ask," another warrior said. The 3 warriors quickly came to Fang Chen's side. The leader asked in a deep voice, "Boy, you came out of the canyon." Fang Chen saw this and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Have you seen any suspicious characters?" another warrior asked. "No," Fang Chen said. The last warrior narrowed his eyes and glanced at Fangchen. Then he said, "A warrior who just entered the true martial realm dares to come here. You're courting death. What's going on here?" Fangchen suddenly asked. "Get out of here," the leader said coldly. Soon after, the three warriors instantly entered the canyon. Fangchen saw this and his eyes flickered. Ever since Fangchen learned that this was the Sword Cultivator's Heaven, he was extremely excited. The Sword Cultivator's Heaven. The reason why it was called the Sword Cultivator's Heaven was because there was a vast amount of sword qi in the air. Even the slightest aptitude could be improved here. Not long after, Fangchen saw the Golden Sword City. Then, Fangchen entered the Golden Sword City. Now, he knew nothing about the Sword Cultivator's Heaven. He needed to find someone to ask about it. After arriving, Fangchen found a passerby and asked, "Little brother, may I ask where I can get information in Golden Sword City?" "You're from another city, right?" The warrior carefully observed Fangchen. Fangchen nodded. "There's an information pavilion in the center of Golden Sword City. You can go there to buy information." "Many thanks, little brother." Fangchen followed the young man's directions and arrived at the information pavilion. "What do you need?" asked the staff member. "I want detailed information about this place," said Fangchen. "Do you want information about Golden Sword City or the entire Sword Burial Prefecture?" The staff member raised his head and glanced at Fangchen. Sword Burial Prefecture. Although Fangchen didn't know what the Sword Burial Prefecture was, his intuition told him that the Sword Burial Prefecture was related to the Sword Cultivator's Heaven. Detailed information will cost 100 violet crystals. Simple information will only cost 30 violet crystals, said the staff member. Hearing the words purple crystal, Fangchen was also stunned. The currency used here was actually purple crystal stones. Thinking of this, Fangchen felt a bit embarrassed. He had long since used up all the violet crystals in his spatial ring. He only had top-grade spirit stones left. "Excuse me, can I use spirit stones?" Fangchen asked embarrassedly. The staff member looked at Fangchen with surprise. Chapter 833. You should know that spirit stones are of little value in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Aside from a few merchant guilds, no one else uses spirit stones, the staff member said. Fangchen nodded. The staff member continued, however, "I need some spirit stones for an experiment. I'll exchange them with you personally. 1 violet crystal for 10 million top-grade spirit stones. 30 violet crystals for 300 million top-grade spirit stones." The value of a purple crystal was much higher than that of a supreme-grade spirit stone. Fangchen was very familiar with violet crystals. They were the currency of the outer realms. He hadn't expected the Sword Cultivator Paradise to also use violet crystals. Could it be that the Sword Cultivator Paradise came to the outer realms by itself? Fangchen suddenly realized this and his expression changed. 30 violet crystals for this information. I've already paid for it. You just need to give me 300 million top-grade spirit stones, said the staff member. Fangchen was stunned. He took out the remaining 300 million top-grade spirit stones from his spatial ring and handed it over to the staff member. Then he left the information pavilion. Fangchen found a spacious area in the plaza of Golden Sword City and sat down cross-legged. He took out the information and began to read it. He had to understand everything in this unfamiliar place. Only then would he be able to find a way to survive. At the very beginning of the information, there were 3 large words: Sword Burial Prefecture. Sword Burial Prefecture. Fangchen was a little surprised when he saw the words Sword Burial State. The staff member had also asked Fangchen if he wanted information on the Sword Burial Prefecture. Fangchen quickly flipped to the first page and saw the information on the Sword Burial Prefecture. After skimming through the information, Fangchen was shocked. It turned out that the Sword Cultivator Paradise he was in was called the Sword Burial Prefecture. The Sword Burial Prefecture wasn't part of the Outer Realms. It was part of the Azure Cloud Realm. After reading the information, Fang Chen learned that the ancient sword continent he was in was only part of the Azure Cloud Realm. There were a total of 3 continents in the Azure Cloud Realm. The Sword Burial Prefecture didn't even exist in the eyes of the world. Only when one's strength reached a certain level would one be able to know. It was only at this moment that Fang Chen recalled what Elder Han had said to him. He had said that there was hope for him to enter that place. He had even asked Elder Han what that place was, but Elder Han had remained silent. As it turned out, Elder Han was talking about the Sword Burial State. It was said that the Sword Burial Prefecture was an independent space formed by the body of a mighty figure from another realm when he died. All the martial artists in the Sword Burial Prefecture were sword cultivators. The air here contained rich sword qi. It was very suitable for warriors to cultivate sword Dao. The Sword Burial Prefecture was filled with experts. On the ancient sword continent, true martial realm experts were already the pinnacle of combat strength. There was not a single Mystic King realm expert. In the Sword Burial Prefecture, true martial realm cultivators were only part of the younger generation. There were also quite a few profound kings. Fang Chen also learned from the intelligence. The Sword Burial Prefecture knew of the existence of the 3 continents. Whenever a peerless genius appeared on the 3 continents, the prefecture's emissary would escort them to the prefecture. Endless desolate border. Fang Chen was astonished when he saw the words, endless desolate border. It turned out that in the eyes of the ancient sword continent's experts, the Sword Burial Prefecture was the endless desolate border. Between the endless desolate border and the ancient sword continent was the Forbidden Ocean. Fang Chen had some understanding of the Forbidden Ocean. He was very curious as to how he had crossed the Forbidden Ocean and arrived at the Sword Burial Prefecture. So I came to the Sword Burial Prefecture when I was in the void, muttered Fang Chen to himself. Although the information in the report was only simple information about the Sword Burial Prefecture, it was still very shocking to Fang Chen. There were countless domains in the universe, and each domain had a different number of mortal continents. The Azure Cloud domain only had 3 continents, while the stronger domains had 5, 6, or even 10 continents. The Azure Cloud domain's 3 continents were the Ancient Sword Continent, the Cloud Pool Continent, and the Shengxian Continent. The 3 continents were separated by the Forbidden Ocean. Ordinary martial artists didn't know of the existence of the other continent. Even the upper echelons of the Ancient Sword Continent probably didn't know. The Sword Burial Prefecture was a unique place in the Azure Cloud domain. It had perfect laws and a unique spiritual qi that could allow sword cultivators to cultivate faster here. Just what kind of almighty being would be able to form the Sword Burial Prefecture after perishing? Fang Chen was shaken. The Sword Burial Prefecture seemed to have a restriction that made it impossible for ordinary martial artists to leave. Only those who reached a certain realm could leave. As for crossing the Forbidden Ocean and returning to the Ancient Sword Continent, they had to be at least a profound king. In order to return to the Ancient Sword Continent as quickly as possible, Fang Chen had to work hard on cultivating. It took Fang Chen 2 hours to finish reading the detailed information in the report. Then he began to make plans for his future. The common currency of the Sword Burial Prefecture was violet crystals. He was penniless, so he had to earn violet crystals. Violet crystals. If he didn't have violet crystals, he would have to leave Golden Sword City before nightfall. Otherwise, he would be captured by the guards. The consequences would be unthinkable. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen followed the intelligence and went to a refining pavilion. The refining pavilion had a bit of fame in Golden Sword City. The reason Fang Chen had come here was to see if they were hiring workers. First, he had to solve his sleeping problem. After entering the refining pavilion, an alchemist quickly walked over. "We're not selling weapons today." "Hello, I'm an alchemist. I want to join the refining pavilion," said Fangchen. Yes. Join the refining pavilion. The alchemist glanced at Fangchen with surprise. Our refining pavilion's requirements are very high. It won't be easy to join. Fangchen nodded heavily. Seeing this, the blacksmith said, "Come with me." Then, the craftsman brought Fangchen to a crafting room. "I'm here to refine a weapon," said the alchemist. Fangchen knew that this was a test for him. Fangchen had been a grandmaster alchemist back in the ancient Sword Continent. He was no stranger to refining. Soon, Fangchen prepared the materials and began to refine the weapon. Fangchen was refining a sword. He was a sword cultivator and was very familiar with swords. Bang bang bang! The alchemist watched from the side while Fangchen quickly refined the weapon. Soon, the refining reached the most critical moment. Fangchen's expression was grave as he began the final step. Boom! The entire refining process was smoother than Fangchen had imagined. Moreover, the result was beyond Fangchen's expectations. Originally, Fangchen was refining a supreme-grade spirit weapon, but he did not expect that after the refining was completed, the grade of the weapon would actually reach the mystic weapon grade. In other words, Fangchen had unknowingly become a grandmaster alchemist. This lad's refining technique is very unique. The alchemist's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. He took the sword that Fangchen had refined and examined it carefully. A beginner-grade, profound-grade weapon. After sensing the aura of the profound-grade weapon, the alchemist's attitude towards Fangchen finally changed. 1000 hammer 100 refinement technique. The alchemist said word by word. Fangchen had used the simplest refining technique, but it gave off a unique aura. Most importantly, he had refined a profound-grade weapon. Not bad, you can refine a profound-grade weapon at such a young age. The alchemist was overjoyed and brought Fangchen to the deacon of the refining pavilion. "Deacon Li, he wants to join our refining pavilion and has passed the preliminary assessment," said the alchemist respectfully. "You can make the decision on this matter," Deacon Li said impatiently. He was so busy that he couldn't be bothered with such a small matter. "Deacon Li, this lad is very talented in refining weapons," continued the alchemist. "Which one of the alchemists in our refining pavilion isn't talented in refining weapons?" Deacon Li said unhappily. Seeing that Deacon Li was angry, the alchemist gritted his teeth and continued, "Deacon Li, this lad is a grandmaster alchemist." Deacon Li was about to fly into a rage when he heard this. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically as he stared at Fangchen. Chapter 834. The weapon refiner nodded his head heavily and said, "This kid used the simplest 1000 hammer 100 refinement technique, and the materials he used were all ordinary materials to refine a profound weapon." As he spoke, the blacksmith handed the longsword that Fangchen had forged to Attendant Li. Manager Li took the longsword and carefully examined it. A moment later, Manager Li's expression was grave as he looked at Fangchen. "This is the weapon you refined?" Fangchen nodded and said, "It was refined by me. From today onwards, you're part of the forging pavilion. In the future, you'll be responsible for refining weapons. If there's a need, he'll inform you," slowly said Manager Li. Fangchen was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Manager Li." "All right, you can leave first." Deacon Li waved his hand and said. Fangchen wanted to say something, but hesitated. Manager Li saw this and asked, "What else do you want to say?" "Manager Li, may I ask if I can live in the forging pavilion?" Fangchen asked embarrassedly. Deacon Li was stunned, and then he said, "Sure." After saying this, the refiner brought Fangchen away. Deacon Li hurriedly went up to the 3rd floor and entered a dark room. "Manager Li, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" A melodious voice rang out. "Manager Wang, a newcomer came to our blacksmith pavilion today." Attendant Li said. "This newcomer is a genius." Manager Wang smiled. "Nothing can be hidden from you, Manager Wang," said Manager Li. To be able to make you come and find me in such a hurry, this person must have some outstanding aspects. In a dark room, Manager Wang was half lying on a bed in a corner as he spoke. This is the weapon refined by this person, said Manager Li. Manager Wang took the weapon and glanced at it. An ordinary profound weapon is nothing. Manager Wang, this person is not over 30 years old. Furthermore, he used the most ordinary 1000-hammer 100 refinement technique to refine it. Hearing this, Manager Wang fell into silence. After a long time, he said, "Use all your strength to nurture this person." Back then, he had no idea that he would have alarmed Butler Wang of the Blacksmith Pavilion by coming to the Blacksmith Pavilion in order to solve his housing problem. After joining the Crafting Pavilion, Fang Chen's housing problem was naturally solved. However, if he had to forge weapons for the Blacksmith Pavilion every day, it would delay his cultivation. Fang Chen thought to himself, he had to think of a way to earn more purple crystals as soon as possible. One day, Fang Chen was chatting with a weapon refiner he was slightly familiar with. "Brother, where can I earn spirit stones in Golden Sword City?" Fang Chen asked. In terms of the speed of earning spirit stones, if the sword arena claims to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The weapon refiner grinned and said, "Sword arena?" Fang Chen asked doubtfully. "The sword battle arena is a place where true martial realm martial artists fight," the blacksmith said. After some explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. The so-called sword arena was identical to the ancient sword continent's martial arena. It was just that in the sword arena all the martial artists were sword cultivators. Fang Chen's cultivation was at the 4th level of the true martial realm. In the sword arena, he couldn't be considered too strong, but he also couldn't be considered too weak. After learning of the sword arena's existence, Fang Chen had a thought. "Brother, are you interested in going to the sword arena to take a look?" Fang Chen smiled. "Don't joke around. If we were to go to the sword arena, wouldn't we be courting death?" "Well, it's fine to go take a look," said Fang Chen. "All right, since you want to go, I'll accompany you to have a look." Refiner Wang Gao laughed. After passing through several streets, Fang Chen and Wang Gao finally arrived at the entrance of the sword arena. At a glance, countless martial artists had gathered at the entrance of the sword battle arena. These martial artists were all looking inside. "There are so many people." Fang Chen couldn't help sighing. Although the sword arena of the Burial Sword Prefecture was the same as the martial arena of the ancient sword continent, there was a huge difference in essence. The martial arena of the ancient sword continent was filled with weak people at best. There weren't even any spirit vortex realm martial artists. The sword burial prefecture's sword arena was filled with true martial realm cultivators. Fang Chen and Wang Gao each paid a purple crystal and entered the Sword Colosseum. After joining the refining pavilion, Fang Chen received a violet crystal as a reward for every newcomer. Fang Chen used his only violet crystal to enter the sword arena. After entering the sword arena, earth-shattering noises whistled through the air. A vast aura assaulted them. "So many people! The sword arena has millions of people every day," said Wang Gao. Fang Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. A violet crystal per person meant millions of violet crystals in a day. Fang Chen didn't even dare to think about this number. "Come, let's go sit." Wang Gao pulled Fang Chen to a row of seats and sat down. Below them, there were several arenas where intense battles were taking place. "These martial artists are all here to earn spiritual stones," said Wang Gao. Although it wasn't his first time in the sword arena, he was still very excited. "Who do you think will win?" asked Wang Gao, looking at the first arena. "The purple-robed man should win," said Fang Chen. Sure enough, as soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the purple-robed man swung his sword and defeated his opponent. "Damn, you're not just guessing, are you?" Wang Gao clearly didn't believe it. Fang Chen didn't explain. He shook his head. The purple-robed man's cultivation was only at the first level of the true martial realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, it wasn't worth mentioning. In the sword arena, as long as you win, you can earn a lot of violet crystals. Wang Gao was envious. Then why don't you go fight? Asked Fang Chen. Wang Gao glared at Fang Chen. What do you know? The martial artists who dare to come to the sword arena are all geniuses among geniuses. With my strength, I don't dare to go up and embarrass myself. Moreover, if you want to fight, you need to have enough violet crystals, said Wang Gao. Why is that? Asked Fang Chen, puzzled. The sword arena has a rule for every battle. The loser must give the winner a certain amount of violet crystals. If you don't have violet crystals, who will fight with you? Said Wang Gao. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he sank into deep thought. After watching for about an hour, Fang Chen was more or less familiar with the rules of the sword arena. He then said to Wang Gao, "I'm going to the washroom." "Go," said Wang Gao. Fang Chen quietly left. Then he found a corner, changed his clothes, put on a mask, and returned to the sword arena. At this time, on one of the arenas, the arena master had won. Fang Chen leaped up and stepped onto the arena. Here comes another one who wants to die. On the arena, a fat man with big ears looked at Fang Chen sinisterly and said, "Crash." Fang Chen released his aura of the fourth level of the true martial realm, which suddenly made the fat man panic-stricken. The sword arena had a rule that martial artists of a higher level could not attack martial artists of a lower level. Otherwise, they would be punished by the sword arena. Flying out was the request of the lower-level martial artist. "Do you still want to fight?" asked Fang Chen. The fat man's body trembled as he left the arena. "Martial artists of the LV4 true martial realm can come up," said Fang Chen in a deep voice. In an instant, countless martialists turned to look at Fang Chen. "Humph, too arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson." A man in a blood-red robe came to the arena. "It's Xuezhu." He actually came. It seems that this kid is out of luck. The man in the blood-red robe was obviously very popular in the sword arena. Seeing him on the arena, many martial artists watched with wide eyes. Even Wang Gao's eyes lit up in the stands. Xuezhu hasn't fought for a long time. Wang Gao glanced and found that Fang Chen had not returned yet. However, at this moment, he could not care less. Swoosh. Fang Chen had only used one sword move. It was a move that could shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. It directly pierced Xuezhu's body and instantly defeated him, forcing him out of the arena. Crash! The entire sword arena was in an uproar. Countless martial artists watched this scene in shock. He defeated Xuezhu with one move. How is it possible? Even a martial artist of the LV4 true martial realm can't defeat Xuezhu with one move. This kid's strength is too incredible. Fang Chen's defeat of Xuezhu with one move caused an uproar in the sword arena. Not far away, He Xuelin and others were chatting. Suddenly, Fatty Li walked over in a hurry. Chapter 835. What? He defeated Xuezhu in one strike? Asked He Xuelin, standing up. Yes, he's at LV4 true martial realm, said Fatty Li solemnly. The other true martial realm cultivators beside He Xuelin were also surprised. They were at the peak of LV4 true martial realm, so they knew how strong Xuezhu was. In Golden Sword City, no one in the LV4 true martial realm was a match for Xuezhu. But now, someone had defeated Xuezhu in one strike. Do you have any information about him? Asked He Xuelin. This person is wearing a mask. He probably doesn't want to be recognized. The name he registered at the registration office is Gu Jian. Fatty Li changed from his usual cheerfulness and said with a solemn face. Fatty Li, He Xuelin, and the others were the second-tier geniuses of Golden Sword City. They had been in Golden Sword City to cultivate the ancient golden invincible sword technique, so they were considered strong geniuses in the Burial Sword Prefecture. Gu Jian had appeared out of nowhere and defeated Xuezhu in one strike, which made He Xuelin and the others attach great importance to him. While He Xuelin was talking about Gu Jian with Fatty Li and the others, Luo Byron and Wu Li also appeared. Luo Byron, do you know Gu Jian? Asked He Xuelin when he saw Luo Byron. Luo Byron shook his head and said, I've investigated. There's no such person in the Burial Sword Prefecture before. Even if there is, maybe he's just a nobody who hasn't paid attention to him before, said Luo Byron. Do you think this kid is the one who went through the tribulation 100 miles away from Golden Sword City? Asked Wu Li suddenly. Everyone's eyes flickered as they thought about it. Luo Byron shook his head and said, Didn't many Xian kings confirm that the person who went through the tribulation died that day? Fang Chen didn't know that he had caused an uproar among the younger generation of Golden Sword City just to earn some purple crystals. Many geniuses, including Luo Byron, began to pay attention to Fang Chen. At this moment, Fang Chen stood quietly on a certain stage, holding the hidden star sword. Below the fighting ring, Shui Zhu's face was extremely gloomy. His eyes were filled with fear. After a long while, Shui Zhu cupped her hands at Fang Chen and said, Thank you for showing mercy. Shui Zhu was such a proud martial artist, but he actually said such words to Fang Chen. It was enough to see that Fang Chen had shocked him. Fang Chen grinned. He had come here to earn purple crystals, not to kill. Defeating Shui Zhu and obtaining 100 purple crystals made Fang Chen very excited. Who else? Fang Chen said as he stood on the arena and looked around. Below the arena, many martial artists retreated one after another, not daring to challenge. Seeing this, Fang Chen was a little speechless. Was he too strong? Why didn't these people dare to go on stage? In the stands, Wang Gao's eyes lit up as he looked at Fang Chen. He was almost drooling. This guy, going to the bathroom and delaying such a wonderful battle. Wang Gao turned his head and glanced at Fang Chen, who still had not returned. In a pavilion in the sword battle arena, He Xuelin and the others had been staring at Fang Chen. He defeated Shui Zhu in one strike. I'm afraid a LV4 true martial realm martial artist would not dare to go on stage. He Xuelin said. Why don't you let me try? Fatty Li grinned, left the pavilion, and came to the arena. Fatty Li had a fat head and big ears, and his body was bloated. He looked harmless. However, below the arena, many martial artists' eyes widened when they saw Fatty Li go on stage. Li Yuntian went on stage. Is he going to challenge this guy? Can Li Yuntian win? Many martial artists were discussing. In the arena, Fatty Li looked at Fang Chen curiously. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Brother, why are you wearing a mask? My face is ugly, and I don't dare to show my face. Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Brother, I admire your strength very much. I don't know if you can let me see your real face. Fatty Li smiled. Fang Chen shook his head and stopped talking. My name is Li Yuntian. Fatty Li suddenly said. Fang Chen nodded, holding the star-hidden sword in his hand, ready to attack. However, at this moment, Fatty Li suddenly said, Brother, who is your master? Fang Chen was about to explode in anger. This damned Fatty was too annoying. However, just as Fang Chen was thinking, he suddenly felt a strong wind in front of him. He subconsciously waved the star-hidden sword to resist. Bang! With a loud noise, Fatty Li's body stepped back a few steps, looking at Fang Chen with a smile. Brother, why are you so vigilant? Fatty Li said shamelessly. You, Fang Chen took a deep breath, trying not to be angry, and stared at Fatty Li. This Fatty Li is definitely a weirdo. Brother, what's wrong with your clothes? Fatty Li suddenly pointed to Fang Chen's clothes and said. Seeing this, Fang Chen looked down. He found nothing, and then he found that he was deceived by Fatty Li. Damn it! Fang Chen was furious in his heart. He immediately urged the true meaning of sword, and the star-hidden sword in his hand was waved out fiercely. Swoosh! A piercingly cold sword light pierced toward Fatty Li in an instant. Bang Fatty Li blocked the sword light with his bare hands and was forced to the edge of the ring by the sword light. At this time, Fatty Li's face finally became dignified. Brother, this Li admires your strength. Now, this Li is going to get serious. Before Fatty Li finished speaking, Fang Chen directly urged the true meaning of void and instantly hid in the void. Just when Fatty Li looked up at Fang Chen suddenly appeared behind Fatty Li and kicked Fatty Li away. Fang Chen's sword body had reached the late stage of body refinement, comparable to a 9-star Dao body. Although it was just a simple kick, it kicked Fatty Li out of the ring. Bang Fatty Li's body fell heavily to the ground, and he was in a sorry state. Fatty Li stood up, his face full of humiliation. Brother, I admire your strength. Why did you sneak attack me? Fatty Li asked righteously. Isn't this learning from you? Fang Chen said calmly. When Fatty Li heard this, he was immediately furious and prepared to argue with Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen turned his head and looked elsewhere and said, Who else wants to challenge me? Being ignored by Fang Chen, Fatty Li was even angrier. However, the foot that he stepped out came back abruptly. This was because according to the rules of the sword arena, leaving the arena was already considered a loss. Fatty Li actually lost, said Fatty Li unhappily. Crash! Fatty Li's wrist shook, and immediately some violet crystals flew in front of Fang Chen. Fang Chen's soul swept over them, and he immediately discovered that there were no less than 1,000 violet crystals. Many thanks. Fang Chen put away the violet crystals and smiled. At this stage, what he lacked the most were violet crystals. Fatty Li could be considered a nouveau riche to throw out 1,000 violet crystals with a wave of his hand. At this time, many of the geniuses in the pavilion were stunned. After a long time, He Xuelin heavily shook his head. This kid's strength is truly heaven-defying. Even Fatty Li is not his match. Yeah, this kid seems to have launched a sneak attack, but the physical strength he displayed is too heaven-defying, said a martial artist beside He Xuelin. 9-star Dao body. It's been a long time since a 9-star Dao body appeared in the Burial Sword Prefecture, said Luo Byron. Hearing this, Wu Li spread out his hands and said, He has a special physique, which should be a sword physique. To be able to cultivate a special physique to such a level, he can be considered a talent. While everyone was talking, Fatty Li returned dejectedly. What bad luck! This kid has a space-type true meaning. No one below the 5th level of the true martial realm can defeat him, complained Fatty Li. Fatty Li, although this kid has a space-type true meaning, it's not as exaggerated as you said, laughed a genius. The other geniuses also looked at He Xuelin. Although this kid's space-type true meaning is difficult to deal with, if I were to face him, I would directly use the ancient golden invincible sword technique and not give him any chance to use his true meaning. He wouldn't be my match. He Xuelin smiled slightly. Fatty Li saw this and said angrily, He Xuelin, I'm not criticizing you, but with your strength, it's impossible to defeat this person.